and then just try to go all the way up from north. It should be a good rotation. Yeah, I don't really see a lot of teams near school. They can try and get those compound, but again, the next circle shift, I don't really feel like it's going to shift anywhere near school.
Yeah, so I do believe Na'Vi, they are playing this one slow because we saw them kind of zooming in on that bridge. They did recognize, okay, there's a couple enemies on that bridge. That's why they played slow. So with that in mind, this is a team that is very comfortable playing in the early game blue. I wouldn't be surprised if they just avoid trying to send it directly into zone and just wrap all the way around, kind of like what you were mentioning, kind of north of Pmgc, near school, wrapping over there. Of course, we can see it is going to be free and clear, so that is like the perfect call for Na'Vi right now.
Yeah, and they also like to play on the edges, so considering how they like to play their game style, it makes a lot of sense why they're rotating like that. But yeah, for now, S2G and Furious Gaming quite close to each other. Now, Furious Gaming, as I mentioned, they have nothing to lose over here. They can just try and spoil S2G's game. S2G, they're also not looking that great all the way on kind of like the bottom of the board, I would say, on 11th place. So H2G not looking that great, but still there's at least a chance that they can make top 5.
I agree with you. Not for S2G, but for Furious, when we're talking about nothing to lose, but then at the same time, you don't want to lose, if that makes sense. So yes, they have nothing to lose, but you don't want to be the team that gets taken out in 16th position every single match. And I think that's going to be something on their mind. If you are one of these bottom teams, I think the goal today, get a chicken dinner, right? Just get a chicken dinner so you can say you won a game here at the highest level of competition. And I think that'll make you feel good. But over here, next Rhea, okay, looking for a potential fight onto 628.
Ooh, they take a couple of shots, connected one. But now next Rhea on to move instantly. Do realize they're not going to be able to regain the control. So now next Rhea on to move, trying to reposition themselves, trying to find a little bit of more comfortable spot. Downbound Gaming right next to them as well. But yeah, we have Xavier and Godlike this time. It seems like they're challenging this compound. And what a great jump shot coming in from the side of Godlike. But the problem is they're also getting shot at from the back. But the opening being found at the compound, that's going to be opening quite a lot of things up. But over here, Xavier, they're able to hold off this compound pretty well.
Yeah, look at Xavier. They had 2 members up close and personal. Now they're sending 2 more because they had a 2-2 split to close the gap and try to provide that support. Jonathan Clutchcott still going to be alive behind this broken wall. Looks like Xavier are going to be pulling back. So one player I was looking at in particular from Xavier who has that clutch badge is Frankie, right? It has to be Frankie. So I was looking to see exactly what Frankie was doing. And it looks like Frankie was just providing that oversight, that cover fire for their squad mate to pull back and save.
Yeah, but now Xavier, they have a really good positioning as well. But the problem is they don't have the man number to hold it down. Only 2 men left to try and hold the position down, so defense might just crumble if any of the team decided to challenge a fight against them. Team Secret, another one of those teams on the struggling phase.
Oh, look what they're doing.
All the way on 12th place. Yeah, they're just blocking the ways. They're just making sure Furious Gaming are being trapped inside that bunker.
What a huge, like, big brain play. They know there's an enemy potential down there in the bunker, and they parked their UAS in a certain position that is angled that you cannot crawl or jump or move past it, and then they blew that up. So yes, Furious Gaming, they are safe for now, and yes, there's a couple entrances to these bunkers, but that right there, that's one of them eliminated. And now look at the other entrance. It looks like Godlike are going to be pulling up right behind. So Furious, man, they are stuck underground.
Oh, they are. 3 players Godlike right outside the gates. Furious Gaming, they can't really move a lot. They're also giving a lot of footsteps away with the way they're moving. So Godlike are pretty well known of what Furious Gaming is doing over here. Furious Gaming as well, they're big time chilling. They're not really trying to do anything. They're just taking things quite slow. Makes quite a lot of sense as well. If the circle moves away, though, that's going to be a huge problem for Furious Gaming without a doubt. But there's a lot of teams on Shelter, so they're probably going to be engaging in each other. And I do already see 2 players falling down from Godlike, and it's H2G taking a little bit of shots onto them, and Nova as well joining the fray.
And the zone did actually move away. So you got S2G, you got Godlike, and then Team Secret blocking all the entrances right now. If you are Furious, you are stuck. I see they might have one of them available to utilize, but regardless, all those teams, they will have to move.
Oh, here we go. Na'Vi finding an opening onto Nova. King goes down. Not a good news for Noah, surely. But still 3 players that are open. Noah They can make a lot of things happen with only 3 players live in the lobby. We've seen that in the past. Not just 3, only 1. Just keep Order alive. He can probably clutch out the whole situation and carry his team on the back. But yeah, now Na'Vi left with all 4 players to work with. I do want to see where they're going to be positioning themselves. Now, as I mentioned, they like to play on the edge of the zone, and they're probably going to be trying to do so. But Nova is the team right in the front.
Yeah, big chilling right there up to the north. But look at that, big fight. Silas dropping down with the Scar. There's 1, there's 2. Oh, Furious Gaming, the guy screaming a buggy, I believe, underground, looking for a play to happen, to execute, to reposition, but popping back over here to the north. I was going to say, I don't think Na'Vi will contest this onto Nova. Nova, yes, they did lose 1 in the process of grouping up in this compound, but this area, not Nova, they have it pinned down. They got a couple buildings they're working with. We see Order on the outside using that broken wall for additional sight lines, and they're making sure to take shots onto Na'Vi in their vehicles to push them away so that they can't actually crash on top of them.
Oh, I do like what Na'Vi's trying to do here, but still the position, they will be held outside the zone. And here we go. Hamoudi finds an opening on Pmgc, but also taking a lot of shots in return. Not a good news for Enigma Galaxy for sure. Hamoudi spotted out in the open. Does have the little Gazia to work with as cover. But still, Na'Vi, they're being held outside the zone, and they will need to try and beat the timing on the Wall of Death.
Yeah, Na'Vi, they might actually get sandwiched. And the reason Na'Vi are here is because of those shots that Nova took upon them up there in the north. So it pressured them to rotate in this area. So gotta look ahead in Enigma Galaxy. A couple members prone down. Next Ria is going to be trying to pull up behind them. A lot of teams right now congested right on top of each other on this edge of the play zone.
Dude, look at the left side of the front. Pmgc spots out a player in the open, but luckily Hamoudi was able to crawl back to safety in the nick of time. On the other hand, 628 as well, challenging fight against next Ria. There's just an absolute chaos on the left side of the map. Beautiful nade to confirm the kill, and still Meku able to connect all of his shots. Raouf, those missed shots. A missed opportunity from Enigma Galaxy to try and stop Na'Vi. But Na'Vi, it just looks like they're easily able to breach through Enigma's defense.
Yeah, and I really appreciate how Na'Vi, they were utilizing that 1 player in the car strat. They had Matic kind of low in the health department, but in the vehicle looking to have their squad mates get a knock so they can run them over, confirm that, and immediately turn the tides. And that car strat paying off big time for Na'Vi right there.
Talking about defense crumbling, that's one of the prime examples. Enigma Galaxy taken out quite early in the game. Actually, they were the first team to get taken out the game as well. Taken out the game from 16th place. That's not a good news, is it, Dave? Then we have Godlike following it up on 14th. Pretty sure A7 as well will follow it up. And now Furious Gaming finally, the final man seems like has been put 6 feet under. S2G quite close to 4 rivals, and here we go. The opening being found. 7 is the man who finds the opening. But Appy from the back trying his best to at least give some blind shots, trying his best to provide some cover fire. But at this point, the man from 4 rivals has to be a little gone case, but still, the man advantage favoring 4 rivals big time.
Molly right there. Silas Pugh has been just on the ball here in game number 1. Let's see if they can continue to clutch it out. Playing a ring around the rosy in the smokes. 2v1 right here. Silas getting one, but not getting the other. So close. S2G, nothing but violence all game long. Not paying off in their favor here.
Only got 3 elim points. Not that great, S2G. Didn't really get a lot of points from that. But again, circle shifting away on the right side. Na'Vi still has a lot of pressure to deal with. They still need to make it inside the zone. They try to play the edge lines, but if they do play the edge lines, Noah's going to be the one to just put a lot of pressure on Na'Vi again. So Na'Vi, overall, they're not really looking that comfortable inside the game. We also do see Team Secret on the high ground. Noah finally on the move.
Ooh, they're sending Jimmy in Order in separate directions here. Try to hedge their bets on these sightlines from Don Juan and Team Secret above them. I like how they're spreading out here. It looks like Jimmy going to be trying to take some shots with the Scar. A nice little spray down out there in the distance. And Jimmy just pulled up in such a nice location that there was already a burnt out vehicle that Jimmy built their own cover.
Oh, there we go.
Popping up with the M4. Spray down right there.
Oh my god, but from the other side, it's Kitsune taking out Order. Huge knockout. Na'Vi needs that. That's going to be bringing so much, or at least that's going to be giving them a huge sigh of relief. Now they don't really need to worry about Nova anymore. because the rest two players are right in the front, and they're quite separated out from each other. Pairboy and Jimmy, there's a huge separation between these two. And Na'Vi, they have such a huge area to play around with.
Yeah, but they do have this this cover to work with. But Pairboy not slowing down yet. Not slowing down yet. Pixie getting the love tap right there. Look at the cover. Pairboy has some solid hard cover, and so does Jimmy. So I really do like this spread.
Yeah, the spread definitely is working out. But again, if one player falls down from them, Noah will need to try and play this really safe. As I mentioned, even if one player goes down, this might just be it Manova. But yeah, Na'Vi, they should be able to get back to Tixi, hopefully. And yes, the res is being stuck onto Tixi. Tixi should be back up on his feet in no time. Noah, on the other hand, the spread is quite good, but they also need to worry about the team on the left. It's 4 rivals.
Yeah, it looks like 4 rivals trying to sink their
circle
teeth into Jimmy
away,
down there. Yeah, circle does shift. It doesn't favor them. And Jimmy still just putting in work. Look at Jimmy's cover. I'm still amazed with the cover that Jimmy was able to build over here. Matic, though. Oh! Jimmy!
Oh, what?
You see that?
He challenges a fight against a bolt action like that and still able to take him out. Oh my God, Jimmy, the nerves on this man. I don't even know what to say at this point, dude. Jimmy, absolutely insane. Gotta say, the confidence on this man is looking at all-time high right now. But Noah, as I mentioned, if one man goes down, Noah will have to play this game all solo. And now it's all down to Pairboy. And this is where it's his time to shine, Dave.
Yeah, and we can see Na'Vi not looking to push over this hill and take the face check with Pairboy because they're not sure how many enemies are actually over there. Pairboy is doing such a good job that to continue to apply that pressure and scare Na'Vi to push on the other side of the hill towards Damwon.
Na'Vi are just cleaning it up. No matter which team is in the front, Na'Vi will clean you off, and they're able to make their presence inside the next zone just like that. They're just sweeping it through, Dave. They don't care what team is in the front. Na'Vi are able to easily swipe through each and every single team. Sung, though, finally strikes back, but Kitsune in the close will take care of Sung. Sung goes down, a little too oblivious about Kitsune's position. Sung goes down, and Damwon Gaming now in such an uncomfortable place. Fabian really far away from Sung.
Wow, okay, going to be able to take up this guard tower for themselves. That's 2 times this game that Nova pressured Na'Vi to rotate around them instead of face checking them. That's 2 times right there. Nova are doing such a good job at keeping that pressure regardless how many players they have alive. And I'm mentioning that because Pairboy's still alive up there in the north, snaking it right now.
Yeah, snake it till we make it. Pairboy. He's just waiting for the right moment to strike. Infinity, one man falls down. There, now it's all down left with that one last man alive. Stalwart Esports on the other hand. We didn't really give this team a lot of spotlight, but they have all 4 of their players alive this late in the game. 6 teams left, Dave. And this might just be Stalwart Esports game.
Pairboy not stopping, man. Not stopping. The solo in the blue. Looks like one of the squad mates from 4 rivals tried to take him out. Immediately caught some bullets to the dome right there. Oh, man. 5 teams to go here. 5 teams to go.
5 teams to go. Fenerbahce and Stalwart Esports have huge man number advantage inside the lobby. All 4 players alive for these 2 teams. 4 rivals having 3 up. And then it's just 2 solos. 1 from Noah and 1 from Infinity. This point, Pairboy, though, plays a little bit of spoiler, finds an opening onto 4 rivals, and confirms the kill instantly, if I'm not wrong. Yes, he does. 4 rivals now left with only 2 players to work with.
So it looks like Fenerbahce, they were playing this edge towards the south for some time. They did split up. Now, the Duke Machine just got done repositioning these vehicles in a certain type of way that will provide him cover from Stalwart down there to the south. So really curious to see, where does Stalwart go? Do they push straight uphill, or do they try to wrap around the southeast towards Fenerbahce?
Action's already inside the zone. It's kind of like the ticket. He's already booked the ticket for his team. Being in the front, securing a little spot inside the zone. And now all Stalwart Esports need to do is just try and breach inside the zone. And I'm pretty sure they're going to be able to do so anytime soon. Infinity, the only man left alive, is trying his best to hold his nerve with the gun. But again, he's being locked in the sights of 4 rivals. And it's Appy. A little peek from Infinity, and that's going to be it. The Ball of Death is just doing so much damage, yeah.
Oh, Fenerbahce kind of getting separated right there. They are going to lose 1 in the back line to Stalwart. Let's see if they can defend the top of their hill. Stalwart Esports are going to be pushing up. You got top in action in the front lines. Keep an eye on these players.
Oh, man. 4-on-3 situation. Fenerbahce 4 rivals being taken care of by Stalwart Esports. 4 rivals eliminated on 3rd place. And now Stalwart Esports versus Fenerbahce. Fenerbahce able to make an equal trade. And now this leaves a 3-on-3 situation. Stalwart Esports versus Fenerbahce. I do like the position of Fenerbahce. They do have a little bit of high ground to work with, but still Stalwart Esports, they're making it hurt.
Yeah, and top has this boulder to work with too. So if Pmgc can get a nice molly on top of that boulder, that molly will spread and pretty much take away that hard cover. The thing is, I'm not sure what type of utility they got working with right here.
Separation from Pmgc is huge. They have one man, Nox Bomb, all the way on the left side top. He's aware of that. Nox Bomb spots top, takes shots, instantly taken out. Scry taken down quite low. And that's not looking that great. Action right next to Scry, but still Scry doesn't really have the HP to work with. Rebellion just trying to jiggle around the smoke. Position compromise. Stalwart Esports action's well aware of what's going on in the front, but still Rebellion now a snake in the grass in action, needs to watch out. Rebellion's position being revealed. Pika strikes in. The traits are just going on back and forth. Stalwart Esports, HP not supporting them, but Duke and Machine as well, the only man left alive from Fenerbahce. And we do know Duke and Machine is capable of clutches. He's the man who likes to stay down prone, but this time it's not going to work out. Stalwart Esports are going to be your winner of the first game of the final day.
Winner, winner, chicken dinner, a ton of elim points, but Fenerbahce as well, a 2nd place finish. This team was dead last coming into today. If they can continue with this momentum, continue clawing at the overall leaderboard, they could be looking at some additional monies in their pocket. But Stalwart, hey, Necro, that was the team that you said to look out for here today.
Yeah, dude, I told you. I knew Stalwart, they have no other choice, right? Yesterday, they didn't really have one of the greatest of days, so today they had to make up for it, and we are already seeing a little glimpses of that. Hopefully, they're able to keep the consistency going even inside the future games, and if they're able to do so, hey, Noah, you have a possible threat.
12 elims, over 2k damage in that game, and they had a pretty challenging push in that late game too. They had to push uphill, and they did a great job at doing so. So Stalwart Esports already showing up here hot in game number 1. Ladies and gentlemen, we got a bunch more action to go. Let's head over to the analyst.
Well, Stalwart Esports start off day 3 like they started off day 1 with a victory in their pockets. They get themselves some juicy, juicy points. 12 eliminations, and of course, as you see, the first place for the chicken dinner. Much needed points for them. Obviously, a very difficult time for them to contest first place at all. However, the amount of money they get extra, every single point they get, every single placing they improve on, is a lot of extra money in their pockets.
Yeah, and not an easy game at that, right? Because they were on playing the more southern side. They had to take every single fight uphill. And the play that they went for, actually, because if you look at their stats that game, they had 1,200 healing. They had a lot of the teams looking their way and just taking those shots. And they were just, okay, we're going to wait it out, wait for all the teams to be pushed over that ridge, and then they're going to have to fight each other. And when there are less players, less teams available, then we're going to go for the push when there's only Fenerbahce remaining. They played the long game, and it worked out for them.
It definitely did. And I mean, can we talk again about Nova? We mentioned how they're pretty much their biggest rivals. Well, guess what? They showed up, and now we're starting to see more of the likes of Paraboy. At some point there, we were scared that he was going to be able to do the 1v4 against 4 rivals. It could have happened, but right here, look at the stats. Fenerbahce finally showed up for me. This is a team that I've been talking about how consistent it was. This team that wasn't really well known for their elims, so I'm not surprised that they didn't get that many elims, but for them to be able to at least get out there, this is a team, Max, that's looking to not be dead last.
There's going to be one, right? So is it going to be, we don't know, but hey, still going to have that prize pool, right? If you can try and get some extra good games at the end of the day, Fenerbahce could be looking pretty comfortable. And oh, the Paraboy getting himself over 1,000 damage, 1,010 damage on this game. And man, he scared a lot of teams away. Navi in particular, they were not willing to take that fight.
The fact is here for Nova and for Navi in particular, as you saw next Rio go out really early, is the fact that Nova still scored 5 more points than Navi did in that match.
Yeah.
Meaning that lead is lengthening even more. It was already a ridiculous amount of points. I think it was around 45 before. It should be around 50 now, if I'm not mistaken, if I can do math correctly. Well, okay, I know it wasn't 45 when I said in the beginning. But the fact is, that lead is still growing. That means that no matter how well Navi did, even getting themselves 8 eliminations, Nova still got 9. And then Nova still placed higher. This goalpost is continuing to move, and Nova are getting step-by-step closer to closing down that $1.5 million and being called the best team in the world.
What did you say, Seven, at the start of the day? I think you said a 100-point lead. You expect between first and second? I was like, that's too much. Now I'm looking at this, I'm like, Hey, there's a chance like a 100-point lead to be created for Na'Vi, and that would be insane. Oh, sorry for Nova. That would be insane if they could create it here in just a few next 5 games.
When you have a player telling you that their biggest rivals is themselves, in a way that's kind of just brushing up the competition. Nobody has showed them anything that they could be scared of, and I think it's impressive for the team to be able to, if they can put up a 100-point lead, I think it'll be huge, especially for the legacy. This is a Nova team.
100-point lead is huge.
Yeah, this is a Nova team that has a huge legacy. This is just gonna add to it. One thing that we do have to mention there, it was Navi's performance. They were able to jump up from 4th place to 2nd place. And what's the difference in prize pool there, Max, for that?
That's 180,000 over to 630,000. So I'm not going to do the
So
exact math.
how much is that?
I'm not going to do that. I should have checked the numbers actually, but it's a big increase, and it's pretty. The really fun fact. Okay, I'm going to lose all ounce of credit here, but the fact also that they took out Enigma themselves and almost got rid of. Thank you. And the fact that they were almost able to take out Nova was really big play from Na'Vi, but thing is still you have that point differentiation. If Na'Vi had a bad game while Nova was able to get a really good result there, that could have been already GG on the very first game of the day, and that's a very scary prospect.
Yeah, and the thing is, we don't want to call it right and say, okay, it's over, Nova have won, but the fact is, we have 4 teams below them that are on the 120-point mark. If they can't pick up a strong match here in match 2 of the day, then that almost basically is it. Nova can pretty much just AFK and still come out on top.
And the craziest part is now that, I mean, we just saw it in that first game. We're starting to see some of the teams that, in a way, aren't really in contention for that top 3 situation starting to get points. We saw ST, I think they started off the day in 10th place.
Yeah.
They're getting points now, and I mean, we've been hyping them up for the longest time. If this continues to happen, it's ultimately just gonna end up helping Nova even more, especially if Nova continues to do the game plan that they've been showing over and over again.
Exactly, because Stalwart are not a threat to your first position. They're just way too far away. Same for Fenerbahce.
Yeah.
As long as the points in top 4 are not getting those points, like Nova are just going to be relaxing, saying like, yeah, it's in the bag. So
How are they going to relax, Max?
like that. I felt I could be pampered if I was at the hotel, but I'm not there.
Manny Petty?
Yeah.
That's true. Yeah, get Manny Petty and get a nice little drink in his hand, bathing in the sun, which Nova might be doing with a nice vacation of $1.5 million. But you're very right. And the thing is, right, we're talking about how these teams need to catch up some. I think you mentioned like hot dropping before. But realistically, if your team in 2nd through 5th place, you can't hot drop them, because if you fall out early, that's it. That's your hopes gone. You have to hope other teams are able to punish them. And as we saw, I think it was King who went out early. Order didn't care. He still picked up 5 eliminations. When it was just down to 2 players out of Nova, they continued to be aggressive up against, I think it was like Na'Vi fighting uphill and still winning fights. Yeah. Like, even when they're down people, they can still bring the eliminations.
You know what's the crazier part that just kind of came to my head? I wonder if Paraboy saw the performance yesterday from Order, and he's like, I want to be able to top that. I want people to know I'm still the bad man. Yep, that's exactly it. And I think it might be looking that way. I mean, we just saw what Paraboy was able to do.
You guys didn't see that on camera. They caught me just like, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm too old for these memes. Maybe you'll show me one day. But that, yeah, I mean, Paraboy, we've always talked him as being the best player in the world, one of the most handsome players in the world. He wears the most stylish clothes, hangs out with the chillest dudes, goes to the best restaurants. The fact is, he is the star of the team.
Yep.
And Order has always been in the shadow of him until this event. But what's even more impressive for me is that he's doing it against the best teams in the world. This is the best PUBG Mobile has been, period, in its entire existence. And Nova have created a legacy for themselves, or are still in the process of creating a legacy for themselves that no team can touch. Now, I know all of you from Indonesia are like, well, what about Bigatron, Jason? Bigatron never had to compete against the best Chinese teams in the world in those 2 years.
Yeah. In a way, I don't want to play down what happened in Malaysia, right? Because remember when we were there in Malaysia, how dominant Bigatron was. And everybody was like, okay, Bigatron is currently the best team in the world. But as you just mentioned, Nova wasn't there. And that was always a big question mark, especially from the community, from the esports community. It was like, well, they did good, but Nova wasn't there. So are they really our main champions? And I think right now we're getting a lot of answers for Nova.
Well, speaking of champions, let's talk a little bit more about Stalwart Esports here, as they were the champion of our first match of the day, and take a look at a quick little recap of the rotations and the likes. And Max, one thing that we talked about, I think when we were off camera, is that where has the Stalwart and Infinity been that we saw on league stage? This Stalwart team, I mean, we saw Pika pull off like almost a 1v4 with the Car 98, if I'm not mistaken, in one of our Aaron Go matches we had. Infinity, Newsy, and Gautoni have kind of fallen off. the stalwart we're seeing here in this match is the stalwart, if you guys didn't watch East League, that we're used to. But for some reason, they can't hit that level of consistency here.
I mean, we even mentioned on the pre-show, right? This is not the Infinity and Stalwart that we expected coming into
so
the
it was on
tournament.
the show.
It was on the show.
Okay, I
so we
wasn't
did it both. But really, there's a big issue. But this game, at least in particular, and we're going to see the further we go into this recap, and we're going to see how elaborate their plan actually was, that they were just setting themselves up for success a lot more. Whereas I have the impression, if you look back, other than that chicken dinner they got on that first game of day one, after that, they're just going super aggressive, which is what we know from them. But their good macro that we saw in the East League has just not been that dominant, and we haven't seen them go for these really smart rotation, getting really strong positions, potentially waiting it out like they did this game to get in those positions in the first place. They've just been trying to full send it every single time, and it's just not the playstyle that I liked. But this game here, them waiting it out at the south when all the teams were fighting north, that was what I expected to see from them 7, and it worked out at the very end.
I actually have a question for you, Matt. After seeing that performance, do you think this is in a way Stalwart Esports kind of sparking up again? Do you think they're going to be challenging for that top 3 situation?
You know what? I would love to see that happen here, and in particular because I think that if you look back on the last few days, they would have just full sent it here. Here, they just took their time, and I think it's a big change of mentality looking back on these last 2 days. So I think so. I would hope so.
So that...
Go ahead. All right.
What?
Rock, paper, scissors, no. I just want to give you some context to that, right? If I'm not mistaken, Stalwart were around the 70 points before this match, and second place is around 120, like second through fifth, right?
Yeah.
There's a 50-point gap between those, and Stalwart was on this, like, deep down the second page. There's a 50-point gap between first and second. Like, the distance that Stalwart has to close is the same distance that the second through fifth place teams need to close up against Nova.
I mean, that just goes to show how dominating Nova has been. But going back to Stalwart, we mentioned hot drops earlier, and this is another fun question that I mean, we've been asking for the longest time. We are gonna have one more set, the final Sandhawk, not coming up, but after this match in Miramar. Do you think we'll finally end up seeing that magical hot drop that we'll be talking about, SCE and Alpha 7, considering where those teams are at, right?
No.
I don't think. I would love to see the DBS fight we saw during the scrims, but
I mean, let me ask you. Let me counter your question with a question 7.
Oh,
Would you wager, let's just say, $50,000 on winning a hot drop?
With Alpha 7, with the way they've been performing?
No. Would you do it?
Oh, would I do it?
Would you drop in and hot drop a team where your potential to lose $50,000?
He's thinking now.
I am a guessing man. So yes.
Okay, I mean that's the thing, right? Is that if you hot drop and you lose, you could be losing $50,000 plus dollars, right? You could be losing a lot of money here, and that's now Idibo. We'll see. You obviously have some time here before we get into our second match of the day, so we're gonna head to a short break while we get things ready for you guys at home, and we'll see you in just a few.
saw the first light, the first steps. Now I see much more. I capture Earth in all its beauty. I see action. I see drama. And I see it in the finest detail. Moments of inspiration. And the first steps. I am the 1+9.
All right, we are back now, and we've had Stalwart Esports start off the day strong, replicating their performance from day one of the event, but they still have 20+ points to catch up on if they want to get into the second place position. But then again, you have the likes of Na'Vi here trying to defend that title with their $600,000, bumping themselves up 450,000 from the match before.
I'll say you got that wrong. Yeah.
But we, oh, okay, all right, Max. But to be, as we're saying, right, we're talking about can teams realistically catch Nova? If we look at the point difference, we would say it is possible, but the difference is it's Nova, and they've been playing really well.
Yeah.
But realistically, we could see Stalwart at the end of the day getting into top 3. There is a very good chance if they can put on another chicken dinner like that, they're going to be in top 5.
I can see it happening. That's the main reason why I was asking that earlier, because I was trying to get your opinion on it, because I can totally see that happening, considering that this is a team that showed us some amazing performance on the first day, literally on the first game. I would love to see that kind of style that they were able to show us on that first match. And if I'm not mistaken, you were wondering what has gone wrong with the team. You said the team's pretty much playing the exact same. It's just some micro things that haven't worked their way.
Especially their macro, I would say in particular, that needs to be worked upon. But you know what? The start off the day was a chicken dinner. That's great. I'm going to spoil my team to watch. It is going to be Stalwart, because when we look back on the East League, they were a team that would have that momentum factor, just like Alpha 7 in the West League, and they would get chicken dinner, then get himself a few podium top 5 finishes. This is what I need to see from them now if they want to hopefully race for that third place and get themselves hopefully $330,000 in that position. So we'll see, but at the end, still going to be looking back on that game. Paraboy, even though he was solo versus 4 rivals versus Na'Vi, he just stopped everyone. I really liked actually what Dave mentioned in that game. We had 2 situations where Nova basically just pushed Na'Vi to rotate around from them, even though they did not have the man advantage. That's how scary this team actually are. They do not have the advantage of terrain. They are playing low ground. They do not have the man advantage, and yet you are not ready to take a fight against them because they're Nova.
And something that Nova was able to showcase us there in that last game is that they're willing to be aggressive when teams expect them to be defensive. I think it was Mustache Dave that was able to mention it. They were taking fights even though they didn't have the high ground, even though they were at a disadvantage. And I think we see that over and over again. I mean, going back to the first day when I saw, I think it was Mafioso trying to shoot at some of the Nova players, the man just stopped with no cover, turned around and started shooting at him. So that's how confident these players are on their skills. And I think that's another thing that has caught a lot of the other teams by surprise, just expecting them to be defensive and then just getting surprised and having to fall back.
Well, you guys were talking about what Mustache Dave mentioned. I'm going to talk about what Necro mentioned. And if I remember correctly, word for word, he did say Jason Kaplan is one of the most handsome human beings in existence, and you should make sure to go follow him over on Instagram. Yeah, I believe he said that. No, but it's actually, maybe talk about our teams to watch here. And I'll start things off. I know, Max, you already said Stalwart Esports, so we'll lock that in for you. For me, technically it's like 4 teams, but I'll give it to 1. It's Na'Vi. Because if they want to be able to chase that title, they have to perform even better than they did in the last match. They have to somehow close the gap up against Nova. So my eyes are technically on those teams in 2nd through 4th place. But Na'Vi in particular, like, you got to continue to perform. They got 8 eliminations. Not for any team that's like, oh, wow, that's really good. You guys put on a great match. The problem is Nova did an even better match. They survived even longer. They have to improve even further than they just did.
I mean, at some point, I feel like Na'Vi is going to take notes of that, and they're going to be like, okay, we just got to fight for 2nd place. We're not at that point yet, but it will happen at some point. If Nova continues to showcase the performances that they're currently showcasing. My team to watch is going to actually be Enigma Galaxy. This is a team that ended up getting 0 elims in the last one. Na'Vi was able to outperform them, and I feel like if they want to have a chance to even get between those 2nd and 3rd places, they need to start performing. They need to start getting those elims.
Well, I gotta spoil things for you. Not just Vincere, which is obviously the full name of Na'Vi, is like born to win, not born to 2nd place. Vanessa, go ahead. Who's your prediction?
Okay.
Who's your team to watch?
Enigma Galaxy.
Okay. Well, there we go. Oh, sorry, I was too busy in my head. Like, what is not to spin share?
Let me go back to my class.
I thought I said their name wrong for a second. I was like, hold on.
But I'm glad you did say Enigma Galaxy as well. Like this
Yeah.
team, you remember on day one, they had only 20 eliminations. Like they were almost the lowest fragging team out there. And we saw them struggle with that in the past, to be fair, in East League. But they have improved here in the finals. But again, they have to improve even more. And that's got to be so frustrating for some teams who are already playing at such a high level to have to play even better with only 5 matches remaining. It's going to be tough. But you know what? They're going to have to make it happen if they want to be the best in the world. And speaking of best, we got our best commentators in the world here. Necro and Mustache Dave.
A shout out to the boys on the desk. 5 more games to go. $1.5 million first place prize. 600K second place, 300K third place. There's a ton on the line here, Necro. Popping into Miramar. I gotta ask you, man. We are heading into Miramar. We're heading towards the end of the tournament. Do we expect any change-ups here on this game in particular?
Okay, before answering your question, I gotta say, Jason is one of the most handsome dude over here, okay? He's looking pretty good. He's looking clean, man. Already saw that, you know, on the desk. He's looking pretty clean. But yeah, now getting back to your question, dude, any switch-ups? I don't exactly know. I just want the teams in the bottoms to actually try and hunt down teams in the front, okay? The teams try and hunt down teams all the way on top. Try and hunt down Nova. Try and hunt down Na'Vi. Try and hunt down Nextruya, you know? That would be one of the most, like, interesting things that I personally want to watch.
I don't know, hunt them down. We heard from the analysts right there that even when Nova are down to just a solo or a duo, teams are still respecting them. They are staying away from them. Like, that's just the dominance that Nova have been showcasing here so far in this tournament. But getting into this match, we can see those average points in Miramar. Alpha 7. Day one, Alpha 7 was my squad to cheer for. I mean, I gotta cheer for that team representing Brazil. Let's see though, can this be the match that they really clean up here and get a couple elim points to set them on the right track here today?
Oh, dude, set them on the right track. A couple more elim points. Yeah, that's what all these teams want, especially teams that are in the top 5, without a doubt. They want to just go. They want to just get those elim points. They want to get those placement points as well. But unfortunately, in that previous game, Enigma Galaxy got taken out quite early. Actually, they were the first team to get taken out. So that means this Miramar game is going to be meaning quite a lot for Enigma Galaxy particularly.
And talk about getting taken out. We saw last game a couple of these players taking out each other with the PMGC 2021 Prestige Scar L game skin. I saw those laser effects go like pew, pew, pew all over the screen. It was beautiful. So if the pros are using it, you should use it to go in-game and unlock the PMGC Premium Crate.
Oh, dude. I like that. It looks kind of cool as well, right? Especially when you're like spectating the players. Looks kind of cool. Personally want that skin as well. I'm trying my best to get it, man. But yeah, now we have Fenerbahce over here. As I mentioned, I really want Fenerbahce to go and try and play this ball sport. 6-8 is the team in the front. Pretty close. Nox Bomb got taken out. Fenerbahce, again, not a good news for them. On 14th place, Godlike right underneath them. And then you have Furious Gaming. Now, we also got to talk about Godlike, man. First game, not that great of an outing. The next game in Miramar, they need to fight for the pride.
Well, talking about fighting for it, we do see one of their squad mates on that hill right there, possibly taking some shots, looking to get at least an elim point here, but they need to be cautious. You know, they are sliding down the overall leaderboards, and when we're talking about Godlike in particular, like if you, real quick, talk about the bait right there, and Nox Bomb. One of the key players, in my opinion, from Fenerbahce, always on the ball. It's between Nox Bomb and the Duke and Machine. They're always working together as a unit. You can tell that their synergy is on point. So if you are Fenerbahce and you're looking to climb up, losing Nox Bomb early, that's going to set you back a couple pegs. But to get back to your point, I wanted to ask you this actually. Like, you're Godlike. What do you think the plan is here today? Like, best outcome. What do you think is the plan from that squad?
Honestly, Godlike needs to realize there's nothing to lose. At this point, they're just playing to get top 10. If I'm Godlike, I want to be in top 10 no matter what in the end of the day. Just to, you know, at least be up there, you know, in the top 10. And that's going to be quite huge. for India as a region in a whole. Even if they're top 10, that's quite huge in my opinion. Being in the top 10, it still means being in the top 10 amongst one of the best teams in the world. 16 teams in the world. I mean, that's quite huge, right? And I feel like, considering the fact that they have so many odds, they had so many odds coming inside the grand finals, they just got thrown into it. So, I mean, hey, being in the top 10 against all the odds, that's going to be meaning quite a lot. So if I'm godlike, I'm just going to try to go for like a little bit of safer plays and either like try and get involved in a lot of third parties.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, of course you want top 10, but it's like, how do you do it, right? How do you, if you're godlike, how do you do it? And for me, I have to compare to what they have been doing. And I've noticed that they tend to look for those off-center positions, right? And they scout them out towards the mid to late game, and they always lose one or two on that scouting rotation. So when I have to come up with a quick answer off the top of my head, I'm the coach. I think how they do it is just play the edge, play the edge nice and slow. And kind of to your point, I think just try to go for placement points. And if there is a team kind of getting in your way of the edge strat, then obviously take the fight. But the key detail right there is hopefully if you do it that way, you have your team alive compared to losing one from scouting, right? Because they need everybody alive. If they want to pull this off, they need the whole team alive in every single team fight. And there's been multiple times where they would get in a team fight, and that's not the case. That's my take. I mean, that's my take. That's my take. I don't, no. Feel free to add to it, take away.
I feel like that's a good take without a doubt. But as I mentioned, they should also go for those third parties, because third parties, I feel like, are one of the most like safest bet to actually try and win out a fight, because third parties means already the two teams that are fighting, they're already quite hurt. So all you need to do is just like, try and find a little bit of better positioning on those two teams and just try and take them out. So Godlike can try and do that, but still we don't exactly know what's going on inside their heads. So we'll need to find out in the future, because currently they're in water treatment. They still haven't really left it. They're still inside the circle. And I feel like if I'm Godlike, I'm not moving out of water treatment.
Yeah, I get that, but they're in water treatment with a 2-2 split, right? And if a team of 4 pushes one of your duos,
Navi,
can you defend? Like, have you shown us that you can defend? That's my question. So, like, do we continue with these splits? Do we continue with these mid to late game, just sending out a scout looking for an off-center position? Or do we just play nice and slow? But let's check out this interview.
Которые, соответственно, прошли в гранд-финал со своих регионов. Также есть в каждом регионе команды, которые вообще не понимают, что делают на этом турнире или как прошли на него. Поэтому я думаю, что в каждом регионе по 3 команды сильнейших и команды, которые прошли в финал, покажут, кто сильнее, Запад или Восток.
Okay. Interesting stuff there. Interesting stuff right there. So we'll see. We saw last game, couple elim points, they're climbing up. I mean, what's your take on that?
Dude, Navi, they're on second place, dude. That's quite huge. 128 points, but the problem is Noah is just miles away. 183 points. If you want to get the top place, you still have a huge climbing to do. You have a mountain to climb, and for that, you want to hope. You need to pray. You need to pray that maybe Noah will have at least 1 or 2 games slipping out of their hands. And again, Noah, the way they're moving, the consistency they're having, for those slip-ups, the chances are quite low.
I like it. I like where you're going with this. If you're not first, you're last. And I think that's the mentality right here. And although the point gap between first and second is pretty steep, they're not showing any signs of slowing down. It is 100% every single game. And they're doing it, man. They are showing up. So I love that championship mentality. And we'll see how it unfolds here today as all these players wait to see where the next circle goes. Does center up a little more, so not too harsh for a lot of these teams who already acquired some center locations.
Clutch got moves inside the house. In the nick of time, shuts the door right on his eyes. But yeah, next Ruya, quite lucky, gotta say, Clutch God. Oh my God. He's lucky that the headshot did not connect. If it did, Klutchkov would have been knocked out and the kill should have been confirmed easily for Nextria. But over here we have now 6-8. Infinity right in the front. If you talk about one of those teams that were looking really strong in the league days, and now Infinity in the grand final, somewhere down line, kind of fading away in the end days.
Yeah, talk about fading away. The Duca machine go for a really risky scout compound rotate. Was able to walk away with their life, but look at this Stalwart looking to make a push over here next Rhea.
Oh, two of the top teams on the leaderboards, and this is going to mean quite a lot. This fight's going to mean quite a lot. Nate quite close. Was not able to deal enough damage on the action, though. Was able to move back into safety. Next Rhea, if I'm not wrong, the cavalry has arrived for them. Stalwart Esports, only 2 players in the front. I do see top on the left as well. Try and provide a little bit of backup fire. Also play for that informational play.
Yeah, Stalwart definitely on the hot cusp of their last game, right? So they're feeling good. Top with that off angle, trying to make sure to catch any type of sight lines on those 2 players from Next Rhea in those back lines. Just a smidge of sight lines to work with there between the 2 buildings. Really buying time for their squad mates in the front line too. The trio trying to take this building for themselves.
Oh, 3 players in the front. Scry, Pika, and Action. Action, of course, is going to lead the pack if the push comes in through, but still, Stalwart Esports taking their time. 2 teams inside this little compound. I'm pretty sure as time passes by, they're going to keep on getting impatient. And this is
and look at this. Top is taking shots too. Oh, yeah. Oh, Frozen popping up the door, trying to take some shots on Action, but Action with the M249 in the front lines. Looks like Frozen is going to toss his smoke, throw a little confusion out there. But I was pointing out, Top is taking a lot of shots from their off angle, applying that pressure and keeping Next Rhea from really grouping up in this compound.
Oh!
UMP! Oh,
Not
no.
Good. Oh, not good. Next Rhea opening the fray. Beautiful peek. Beautiful timing from Kudor right there. And now Stalwart Esports will need to try and bounce back from this. 2 players in the front, Top all the way in the back. Clearly, Stalwart Esports lacking huge man number inside this. If these 2 players get pushed on by all these 4 players, it's going to be quite tough to defend. But still, the M249 on the Action might just make a lot of plays happen. But I do like what Action's doing here. He's not just tunnel visioning on one single spot. The smoke started to provide a little bit of visual cover as well. But Stalwart Esports taking things a little safe. Scry in the front.
Yeah, Action looking to throw some smokes, looking to buy some time. I really want to see Top group up and try to make this push into the compound to support their teammates. But on the outskirts, like you were talking about them, they're trying to third party this.
Yeah, this is what I told you. Third parties are probably the best bet for Godlike. Just try and collect these kills. But guess what? This time it seems like Godlike as well are getting third party by S2G. And S2G are like, all right, well, knock Godlike. You're trying to third party them, we'll third party you, and now Next Rhea, the push comes in through. Do realize Stalwart Esports are looking quite weak, and Action on the off angle, trying his best to deal a lot of damage, but the man on the top, Kudor, is just getting a lot of insane timings on Stalwart Esports. Kills being confirmed, and now Stalwart Esports, they're hurt.
Yeah, I really liked how Scray in Action, they tried to pull back towards Top, and Top was providing a really nice amount of cover fire for them to make some moves happen. But the thing is, they just got caught in the tail end, and now Top retreating out here. Next zone did go on up, so Top can retreat back to the edge and play for those placement points. But that right there goes to show me that team communication is flowing on the side of Stalwart. And although the play didn't work out in their favor, still a good play at the end of the day.
Godlike, it seems like they're able to make it back to safety. So 4 players still alive. Looking pretty good for now. Neo, though, a huge separation between the squads, and I personally don't like it. Navi in the front, Godlike. Trying to just scare him away from that compound. Top, all by himself in this compound, and Navi are looking to crash onto it.
So many buildings in this area, and it just happens that Navi going to be rolling right past Top.
No.
But Top, applying that pressure, was able to confirm one. Can't Top clutch this out. M4 down to 24 bullets, looking for that wraparound, anticipating the push from all angles, taking a lot of shots on a Miku. Let's go Top. Can we get the third?
Oh, that's a huge mistake from Navi. Kitsune especially jumps out of a moving vehicle, gets knocked out. Meku as well drops in a straight line. And Top is not going to miss shots like those, but Meku is still knocked out. The rest should be back up onto Meku. Beautiful smoke to provide that cover. But Nova as well, they found themselves good spot inside the zone. They can try and hold it off as long as the circle doesn't take a huge shift away from them. And from what I'm expecting, it shouldn't really.
I'm tipping my hat off the top still right there. Top, the last player alive still was able to get a couple elim points, right? That will help stay afloat. Yes, only one, but every point is going to matter at the end of the day here.
Bolt action in the end.
Well, Lamborghini's tossing mollies up there, so they might think there might be an enemy up here, actually. So trying to clear it out.
Oh, that was his chance. That was his chance. While he was waltzing, that was his chance. If you would have connected that headshot, would have been so nice to witness. Just watching some skulls being cracked open. But yeah.
But at the same time, they don't want to give away that intel that they're playing the edge, right? Because obviously Xavier, they're not aware that A7 are up there on that hilltop. So I definitely get why they did hold the shot, because information is everything here, especially as we get to that mid to late game.
Yeah, A7 clearly do have a huge high ground on top of Xavier as well, but if they give their position away, teams in the front, like Dominant Gaming, they're definitely going to be taking little shots. And yes, A7, they're finally on a move. They do realize the circle shifts away, so they will need to try and make their mark inside the next circle.
See, in that last play, to hold the shot, it pays off even more right here, because they're able to rotate around without Xavier knowing for a fact that they're going to be pulling from that area. And yes, at the end, Xavier, they did spot out those enemies in those vehicles, but that slight amount of time played in the advantage of Alpha 7.
Oh, next Rhea straight up crashing on the compound of S2G. S2G knock, you have a little threat, but this time the threat being neutralized, and S2G easily able to take care of them. Fenerbahce quite close to Xavier. Fenerbahce's compound as well is getting charged on. The defense is trying to get breached through, but still Xavier are crumbling down. Duke and Machine in the front. One man in the back for Xavier. He's a little too separated away, but he still doesn't really have a lot of HP to work with. Lamborghini in the front, trying his best to confirm those kills. Nate goes through and instantly will confirm. But Duke and Machine, as always, he's the only man who's left alive for really late.
Yeah, as long as Duke and Machine doesn't catch a grenade to the face here, they might be able to defend. Lamborghini pressing up here. Lamborghini also needs to make sure, though, that their back sight lines aren't going to be exposed, because I see Enigma Galaxy right behind them, but it does look like Duke was spotted towards the end right there.
4 rivals as well, taking a dig on a Noah. Noah, one man getting knocked out. Still looking just so good on the overall rankings, man. 183 points, plus they got 2 points more. So they're looking really good. They're big time chilling. Godlike out in the open. Don't like the position that Godlike has. Down to only 3 players live. Z-God, Clutch God, and Jonathan.
They're in the open.
In the front. Yeah.
Yeah, but fortunate for them, nobody's going to be behind them, right? Yeah. And they also have clear sight lines to the north to make sure they can't give backstab. So they really have some time to work with right now and come up with some type of game plan on how to push down onto Team Secret. So they do have that working for them.
They do have that working, but still, I mean, we've been watching Godlike, and these kind of moments, they have been choking quite a lot. But hopefully, they're able to figure out a game plan for themselves. But Downwood Gaming now getting pushed on by A7. A7 not happy that Downwood Gaming has this compound, and Downwood Gaming as well trying their best to hold on this defense. Revo! Oh, he could have got taken out there.
A7 win this. They have to. A7 are so good up close and personal. Oh, no. Especially when Fabian's going to be burned alive. And here comes Mafioso with that additional support to help Carrillo flush out this Damwon player on the second story.
Oh, that's going to be compressing Damwon down even a little bit more added pressure with Mafioso joining the fray. A7, all 4 players found themselves at least a safe spot for now. I wouldn't really call it safe because they do have another team right next to them. So Dominant Gaming. Junie, I do like what he's trying to do, is playing things a little safe, not moving around, not really giving his exact position away. So that means A7 will still have a little problem knowing that Junie's right on top of them. But here we go. Damwon finding the opening on the A7. The confirmation there instantly. Sung is the man. Was trying his best to do so. And Bull, another one, taking down A7. They're sweating right now. 2 players being taken out just like that. Downwood Gaming not looking that great. Junie from the back strikes in. Finally, the silence breaks. And now A7. Carrillo, the only man left alive. He's trying his best to fight back. But Downwood Gaming defense is a little too good.
Wow. taking a little too many fights at the same time right there. They had a duo on that first story, Alpha 7 trying to flush out the Dom 1 solo on the second story, and that amount of time was able to really pay off in Dom 1's favor in the opposite building as they just popped around the corner, hip fired the UMP, and well, we saw right there the tides have turned. And on that note, Dom 1, they finished that fight just in time as well because the next zone did shift and it is completely opposite from where they currently are. So they have some time to regroup, met up, and use those vehicles that Alpha 7 used to push them to reposition.
Team Secret. Do like how they're moving over here. Playing right on the edge of the zone. They can try and gatekeep so many teams, including Enigma Galaxy right at the back, Xavier as well. So this is their chance to try and rack up a lot of kills, but Furious Gaming, team in the front, 4 rivals, hasn't really been doing that great, but here comes a third party, getting shot in the back. Backs being exposed, Poppy Poacher not going to be happy of that. And here we go, Freak as well getting charged on, but Team Secret is looking a little too strong.
Wow, yeah. A Groza and a Shack right there. Oh, Noah with another 2-2 split. This is pretty much their bread and butter, especially here on Miramar. So definitely keep tabs on them as everybody honestly just trying to reposition in this new circle and trying to survive. Furious on the high ground though. Scream with the scar. Huge angle, huge sight lines from Scream, but Scream is getting pressured from Navi.
Oh, dude, it's just like all the angles at this point are being watched out by so many other teams. Third parties after third parties were ought to happen. This was expected, but Nova, quite a lot of damage being dealt onto themselves. So Nova going to be taking a little bit of back foot, taking a little chill pill behind that ridge. And here we go, 4 rival strikes in. They find a knockout. Furious Gaming going to be a little unhappy after that. Big Milo still has the high ground to work with to try and hold off the players of 4 rivals. Triggers in, trying his best to escape the sidelines of 4 rivals, but it's not going to work out.
Yeah, if I'm Furious right there, they spent so much time, so many resources to really lay the fire down onto 4 rivals. I think you just commit to making that push and trying to take them out in that close range battle compared to trying to rotate around them. And we saw right there, Furious, they just got blown to pieces. They weren't even able to use their weapon. And now here comes Nova trying to push right into that same spot 4 rivals were holding down and defending from Furious.
But the circle shifts on to 628. 628 are in luck. They also have one of the best compounds inside the circle. If they play this to perfection, that means 628 might just win this game. But Infinity is well alive in the game with 3 players. That's quite huge. Lamborghini making it hurt onto H2G. Man falls down in H2G now. Down to a 3-man squad. Team Secret getting shot in the back by Noah. These are 2 big teams, and here we go. Lamborghini being spotted. Yep, as you said, Nade Parade comes in through, try and flush out Lamborghini. Lamborghini makes this push happen. Has the M249 as well. A lot of bullets to work in his favor, but is also getting shot at in the back. There we go. There we go. As you mentioned, he just naded himself. Unfortunate.
Oh, unfortunate for them, fortunate for Lamborghini with the M249 out there. And you were just talking about the Infinity down here in the south. They did have 4 up. That's no longer the case. But over here, Team Secret, they have been defending their shack for some time. Can they do it? Up against Paraboy, tossing a molly right into the smokes. 3 elim points on Paraboy. M4, it is locked, it is loaded, it is ready to go. Paraboy up close and personal. You gotta watch out for him. He's gonna go for that spray down. He's gonna get one, but traded on from Jumper, but Order right behind him with the support with the UMP. Can we clutch it out, Order?
Oh, he's trying his best to clutch it out, but Order as well is taking things a little cautiously. He does know that's the only man left alive for Team Secret. Jumper still able to wipe Noah out of existence, and somehow Jumper is able to keep the defense alive.
7 elim points right now on Team Secret. We can see them in 13th position. They are trying to climb up this leaderboard. Jumper, the last one alive. Little solo battle out there against D. Xavier Lamborghini. Meanwhile, all that chaos in the north, guess who's up? 6-2-8. The only team with 4 up here late game.
Oh, look at the spread as well. Yu Yang all the way on the left and the rest 3 players on the right just moving on the edge lines. I don't know if I like this spread, though. If Yu Yang's position gets compromised, that means that 6-8 are going to be in huge trouble. But still, this might just work out if Yu Yang plays this out really safe and keeps his position anonymous. Lamborghini gets spotted. He should be taken care of in no time. And yes, Yu Yang takes care of him. but that means his position now has been revealed to the player of S2G, and if I'm not wrong, it's 7. But here we go. 628 moving quite close to infinity. They have no clue that Newsy is right in the front, but Jumper gets taken care of by Yu Yang, and there we go. That's quite an instrumental play by them.
Yu Yang's position, yes, if they do get called out there, you have to assume they're not going to be able to get picked up, but Yu Yang is just putting in the work from that angle, and, well, it's a 3v1.
3v1, 7 has the ghillie suit. Position being compromised, sides being locked onto him. 7 still trying his best to deal a lot of damage. Yu Yang taken down quite low, but the rest 2 players are looking pretty healthy. Yu Yang staying in the back. Decides not to heal this time, but 628, 33T moves in forward, and he's going to seal the deal. And just like that, 628 are going to be your winners in the second game.
Wow, what a Miramar match right there. The mid to late game, nothing but action. 628. Let's go. Represent the China, getting that winner chicken dinner here this game. Now, I got to go back though. I know we are talking about them a lot, but Nova Esports, they had a duo, and they are still, in my opinion, able to really put that wrench in the plan of Team Secret, who, quite honestly, they were looking really good this match. And hey, they still did a good job, but you cannot discount if Nova have 1 player alive, if they have 2 players alive, it's a full squad. Order alone is a team to themselves here, so it is something else. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear what the panel has to say about that game.
All right, Dave, getting fancy with the analysis test with a panel. I'm curious to see what you come up with next here. But 628, maybe they're tired of seeing their Chinese brethren team getting victories for themselves or doing well. They want to get some limelight on themselves. Pull up a victory here, very strong indeed. Helps move them up the rankings. And that's a good start for a team who's looking to just edge forward, get a couple of extra hundreds of thousands of dollars in their pocket. But not a bad showing here.
Yeah, I think even Delshi, we checked the stats, right? He was, what was it, 3rd top fragger in lobby at the start of the day. So it's Nova hold on to with that very famous 2-2 split towards Hacienda del Patron. Execution really well, waited for the late game and just started pushing out when there was just less numbers. Really good execution.
And something that we saw, it's 2nd place, 3rd place, and 4th place teams that were all out before top 10, which is kind of allowing these teams that weren't really in contention before, they could try to make a push. I mean, we saw how much ST was able to push up with that last chicken dinner. They could make a push for those top 3 situations.
You can see Nova here, 6th place. Yes, that's not great, but they still get 6 and 7 more points ahead of the teams who are trying to catch them. This point gap continues to grow. This goalpost is continuing to be moved, and obviously part of that is due to the man on your screen here, Paraboy, the MVP yet again. Is this the 2nd MVP in a row out of him? He's like, you know what, Order? Get out of here. MVP's mine, son. I'm the star player on this team.
I mean, you know that blue, those blue lines, that's Order, okay? He's still pretty far when it comes to elimination. So, though in terms of overall damage, he's still really high coming out from him. The blue one. The blue one
Blue
there.
line?
Yeah, the blue line. That's Order. And you know that that's going to still require a really huge day from Paraboy if he wants to overtake it. It's $10,000, you know, it's a pretty good vacation. Make to a hotel. Get pampered, you know, you'll be fine.
Yeah, get on to the Fairmont Hotel over in Singapore. You can see here the points they do have, though. They have a 62-point lead. 62. I think I said 72 point is I was expecting at the end of the day here. I might go back and revisit this because I don't think I'm going to be right anymore.
I'm actually cool with my 65, actually. I'm not going to be too far. But the really interesting point in this game that you've got to keep in mind is that all the teams that we're looking at here, which are going to be Na'Vi, Nima Galaxy, and Next Ruya, are currently in 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, respectively. They all went out before top 10. And while Nova was still able to get a decent amount of points, that gap is once again increasing. We're starting to get to the point where there's no comeback from
Can we give a special shout out to D Xavier here in 5th place? 0 chicken dinners. Every team around them has one, and yet they're still in 5th. That's pretty damn good here, especially for the team coming from Vietnam. I mean, if we compare them to Damwon, they're able to really maintain performance they had in the finals of the league stage in East.
That is impressive. I mean, if you look at their placement points, they have more placement points than anybody near them. That means they're being consistent in regards to those placement points. I do want to give another shout out to 628 that were able to jump up to that 6th place. And this is what I was talking about. We've been talking about which team can catch Nova, right? We might be getting to that point now where some of these teams are definitely not going to be able to catch them. And it becomes an issue of some of the other teams that were in 10th place, like 628 was before this match. They're now put themselves within 13 points of 2nd place. And if I'm not mistaken, that is a big gap difference in prize pool and something that a lot of teams are going to be keeping an eye on.
I was gonna say, Max, you can calculate the prize difference, but I
don't want to put them on the spot.
The thing is, right, if you're talking about Nova here and the point that they have, pretty much, as long as they just don't go out with 0 points, they're going to win. That's what they're currently sitting
Yeah.
at.
I would even go to say, like, we're already halfway done with the day. I would say this next
We're not
game...
halfway done yet. That was only match 2.
We're not, yeah, I know, but we're almost there.
Okay,
That's nice.
that's true.
If this next Sanal game, we do not see any of the teams that are in top 4 below Nova get a good result and Nova having a mid-lane or even bad game, I think it'll be over. I don't think you can close that gap already. It seems almost infeasible here.
I think they'll just get closer to my point gap difference. 100 points. That's what I thought it was probably going to be. They're looking to do it. And once again, the craziest part is that Nova still has a fight between themselves. You have Paraboy, and then you have Order. And both of them are trying to clash against each other and see who's going to take that MVP.
Yeah, and the thing is a lot of pride to have as well. If you can beat Paraboy in this, I think for Order, like that'd be phenomenal. And we saw a couple of teams contesting it. We saw Order having the big lead going into the day, but again, Paraboy's continuing to show up here. And if Paraboy, not only is he playing to win, but he's playing to be the MVP. I feel scared for every other team out there.
I have the impression we're going to start seeing Order and Paraboy drop different locations. Like, they're hot dropping each other right now, just contesting early frags. They're just going to like, okay, we're going to take one team each. We'll try and get all the eliminations, but they're fighting for that MVP spot.
They're not even playing, they don't even need to play afraid. I mean, Paraboy almost took Secret on by himself. Like, that's how much confidence they have individually to win fights. They're taking fights uphill, which is already tough to do. Against the teams, the caliber of teams we have, they just have no fear.
It was Team Secret. I think we have to give a shout out to Jumper from Team Secret because even though we haven't really spoken to Team Secret or seen anything from them, Jumper being able to beat the 2 players, right, that are currently in that contention for MVP, that's going to be a confidence boost for this player. And I mean, these teams are still fighting it out for some prize pool, so hopefully we'll see a little bit different. I'm not going to say Team Secret's going to go all the way to top 3. That's not what I'm saying. But it could be maybe a confidence boost to push them to top 10.
Yeah, I think it could definitely be happening. Though, if I do have to bring potentially a negative aspect to the table on that play, I think that Nova could have played that a little bit better on that push onto Jumper. They could have gone for a 2-man push at the same time, but they just went in one by one.
Are we nitpicking right now?
Yeah, I am nitpicking. I'm trying to find the small little details. Like, I can go negatively on that aspect. Otherwise, it's 99% good gameplay.
Paraboy should have definitely waited for Order, but they're currently fighting for that MVP, so he wanted to get those elims first.
I'll get it first.
Yeah, we're not happy with them being 60 points ahead. They need to be 160 points ahead, everyone. But the fact is, I mean, they still technically can improve, but obviously we have to be hesitant to, I'd say, to critique them because we don't know the columns going on within the team. We don't know, like, maybe they're feeling really relaxed, right? Maybe they did get pampered at the fair amount. Maybe they don't have to worry too much and they're not playing in that kind of situation where, all right, we need to catch up to this team to win. No, they're just like, as long as we just don't die, we're going to win this whole thing. I can already go to my bank, cash that check right now. I'm already thinking about what do I want to buy? Some new shoes, maybe a nice car, maybe want to help Max out and get him some skins finally in the game. Who knows?
Yes.
Oh, I thought you were going to go somewhere completely different with that. But
we're not sending Max to Turkey, no.
I completely agree with you in regards to Nova, just playing a little bit more relaxed. I'm not going to lie, Max. I would love to see Order and Paraboy drop in different locations. And I think what you were trying to go for is mostly Nova trying to do a 4 corners. Are they that confident? Are they that comfortable right now that they can just try to have a player, each player just land in a different spot just for fun?
Maybe the last match.
Maybe the last 2 games, just for the memes.
And then Paraboy's going to land like near Order and like just try to nade him down. You know? So this is my MVP now. Get out of here.
I would just like them to try and nade each other. Like, no, get out.
That's what we're getting at too now. They're trying to down each other before they get any aliens.
Yeah, Order, take that car and run off. Ba, 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 ba.
Okay.
Well, we're seeing 6-8 here in the rotations they made. Obviously, they close out the victory here on Miramar. And I mean, what do you want to say about 6-8's victory? Did it look easy, look hard? Did they have to fight for it? I mean, still getting the eliminations they got. I think it was like 27 points, I think. Or no, it was 25, right? Because they got 10 eliminations. It was a very strong game, but unfortunately, this team has just been a little bit quiet, but they are moving up the leaderboards. They are securing themselves better positions. And more importantly, they're showing the world that there's not only one Chinese team that's better than you in the likes of Nova. There's 2.
Yeah, and this is the Chinese team that doesn't have this type of experience in PMGC, right? So maybe need a little bit more time to get into the swing of things. And here, actually, it was a very slow-paced game very early on in this match. I think early to mid-game, not much was really happening for them. The moment they had Control 7 of that road section that was down south of the Lake Circle, they were gatekeeping almost everyone. I think in particular, Infinity was a team that just could not make it across that road because the hold that was coming through from 6-8 was just so strong, it's impossible to make that rotation actually happen. And the moment you know you cleared all the south, start going uphill, start taking control, going for the wide splits, and make sure that no one has a living opportunity or chance to take that fight against you. So 6-8, this is the type of finishes that I'd love to see from them. I wish I could see it just a little bit more.
I mean, we might be able to, right? This is a team that already has 2 chicken dinners. They still have, what is it? 4 more games to play, there could be a chance that they're gonna see that prize pool getting bigger and bigger. Thanks, my math was great. They're gonna see that prize pool getting bigger and bigger as they move up, and they might start changing, they might start adjusting, especially with some of the other teams. I gotta call one out. I gotta call out Alpha 7. I mean, Alpha 7 right now, they're having to. They might not even make it to top 10. Yeah, do Brazil not making it to top 10. And when we talk about that, like, remember what we were saying with Godlike, how we were hyping up Godlike, okay, maybe they're going to be able to make it to top 10. Alpha 7 might be putting themselves in a situation where they might not make it to top 10.
I feel like for maybe Alpha 7, and I mean, this can sound kind of negative, but it's not really entailed that way. I think being in Brazil, sometimes with the performance they've had over the course of the year in PMPL Brazil, it becomes like an echo chamber for them. They kind of think they're the best team in the world, and they kind of have a wake-up call. But speaking of wake-up calls, we're going to head over to Singapore here, and we have an interview with Tixi with Charmaine. Take it away, and let's hear what Tixi has to say.
Hello from Singapore for the PUBG Mobile Global Championship Grand Finals. I'm Charmaine E, and oh my gosh, I wish you could feel the excitement, the exhilaration. And with me now, we have Navi. We have, of course, Tixi from Navi. Hi, good to see you. A big hello to all your fans internationally. A few questions for you. The Grand Finals is only 4 matches away from ending, and looking at the standings, you are within striking distance of the championship. With that in mind, what preparations did you make coming into today?
Всем привет. У нас осталось последние 4 игры до окончания всего матча. Как вы думаете подготовиться ментально к последним 4 играм? Думаете ли вы поменять стратегию?
Нет, мы не планируем менять стратегию. Будем играть также от края, и мы планируем занять топ-1. Не будем смотреть таблицу до последнего матча. На последнем матче посмотрим, и если нужно будет, на кого-то упадем, и, возможно, у нас получится выиграть. Мы рассчитываем на 1-2 строчку.
We are planning to be on the 1st or the 2nd place. We are not going to look at any tables and the results. We are just focused totally on our games, and we are not going to change any of our strategies. We are on our way.
That was actually going to be my next question, which is, after the last match, will you be making changes? So no changes?
Yeah. Вы не думаете менять никакие стратегии еще?
Нет, мы будем играть так же, как и играли все 12 матчей.
We will be playing the same as our previous 12 games.
All right, sounds good. Final question, because I know you want to get back to it. Which team do you think will pose the greatest threat to your chances today?
Какая команда самая большая проблема для вашей команды? Как вы думаете?
Думаю, что Nova, они на протяжении турнира очень стабильно отыгрывают и отыгрывают до последнего матча. Они также играли очень стабильно на лиге, но у них там чуть-чуть не пошло, они заняли 4-ю или 5-ю позицию.
As it's seen, the Nova, they are playing very stabilized and on their way. They were also the first in their previous game. But unfortunately, they take the 4th place on the previous leagues. But here they are going more better and stabilized.
All right, well, all the best of luck from all of us here in Singapore. Otherwise, sending all the love back to the analyst desk. Thank you so much for joining us here in Singapore. We have Tixi from Navi.
Oh, it's just me. Okay. Hey, that's
man.
they're
waving alone, Jason.
Because contractually obligated time here to be on air. It's actually great to hear about Tixi, and obviously get to hear that Nova is their biggest threat. But to be fair, I think we kind of assumed it. You okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, I was just thinking about Singapore. And
You know what you're thinking about? You're thinking about OnePlus, actually. Funny enough, 7, it's actually our sponsor here at Pmgc. You guys can unlock victory with the OnePlus 9 Pro with its ultra-smooth gaming and its 90 FPS. And you guys never have to settle when using a OnePlus. And obviously, that's what Nova are using here, because they're decimating everyone out there. And Paraboy in particular is like, you know, I'm not settling for 2nd place MVP. He's going to unlock victory, and he's going to take it himself. Yes. I do miss having you and Claris there staring at the phone next to me, and then Claris doing like weird faces as well. But also a big shout out to Singtel here, our carrier over in Singapore, providing ultra high speed network with 2 times lower latency. They're helping the event out as well. It's a big sponsor. What was that?
I don't know, speed. I don't know.
Are you the Flash?
Yeah, I was trying.
All right, well, we'll zip on out of here. We'll quickly head on over to a break while we see what other characters and superheroes Max can pretend to be. And we'll see you guys in just a few moments here. Your hands are in the way, Max, for match 3.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم.
Eddie, are you okay?
Yeah, take the egg. You can take the egg. Yay! Oh! Can you see how many flowers are there on mine? Go! Yay!
Yay! Ponggol, ponggol! Ponggol, ponggol! Ponggol, ponggol! Sa mga ponggol! Welcome to Ponggol. Thank you.
Every second that I breathe is going down in history. We are victorious, can't stop me. Maybe today we'll fight our battles, show you the way if you can handle it. You follow me.
I be the man, back to the battle, the last man standing. Who would have thought that I had what it takes? With the whole city on my shoulders, going crazy. Back to the pub, and the keeping the G. Victory lap on the ride with the team. Every sport and sport with the E. Aim for the high score ring.
PMGC 2021 Grand Finals
To glory.
To glory.
We are back and about to hit the halfway point here at PMGC 2021, and it is our final day here at the Grand Finals. And at the end of the day, we're going to have our champion, our best team in the world, and they're going to be $1.5 million richer. And at the moment, Nova are currently sitting in that position to do exactly that. I got Maxman, Seven Worlds Gaming as well here on the desk to join me, Jason Kaplan, as we break all this down. And so far, Nova have looked just as good as the last 2 days, making it even more difficult for all the other teams out there to catch up to them. But we are seeing some teams start to stand up here. Stalwart Esports in match number 1. We saw 6-8 here in match number 2. So we had 2 STE teams taking victories. Will it be a third? Well, only time will tell here. But we talked about marriage, right? Not in the terms of proposing and getting engaged to the love of your life. We're talking about the marriage between elimination points and placement points. And right now, Nova are in a very sweet spot.
They definitely are. I mean, Max, this is something that we've been asking. And another thing I want to mention, this team it's scary in a way that they just keep on improving every year. If I remember last year.
Say what now? I think that's been a little bit
right, because if that's in the on Sandhawk, sorry, I didn't notice that part. This is on Sandhawk only. That is actually insane. Noticing, because we've only had 2 Sandhawks being played, and I didn't realize Nova was doing that well in ranking points.
That's actually really scary, right? Because I mentioned it. This is the game where I'm going to say that they are. The chances for some of the teams in our top 4 is going to be gone after this game, and the fact that Na'Vi are not able to perform that well, we saw like 1 average placement point on this map. If they go out early here and Nova have another good performance with an average placement point for Nova of, what was it, 10.5 there?
Yep.
It might be GG for Na'Vi to get to that first place. Still, of course, there's that fight and that battle for second place, but first place is just going to be lost in this game. So we need to see them try and get a good result here, which they haven't been able to do just yet.
Not even just from Na'Vi. I want to see a better result from just all of those 2nd to 4th place teams, because now they're giving that, we were mentioning it earlier, they're giving a chance for other teams to just close that gap. And pretty soon, I'm going to put it out there. I think we're going to start seeing some of the teams that we really haven't seen in 2nd, 3rd, and 4th place. I think they're going to start getting replaced. We haven't really seen Nextria in such a long time. We haven't talked about them since yesterday. What happened in Frozen? We saw the performance from Frozen yesterday slowed down so much that it affected Nextria. So that question still, I mean, it was answered that no, Nextria is not able to perform if Frozen is not performing. We need to see Frozen. We need to see Nextria again if they want to maintain themselves within that top 3 situation.
Is that your team to watch, Nextria?
It's not.
Oh, it's mine.
Well, that's my. Hey, we can make 7 jealous. Woo. No, I'm not doing that with you. I'm just kidding. I'm just thinking at the end of the day.
I'll just go back to Turkey. I get
for
it.
me and you, Nextria. Now, Max, I'll say why I'm saying Nextria is basically what someone pointed out. The fact today they have not performed. They have not looked good, and they could be slipping from 2nd to 3rd, from 2nd to potentially like 5th, 6th, 7th place here at this rate. And that's the difference between hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Normally I would come in with my own point, but it's actually the same thing as 7. We got the same reason behind it, because they've just not been really performing today, and we need to see them get back into things, because otherwise, I mean, they're currently standing in, what is it, 3rd place, just above Enigma Galaxy. They need to get a good result, because now it's starting to get to a point where lead is going to be extremely hard to close in the next 3 games that will remain after this Sandhawk, so they need to get a performance here. If it's just a top 3, I'll be happy. A win would be even better.
I agree with that, but it's not Nextria. It's going to be my pick. It's going to be Alpha 7. And kind of along the lines of what you guys were saying, it's just a team that just hasn't been performing. Usually in Sandhawk, so far, this tournament, they have averaged about a 9th place finish and only 4 elims. That is not the stats that I'm used to seeing from Alpha 7. Hopefully, they'll be able to step it up here. Yesterday, they had an amazing rotation, but for some reason, they decided to play bumper cars in a location where you shouldn't be playing bumper cars. So maybe they'll be able to learn from that and readjust.
All right, real quick, I'm going to switch it up on you two. Predictions of who's going to win this match.
Nextria.
Nextria.
Nova.
Okay, I mean, you have the realistic answer. I can pretty much agree with you there. I want to hope for Infinity, but you know one thing I don't have to hope for of who's going to be coming up next on your screen. It's going to be Mustache Dave and Necro once again to cover Papa Blue and the story on Sandhawk.
3rd game of the final day, Dave. And, well, one question that's really bugging my mind is what happened to Alpha 7 and Dawn 1 Gaming in that previous game?
Let it go. Man, all right, chat. Respect to you. I get it. I underestimated Dawn 1 Gaming. They did win the East Finals for a reason. But I'm from the West Side, man. West Side, best side. So I gotta go. And 7, hey, we heard right there. 7 had the same prediction for this game. We gotta represent, man. Alpha 7. You gotta show up. And honestly, after that play, I hope they just ignore what happened. don't even think about it. Just come into the Sandhawk map with the bigger picture on their mind, and that's getting that winner chicken dinner. Right now, it is critical for teams who are not performing well to not get tilted. So let's see what will happen. We're officially halfway done with today after this game, and well, Clutch got up close and personal, looking for a fight with the double barrel shotgun. Oh,
Clutch got not able to live up to his name. This time not able to clutch the situation out. 2-on-1 falls down. Clutch God gets traded out easily. Duke and Machine confirming the kill, but yeah. What I really noticed really cool was the circle. Now, it's divided equally on those 3 islands, and I do want to see where the circle is going to be shifting. Now, if the circle shifts on top left, that means 628 and Navi are going to be having a huge advantage inside the game, and they can try and hold off all the teams that will try and cross over the other side. But if the circle shifts on the right side, that means Stalwart Esports are going to be causing a hell of a ruckus. So I do want to see where the circle is going to be shifting. But now we have Z-God closing in some distance on Fenerbahce.
Yeah, it looks like God looking for some revenge play out here, looking to possibly take out Fenerbahce. I see Jonathan in the back lines too, so they're looking to get the 3-way pinch going right here. Fenerbahce, they are prepared. You know, they're aware of what's about to happen. We see them prone. They got the Vector. They got the Uzi. So they got some weapons that are really good up close and personal. So really, if they vault through his windows, they're going to need to be careful.
Yeah, keep this in mind, ladies and gentlemen. This is the 3rd game of the final day. That means after this game, half of the day is already going to be concluded. That means after 3 games, the champion will be announced. And for now, it's looking pretty clear who's probably going to be it. But yeah, Godel trying to push against Bache, and Fenerbahce holding their nerves with the guns. They're not really giving their position away just like that. Godel, on the other hand, though, they're getting impatient, and they do want to take him out. They do smell the blood, but I do like the way Neo challenged this fight. Went a little bit in the back. Z-God, though, does realize both the players are just trapped inside the house, but Z-God finds an opening. Grabillion gets taken out. Z-God push comes in through, but runs out of bullet, needs a fresh magazine, and Evil gets some, but Duke and Machine as well gets taken care of. Z-God, easily able to take care of these 2 players.
Punch him out.
Is he going to punch him out? Is he going to punch him out?
He's going to try to punch him out. And the thing is, with Fenerbahce, they can't really respond to this because that duo, they're pretty much by themselves because Fenerbahce, their other 2 squad mates that were still alive are completely opposite of each other. Look at this. We got Noxbomb at Dock, so they're just so far away that it's just impossible to provide that support. And it looks like one of them actually tried to swim across the channel to get there in time, and they were also spotted, tagged, and bagged. So Noxbomb, well, it is Sandhawk. So I said it the other day, Sandhawk is that map that can really turn the tides when it comes to placement points because of the fact, and you know where I'm going with this, you can heal. You could get all the meds. So if I'm Noxbomb right here, I'm going to every building, every compound. I'm looking underneath every single bush, every single car, and I'm picking up the meds, and I am planning to just heal my butt off to at least a 5th to 4th place, get those 6 placement points, those 8 placement points, and just try to help the team out in general when we look at the overall leaderboard.
Now, Furious Gaming has to be one of those teams that has been making quite a lot of changes in their roster, right? They just keep on making those switches happen. Big Milo for Triggers in, but the problem is inside this game, we didn't even get to see him in action. Got taken out quite early, so don't really know if that was a good decision or not, but Furious Gaming left with only 2 players alive, Fenerbahce with only 1, and then you have Godlike with 3 players. Now, me personally, I'm from India, coming inside the tournament, coming inside the grand finals. I was so excited to see Godlike. But still, as I mentioned, in the end of the day, even if they're top 10, that's going to be quite huge.
Yeah. And right there, a couple of elim points. 3 to start off this Sandhawk Carrillo. Cooking a grenade, tossing a grenade. A little shy of the mark here. 4 rivals turtling up right here, anticipating a potential push from Alpha 7, looking for that redemption from last game's push.
There we go, though. Revo's nade is going to be opening things up over here. And this is going to be opening quite a lot of opportunities for A7 to make the push happen. But again, this shouldn't be the Dom1 Gaming thing just repeating itself. A7 should be a little too cautious. They're using the utilities perfectly to try and flush out 4 rivals from this comfortable spot they've gotten themselves in. 4 rivals taking things quite safe. And A7 seems like they're going to back off.
Yeah, Senetexa really far from this fight, also not able to provide that support similar to what we saw from Fenerbahce in that last push. So I think after last game's Don failed attempt to claim that compound for themselves, they realized, okay, we do not want to risk it. Currently 10th place overall. If they were to lose one or even two members this early on Sandhawk, that will set them back big time. So I like the call.
These are how those two players got taken out for Furious Gaming. Unfortunate start for them. But again, one of those teams that is all the way in the bottom of leaderboards. Dave, I really do feel like the next three games that are about to come, they're going to be really interesting because I feel like the next three games, this is where the final teams might just start playing spoilers.
Oh, it's going to be intense. It is going to be intense. And Xavier, okay. Looking to push into paradise. Look like S2G, we're all prone. Just looking at the doorways. Silas, though, UMP, yep. Look at this. S2G are setting up a trap, and, well, the trap is sprung. We're able to knock out one of the squad mates from D Xavier.
S2G, as you mentioned, D Xavier straight up walking into the trap. Lamborghini, though, trying his best to reply back. At this point, the fallen man will be confirmed. And yeah, Lamborghini, has the speed of Lamborghini, just falling back.
Oh, dude!
Oh, punch out! Punch out! Punch out! Uh-oh. Salt on the injury.
The 1-2. So, real quick, I want to touch on that three-man push from Alpha 7. I feel like if they would have, and I'm going to keep talking about it a little bit. I feel like if they would have wiped out, oh, look at this. Yeah. I feel like if they would have wiped this fight right here, they would have had to push for rivals. Because they did not win that fight, I feel like that here, and that's why we see them pulling back and not playing that aggressive play style that we're used to seeing from Alpha 7, at least from the West League.
Sung just played that situation so perfectly in Miramar
Junie too.
Against Alpha 7.
Junie juked them from the second story, popped out the window and vaulted through instead of going down the stairwell.
Junie was more kind of like the distraction, and Sung was just set up for like MVP play, and he did so in that fight. So Junie overall as well, doing a perfect job. And Sung from the back just striking and taking each and every single player down single-handedly. But yeah, now Na'Vi, another one of those teams. As I mentioned, every single team on the map currently is just waiting for the next circle shift, where the next circle shift is going to be heading towards. If he goes on the top left island, as I mentioned, 6 to 8 are going to be in a huge advantage.
Huge, man, huge. And Na'Vi getting a lot of spotlight here today because they are in second place. They are Nova. They're just being so consistent. You know, even if they get one or two of their squad mates taken out here early, it's a mid game. They still are just a force to be reckoned with when it comes to those elim points. So they are doing a great job at just maintaining here today.
Yeah, no, without a doubt, man. It's like all the time they're able to get the stellar positioning inside the game. At this point, I just want to know what exactly goes on. Well, like, what kind of comms do they do? Team comms and everything. Just want to know what exactly goes on inside the brain. All right, sure.
Team
comms, go ahead.
Order's alive. You know what his teammates are saying? You're just better. You're better. You're better. And they're telling Order that in his ear, and Order's just pushing up with the grenade. Order got a double grenade onto Team Secret last game that we saw. Now, of course, Jumper was able to defend that shack phenomenally, really clutching it out. But those are your team comps. The team comps right there. You're better. You're better. Ooh. You got this. You got this. So I love to see it. And, well, getting into this game, next Ria, I believe the desk were kind of talking about how they have been slipping down the leaderboards here today. Any thoughts on that from your perspective?
Yeah, honestly, next Ria, the consistency factor seems kind of like slowly and steadily it is fading away. But still, they have tied up against Na'Vi. 131 points for both these teams, and this game is going to mean quite a lot. Because as I mentioned, after this game, that means half of the day is already going to be concluded. And that means the rest 3 games are going to be complete chaos and insanity. So this game is where next Ria, they can either go for those heal battles, as you like to mention it, and then either Na'Vi as well can try and do that and go for those easy and safe points while the other 3 players are just trying to gain those elimination points.
Yeah, Jimmy on the scooter. That's one player you need to watch out for here on Sandhawk. Jimmy on a scooter.
Oh,
that takes Jimmy
that's
to
deadly.
that next level. Yeah, that is deadly. I would not want to be anywhere near a Jimmy on a scooter. Talking about the heal strats, well, maybe Enigma Galaxy, maybe Godlike. Maybe those two teams, I'm pointing them out because they are all the way down there in the south still, looking for some additional bets, in my opinion. And these are teams that we might see them actually get this heal going, but let's see. This is going to be an indicator. Will Jonathan take these shots? If Jonathan does not take these shots, to me, Jonathan wants to heal this game. But, okay. Freak, okay. Well, position knock out Freak, but there's the Moody up there on the high ground. And yes, Jonathan was, well, turned on and taken out. So I don't know if that was worth it, man.
Yeah, Hamudi just turns around and slaps him right on the face. Got taken out of the game. Now, Freak, but still, got to say, Jonathan was able to at least get one man out. But the separation from Godlike, not a big fan of that. Neo again separated out from Clutch from Z-God. Kind of unhappy about that. But yeah, Z-God was able to wipe Fenerbahce out of existence, so that's pretty good. They still have 4 points on the table. And they can try and go for a little bit of survival game as well if they do want to have more points on their hand. As I mentioned, the goal is top 10.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's concerning to me right there. I definitely feel like Jonathan could have let that one slide and just focus on getting these placement points here instead of getting a little too thirsty and trying to get a elim point. I don't know. I mean, Sandhawk's the game. Sandhawk is the game. Is the map that you can definitely heal to win. I'm a true believer of that.
Yeah, Sandhawk is definitely one of those games where they can try and go for those kind of shenanigans. But still, Enigma Galaxy haven't rotated inside the zone yet. They're one of those teams that are going to take a leave pretty late. Have all 4 of their players alive in the game. I'm pretty sure Enigma Galaxy has to be one of those teams that are going to be going for those heal battles.
And look at that. They got the pickup on Freak.
Oh,
so those shots were for nothing. Those shots were for nothing. Next zone goes up, though. So talk about being for something for nothing. Look at that. I mean, a hard shift pretty much all the way up there to the north. The Infinity, strong position right now this game.
6-8. One man gets caught out in the open. Looking pretty tricky. Moves out from cover, and Scream is going to capitalize onto it, and now is looking to confirm the kill. But still, is not going to be able to do so. Just a little knockout. He has to be satisfied with that. Scream instantly backs off, not being a little greedy, not being too greedy in that situation. But yeah, Furious Gaming, they only have 2 players to work with, so at this point, it's either a do or die situation, or you can just try and play a little safe.
Play a little safe here. Silas Pugh, one of the most aggressive players from S2G right here. Catching some angles, the TPP. Spotting out some enemies out there. And Don Juan cruising over this bridge. They are going to be towards the south here. Not in the play zone, so they're looking to reposition. Miku, though, yep, looking for them, waiting for them to go for that swim. Once when they're in the water, easy pickings. And looks like Miku's going to wait for at least 2 of the members to be in the water here. Oh, he's also providing support for his teammates who are currently swimming across the channel as well. So they are playing a crucial role to the success of the trio trying to make it onto the land here.
Yeah, Miku is like just staying in the back. If there's a little threat, he's given a lot of visual info for the team. So now the team knows there's another team right on the right side, so they can always try and play a little safe from that. But Don Gaming, a proactive nature, helps them quite a lot in these situations. Forrest right on top. But we do have Miku from the back as well, trying his best to make it hurt. Matic in the close. Forrest gets spotted from the back, and he's taking a lot of shots, and his 4 rivals knocking on doors of Don Gaming.
Oof, Maddox still in the water, man. He doesn't want to pop up. He doesn't want to pop up. He can't pop up because once when he goes onto the shorelines, he might get spotted. And all those gunshots ringing on out now. 4 rivals going to be looking right on top of him.
4 rivals, yeah, as you mentioned, they joined a third party. Actually, 4 rivals has huge high ground over here in this fight. Na'Vi, though, still a little safe, so they're going to be going for the res on the fallen man. Takes it. Diamond Gaming still has another one man alive on the right side, and Na'Vi, I feel like, is not going to be a huge threat for Na'Vi. So Na'Vi, of course, as I mentioned, they're tied up in next Ria. They already have 2 points on their pockets, so that means Na'Vi are now in second place officially. But still, they will need to try and maintain it, gaining a lot of points inside this game.
Wow. It's about to be sweaty, man. 15 minutes into this match, we still got 15 teams alive here. Fenerbahce, unfortunate for them, one of the first teams to get taken out here. Dawan down to just one after that engagement with Na'Vi. So, gotta say, Na'Vi definitely coming out on top of that one. Next zone does go up, though, just touching a smidge of Paradise. And Infinity all the way up there to the north, a huge position for them.
Yeah, Infinity definitely having a huge position. That's going to mean quite a lot. There's a little separation. It's a 3-1 split. Mello was in the back, but I do see him retreating back towards his teammate. Logan as well, just having the high ground, making sure no one's crossing over the bridge. But 628 is making their way slowly and steadily on the other island. And Infinity will need to try and stop 628 if they're not going to do so. 628 winning that previous game, they're already having their morals boosted up quite high.
That's true, but I'm still looking at the Infinity. Like, this is a team mid-pack right now when we're looking at the overall leaderboards. With this zone shift, they have a lot of potential to really try to capitalize on getting some solid sight lines and getting a lot of elim points, especially like you mentioned, 628 now looking to reposition out there on that west side. But over here, one of the main focal points, all the teams using boot camp to try to safely rotate into zone. I'm counting at least 4 to 5 different teams in this area alone, Necro.
Oh no, but I also do see Daman Gaming striking from the back and taking out a player of Na'Vi, and Meku is the man this time. Gets taken out from the back. Unfortunate stuff for them. And it was Fabian from Daman Gaming. That one little man alive, that one snake alive from the back is going to strike in, and Na'Vi now being handicapped big time. Tixie, the only man left alive in the front, has so huge burden on his shoulder.
Yeah, with that said, I'm kind of surprised. 4 rivals kind of running out here in the open. Their backs exposed here. Oh, look at Tixie, though. Tixie is prepared to take out Fabian. Let's see Tixie with the UFP popping up. Fabian taken out for that revenge here. And Navi's still going to be alive with some elim points to continue trucking forward.
Look at Godlike. 2 players alive in the game. Still Z-God has a lot of threat in the front. But Nova, I'm going to hold on to our words. Finally finding an opening on the Nextria. Nextria had all right.
No po, mga teams natin. Order, secures it. Nova, talagang kailangan nila ito'y protectionan. Pero nga lang, NR, sila pa yung natatrap. Alam mo yung nakakatakot about Nova. Tingnan mo, pressured sila. Pero all it takes, it's just long springs. Pero si Order, he's gonna go down. May chance para kay Jimmy tsaka para boy makapasok na zone, pero kailangan nila harapin ang mga miyembro ngayon ng NR. Pero buti na lang nakapasok sila ng opener ngayon. STE kanina napabor sa zone, pero kailangan nila pumasok na sila. Nagtatakbuhan! Hindi niya naman saan sinabi na isa pa na tong marathon. And trap ngayon ang mga katulad ni Aver. Frankie, hindi siya napuan. May kita pa ng isa coming in from NR, pero Jimmy bumabagsak at may only have Paraboy. Will it be too late? Tingin ko matutuso ng mga taga-Nova.
Oh, no.
And speaking of, Jimmy is gonna go down. Buhay pa naman si Paraboy kahit papano. But as for NRX, wala na talagang pag-asa sa kanya to secure it. Pero Paraboy, pupunta na lang siya ngayon ng healing game. Pero makakapasok pa ata siya sa loob ng zone.
Yeah, he is well within the zone. Now, the only thing here is that si Paraboy nagpo-perform din siya kahit mag-isa na siya, the same as how Order plays. So if anything, may fighting chance pa yung Nova in terms of just kay Paraboy. Pero we're gonna be looking at the current scoreboard that we have on the right-hand side. Navi and NRX, they are gone from the fight. So may chance pa yung Nova dito na makahakot pa ng points para masalong lumamang pa. And as I say that, action nakakahakot ng 2 kills side ng Enigma Galaxy. For rival against Alpha 7. That's Alpha 7 out of the fight.
Waiting talaga ngayon ng mga teams. Pero alam mo yung maraming kills? Yung play zone, Nomad. Tignan mo naman. Kaliwat kanan yung nangyayari. All of the teams are still outside the zone. Sino ba ngayon ang may pag-asa? Behavior. Pero sandwich naman sila on a lot of teams. Pero S2G Stylus Pew tries to survive still all of those throwables. Sakto na to. And oh boy pa siya. Meron yung zone. Wala naman sa kanya. And finally, Lamborghini on the last cook itself. Makuha ba niya? Oof! Bago pa na maitapon, meron pa lang Infinity behind the scenes. It's going to be Logan. Pero nga lang S2E, maganda, STE sa kanila, maganda na yung zone. Pero mukhang hindi na naman pumabor sa kanila. Infinity, kompleto pa sila. And I think this is the time where they can finally shine. Lahat ng teams na nasa ilalim, sila ngayon ang pumapalo. And NGX, they're trying to achieve something. Gusto ba nilang humabol against Nova? Or it's just going to be impossible still dahil ang Nova magiging 5 points na nga lang sila. But as Infinity strikes in, ito na atang oras. The previous Kings of Erangel, last time nakita natin sila sa East League Finals, magiging same lang ba as ngayon sa Sunhawk? Dahil ang Team Secret, talagang pumupunta pa rin inside the zone. They're trying to survive still. Heavy nga lang yung rotation nila. But then, they need to destroy Nuzi first before they can finally get that flexibility sa loob ng bilog. Nasa pressure sila ngayon, kaso kailangan pa rin syempre ng entry fragger nila na si Fredo mag-ingat.
Kailangan talaga mag-ingat dito. Pero si Jumper, hindi nag-ingat. Mas patan niya si God Tanin. Si God pa nga nakakuha ng kill. Magnanakaw ng kill talaga. As God Tanin will go for the spray down. Will take one down onto iShot. Fredo heavily tagged. Godlike out of the equation now. As well as iShot, secured by God Tunny. Infinity looking poised to secure this championship. The game for themselves.
Konti na lang. Kahit paano daw, gusto na lang umangat sa leaderboards right now sa side ng Infinity. But as for Ralph, nag-healing game. May 19 pa siya, bro. May 19
It's done.
kasi.
It is done. Sige na, okay na. Okay na.
Okay na, Lev.
Raduf.
Raduf. Okay na.
Please lang.
19 pa. Walang paawa yung healing game. Biruin mo, nag-stuck na lang siya. Around the... Aakala nila nasa bahay.
Raduf. Please lang, oh.
Raduf. Ano pa? Uy.
Raduf. Baka naman.
Wait lang. Kanina pa siya sa Paradise. Di ba?
Oo.
Ilan yung dala-dala niya?
Ay, Diyos ko.
Ilan
Dami
yun?
nun.
30 o 50?
50. Sure ka 50.
Third
Raduf!
place pa lang eh. Wala na dito yung zone, di ba?
Men, wala bang ano? I mean, eto gusto ko lang i-point out to. Wala ba tayong tournament official dyan na magsasabi sa kanila, oy, kayo na lang natitira, okay na, tapos na. Okay na. Yun, sobrang focus pa si Raduf mag-heal, oh. Oh. Gusto mag-push out. Wala.
Oh?
Raduf. Nag-heal.
Oy.
Oy.
Ay.
Basta yun, Infinity na yung nag-chicken dinner dito. Yun na lang.
Eto
Baka
na.
4 na lang. 3 na lang. At ayun na nga nag-heal mga kaibigan. Napakaganda ng pag-heal ni Raduf.
Ilan kaya heal neto? Feel ko siya na yung most heal. Sa kanya na kagad, man. Bro!
Focus pa siya sa pag-heal.
Oo, grabe. Malay ba niya? Okay, that's just it.
Madadapa na siya. Dapa. Infinity chicken dinner.
Ang ate kay Mac. Ay. Nagulat siguro sila. Ano ang action nila?
You know.
Oh. Wala.
Lang.
Okay. Panalo pa na tayo, guys. Ay. The Infinity. Finally. Actually. After those times na sobrang nag-fail sila, with only a total of 9 elims, they are able to succeed right now. Medyo konti yung damage nila and yung healing. Pero nga lang, when it comes to Infinity themselves, alam naman natin na kayang-kaya naman nila rumess back and to up themselves sa leaderboards. And It's really amazing to see how these teams talaga kahit papano lumalaban pa rin sila, especially na ngayon nakikita na natin unti-unti sino kaya yung pwedeng manalo talaga ng mismong PUBG Mobile Global Championship. But you take a look at it, ang mga katulad syempre ng Nova, natuson nga sila dito, ang mga teams na kailangan mag-rise up, sila naman ngayon talaga yung gumagawa ng something just to be able to change the pacing of the game, and that's something that they need to be proud of. But as for this time, while waiting, Nomad, sa tingin parang nagulat tayo na sa Infinity pa pala napunta yung zone, and sa Infinity pa ngayon nagkaroon ng advantage.
Yeah, I mean, yung Infinity naman kasi makikita natin mamaya-maya kung paano yung playstyle nila, kung paano nila nakuha yan sa recap natin. Pero yung Infinity for the most part, they were fighting tooth and nail para mapasok sila. And sila na nga ang nila sa Enigma Galaxy with 14, Team Secret with 13, tied with Stalwart Esports, Godlike with 11, S2G with 6, For Rival with 6, FG with 5, and dito natin makikita yung top 3 teams natin na wala kaagad. Behavior with 3, tied with 628, Alpha 7 with 3, Navi with 3, NRX with 2, Damwon Gaming with 2, and Fenerbahce with 1 total. Nakita natin MVP of the game, none other than Behavior's very own Frankie. 498 damage dealt, 42% yung team contribution niya, at isa lang yung kill niya. Pero meron siyang 100 meters distance kill doon.
Baka siya yung parating parating yung may damage pero yung kill nakakount sa kakampi.
Oo, actually.
Alam mo yun? Yung sa'yo yung damage. At alam mo yun? Ikaw na nga yung naka 1k damage. Isa lang yung kill mo, dalawa. So, right now, overall rankings. So, 60 pa rin yung layo.
Parang walang pinagbago yun.
Walang pinagbago, ganun pa rin eh. So, tatanda natin, we're on the last 3 games. So, half na ng mga games natin ngayon ay nalaro na ng mga teams. Nova is still standing strong at 197. Malayo ang NGX, ang Navi, NRX, Infinity, Behavior, ST at 121, Stalwart at 118, Team Circuit umaangat, Alpha 707, Damwon at 111. Talagang sinusubukan yung mga players natin right now. Pero talagang yung Nova, di sila consistent sa Sanok. Let's be real, because malayo talaga sa kanila yung zone. Pero nga lang, ang layo din ng agwat ng kanilang score. Kasing layo ng kalayuan ng bilog sa kanila kanina sa Sanhok.
Yeah, I mean, as in talagang walang point na hindi naman sa walang point, pero ang hirap makahabol. If you're one of the other teams here, malapit na mag 300, malapit na mag 200 yung Nova, na kahit na hindi maganda yung placement nila, kung ano man yung limited amount of points na nakuha nila, it still adds up. Yung ibang teams naman, yung top 2 teams natin like NRX and Navi, hindi naman sila nakakahabol kasi maaga-aga sila na-eliminate kanina sa Sanok. Now that we're gonna be moving on over towards Erangel, again, it's looking tough. Talaga, kasi we're down to our last 3 maps sa tournament natin. And it's still looking like Nova's the top dog. Like, walang ibang dethrone sa kanila. If this map, hindi nakakuha ng chicken dinner at nakaabot ng, sabihin natin 140 or 150 yung Navi or NRX, secured na yung championship ng Nova if we're gonna be running through the map. Pero the only other hope na meron sila para makamit yung championship is if yung sa umpisa pa lang mawala na kagad yung Nova. Which is hard kasi with players like Paraboy and Order on your side, talagang ang hirap makipagduelo sa kanila. Laging maganda yung bakbakan, laging maganda yung duels na mapapanood natin. Kaya ang hirap sabihin kung paano talaga mapapanalunan ng ibang teams yung championship aside from Nova. Pero we're gonna be going back to the story at hand here na yung Infinity, the best team that we have in the East after the Eastern League Finals, slowly but surely they're gaining back the mojo na pinakita nila noong Eastern League. Na nakita na natin yung konting signs of life sa laruan nila. And I like how kahit na alam nilang malayo-layo yung agwat nila sa mga teams, placements still matter at the end of the day kasi mas mataas sa placements, mas mataas sa cash prize. So mas gigil silang makaharap ng chicken dinner in one map or two kahit na sobrang layo talaga ng scores.
Hopefully, ganun na mangyari. Pero it just takes one miracle for it to happen. Pero on the side of NGX, para makahabol kayo sa Nova, you get 2 consecutive chicken dinners. And may 3 games pa naman tayo. So it's not impossible for the teams that are placed at the 2nd to 5th. Pero sa side ng Nova Esports, hahayahan ba nila yun? Syempre hindi. They also want to be consistent sa Sanhok. Medyo malayo lang yung zone. Medyo alam naman natin that when it comes to Sanhok games, talagang sobrang pag nasa yung zone, ikaw talaga yung mananalo. And kapag wala ka sa zone, mahirap makapasok unless it's really gonna be smooth for your path. Pero I think it's not like that dahil mga teams mag-rotate din sila kagad. Alam naman natin, priority nila is to be part of the zone. So there's a lot of contestable areas kalaban ng mga may kita mong teams along the way. And bakbakan kung bakbakan, wala naman tayo nakita na, uy, di worth it to kalabanin. So we need to get out of it. Lahat ng mga teams dito sa Sanhok, okay, ito yung situation na kailangan natin manalo to be able to clear out our angles. And that's something from all of the teams. And at the same time, kailangan pa rin nila maging sure on how they'll be playing on the last 3 big maps. We still have Erangel. After that is Miramar, and last is going to be in Erangel before we can finally say that this team are the PMGC champions and they've been so consistent. But as for Nova, maka 200 plus lang sila or 220. That's already a big statement that we're the first team to get that back-to-back championship here in the PMGC, here in PUBG Mobile Professional League. Para lang silang isang team na sa ibang game na nag-back-to-back din sa parehas na major. And I think it's gonna be this we have seen that a lot of time, pero it's really rare kasi nakakita tayo ng ganito. Ibig sabihin, ang mga taga Nova Esports, it's their golden time itself. It's not muna sa Nova Esports. It is in Infinity.
Speaking of Infinity, kita naman natin i-recap kung paano yung movements nila. And for the most part, sila ang team na nasa loob ng circle natin. As in, hanap lang ng loot. Stay safe within the circle. And every single movement na ginagawa nila, always close to the circle. Mga anak ng Diyos in terms of sa pagkaswerte nila sa placements. Pero this is also what we expect from Infinity. Gantong din sila maglaro ng Eastern League Finals kung saan they like to play within the circles and they look for engagements no matter how rare. They try to get additional points off of that. Now, moving forward, since this is going to be the final Sanhok map, di na natin makikita yung gantong kagandang circle placements para sa Infinity. They have to manage it well kasi we're gonna be hopping back into Erangel kung saan favorite drop zone talaga nila is yung Sosnovka military base na baka hindi siya 100% maganda para sa kanila. Pero as we relive a little bit of the highlights here, may times din na yung Infinity naglalaro outside the circle din naman, gagamitin nila utilities nila to secure kills. Pero unfortunate na lang na nananakaw yung kills nila ng circle or ng ibang teams to get that additional points boost. Still, they still manage to get the placements from themselves.
And biro mo, just to be able to climb up yourself sa leaderboards, kailangan makunin yung mga gantong big wins. And they're quite lucky na hindi sila didn't really take na sobrang daming time para makapag-rotate sila. Kasi sobrang very relaxed nung ginawa ng Infinity. And even if may mga teams along their way na talagang kinontest against them, but they know their position, they have a lot of holds, they have this mini compounds, even if may mga times where there were a lot of teams around the Paradise, di ba? Pero gusto ko lang talaga makita, how did Rauduf, ilan kaya yung nalut niya sa mga nakalaban niya, di ba? Pero yun, naghintay na lang sila. Sabi nila, okay, it seems like tayo na talaga yung mananalo nito. We keep on fighting kung nasan yung kalaban natin. But alam na nila na nag-healing game. And that's how Infinity got this. And yeah, super ganda ng kanilang performance here in Sanok as we're gonna be seeing the last 3 games of this PMGC Grand Finals.
Yeah, and magbabalik kami after a short break kasi after this, it's the, sabi nga ni Dere, it's the last 3 maps for the tournament, the last 3 chances for the rest of the teams to catch up to Nova and potentially dethrone them from getting the back-to-back championship. Magbabalik ang PUBG Mobile Global Championship, huwag kayong aalis.
Homes are now where we work, learn, and, play? Oops. Homes are where we build spaces to call our own. Power on and beyond with Singapore's most trusted broadband.
I saw the first light, the first steps. Now I see much more. I capture Earth in all its beauty. I see action. I see drama. And I see it in the finest detail. Moments of inspiration and the first steps. I am the 1+9.
Tatlong mapa na lang ang natitira at maalam na natin kung sino magiging champion ng PMGC 2021. Sino kaya manguna dito at sino kaya pa ang mag-chicken dinner? Pero una sa lahat, ako ay si Dax, kasama mo dito si Nomad. Uy, naka-shades ka na naman, boss! Kamusta?
Nakamit pala ako. Wala eh. Kasi nakasalamin kayo ni Ray Ray. So ako rin. Kaso wala akong salamin. So ito na lang. It is the next best option. Saka nakakabulag din kasi yung performance sa Nova. Okay? Ang laki na agwat nila. We're already on the halfway point for the day. We're down to our last 3 maps at ang ganda na pinapakita ng Nova. Kaya kailangan ko na shades.
Kaya nga, diba? Ilang points na ang agwat ng Nova Esports ngayon. At kung tuloy-tuloy lang yung points haul nila, kung tuloy-tuloy lang performance, makakakuha na natin yung back-to-back championship na hinahabol nila. Pero maghahabulan muna tayo sa furthest traveled ng mga players natin at 10,049 meters dito si Lord. Layo talaga nagtaan niya. Si Godel Neo daw, umabot rin ng 10,017 meters naman at si Rauf naka 8,638 meters rin dyan. Kasi Hindi na siya nag-travel eh. Tumambay na siya sa Paradise Resort. Sabi niya, okay, first aid kit na lang. Ang rami pa nga niyang dala-dala. Buong inventory na lang niya. First aid kit na by that point. Pero ito lang performance naman na nakita natin between Nova and Enigma Galaxy on Erangel. Kasi babalik tayo doon. And the first thing to notice here is 8.3 average eliminations para sa Nova. 8.7 average rank points. On the flip side, 2 points lang ang average elims ng Enigma Galaxy at 5.3 naman sa rank points. So, ito talaga kaya may agwat ang Nova Esports sa Enigma Galaxy kasi yung consistency nila, especially sa paulit-ulit mamapa ng Erangel, napapansin talaga natin kaya na dito sila naunguna eh.
Yeah, and with us going back into Erangel, it's really looking like another Nova map. Sobrang ganda ng performance ng Nova ever since day 2 actually. This is really looking like a Nova championship. I mean, all things considered. Pero, all that being said though, there are still teams that really shine in Erangel. And they are, by the name of it, Navi. That also perform well in Erangel. And we're seeing all of the different teams that we have here preparing themselves for the fight. Pero, ikaw Dax, kanino pa tinatanong si Ray? How will teams be able to dethrone Nova from the top spot na ganun kalaking agwat? Almost 70 points yung pagitan.
Simpleng sagot lang yan pero huwag mo sabihin sa kanila. Lason lang yan.
Paano ba yung lason? Paano man lason?
Lason lang. Alam mo, hanapin, di ba? Alam mo na lahat kayo, Nova unahin nyo para lang mawala sila. Diba? Ang lucky kasi nung agot eh. Kung hindi matuso na ang Nova Esports dito, makakakuha na naman sila points. Kung ano naman points makuha na ng Victor, wala pa rin. Kasi ganun kalaki pa rin agwat dito ng Nova ngayon. And it really feels like na ito na yung daan dito. Ito na yung path para sa Nova makuha tong back-to-back. And you talk about it, day 2 especially, dun sila nag-pop off. Isang chicken dinner, dalawang second place. Tatlo nga palang second place dun, puro runner-up spots. And they just have this generic consistency na marami silang nakuha points enough for value. Marami silang nakuha points in terms of the kills as well na at least may nadadagdagan every single game sa kanilang haul mismo. Pero pagpasok natin dito sa Erangel nga, besides of course, we're looking at the likes of Navi na pwede pa mag-content. Ako, so pansinin rin kung ano gagawin dito ng NRX because it does feel like dito sa third day, nawala na sila ng gaanong consistency at yung lakas na sinusubaybayan natin. Also, one more team who might actually be a contender on this certain map will be Stalwart Esports, another chicken dinner to kick things off dito sa third day natin. So it really feels like na may mga teams talaga na pwedeng pumalag on that map basis, pero rin Nova Esports, they need to be gone early here. Pero guys, if you wanna see the best, of course, in your hands, etong OnePlus natin, the OnePlus 9 Pros delivers ultra smooth gaming at 90 FPS. Get ready to unlock victory with settle. Kasi ito na, lilipad na rin tayo. Pupunta tayo dito sa mapa at tingnan na natin dito, Nomad, kung sino na naman ang makaka-chicken dinner. Will it be Nova getting the points that they need? Makakahabol pa dito yung mga top 5 teams natin sa kanila. O wala na ba? Iba na lang at puro placement na lang ang habol dito to see who can get the other parts of the prize pool here. But already, flight path, Zarky papunta dito ng Milta Power. Mukhang okay lang naman yung Remorse Ferry Pier. Medyo malayo, but beyond that, yung mga drop zones, especially sa north side, mapupunta ng mga teams natin dito.
Yeah, Secret magdadrop yun sa Severny. Fearless prediction. Infinity, Stalwart Esports magdadrop. Stalwart Esports magdadrop sa Novo Rep Noye. So Novka Military Base occupied by Infinity. Severny is gonna be where Team Secret is. Alpha 7 is gonna be dropping in Georgia Pole. It's a typical drop paths, drop zones ng mga teams natin. And really the main thing that we have to consider here is kung saan mapapadpad yung first circle natin because that dictates kung gaano ka-aggressive yung mga teams natin.
Eh, tama ka naman kasi pag hinanap natin yung circle mismo, paano naman yung rotations, palagi na lang yung circle na susunod na every mga players. Minsan naman, makinig kayo sa players kaysa doon sa circle, diba? Pero wala, susunugin ka lang, mamamatay ka lang. Parang yung nangyari lang kay Rauf kanina. At ilang med kit yun? Ilang first aid kit yun? Di pa rin ako makikita overtime. So, for your rival sa Diamond Gaming, nag-driving na lang. Sabi na, sige, bye-bye, good luck na lang sa inyo. Circle though, pretty standard. Pasok pa dito ang mill-base side. At speaking of mill-base nga, as na Infinity, as na yung Stalwart Esports, papunta pa lang sila. Sabi na, okay, pasok pa tayo dito ngayon ha.
Yep, this is the best spot that they can go for. Now, sobrang magiging alanganin ito para sa Infinity sa Stalwart Esports if the circle shifts towards the east side of the current circle natin pagdating natin sa second circle. So I say that Mad Toy will be subbed out for kids. Now, kasi medyo mas sanok player talaga si Mad Toys. Pero kung tunay na PUBG Mobile player kayo, subscribe dapat kayo sa PUBG Mobile Esports natin. Para maging updated kayo sa mga, kung napapanood nyo yung sa pag naka-break kami, yung mga highlights, may mga montage, mapapanood nyo rin yun. Baka malay nyo kayo matpadpad doon next time. Pero pwede nyo rin mapanalunan ang PMGC Scar Light Skin with the laser effects DAC sample. Yeah, pwede nyo makuha yan hanggang January 30 lang sa Esports Center. You can also create your own fantasy team sa Esports Center with the PMGC League player cards. Build your dream team and see if they will be the ones to rise among the rest. And you can watch live and earn rewards here. Dito sa Grand Finals Treasure Box. All you have to do is just click the PMGC icon in the game lobby.
Yung pa nga, do? May treasure box pa nga. Only available until January 30. Watch live and earn rewards. Pero saan na? Alam mo, lahat tayo gawa na ng impression ng Scar L. At alam naman natin na sayang na lang di boses mo, Nomad. Yung tipong kukunin ko yung baril na gano'n na skin, tapos maririnig ko pag bumabaril gano'n yung sound, pew, 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 ng tao, ha? Hindi laser effect. G ako dun.
Yung parang ginagawa ni Ray yung
Ganun. Mabilis yung Scar L eh. So hindi lang kailangan ganun, diba?
De, tapos may medyo may bigat din kasi 760 yung gamit ng Scar L. So
762, diba 556 yun?
Wait lang.
Diba 556?
I'm going through I'm going through real world.
Iniisip mo nga na ba? Are we in a real world? Are we in Erangel?
Malalaman na. Wait lang guys
Ito na ginugoogle na.
Ginugoogle na natin.
Lang yung problema kasi si Nomad, may talaga, kung hindi siya caster, nako, alam ko na. Siya ang isang G.I. Joe ng Pinas nito eh.
I would legit enlist. I would legit enlist. Okay, so 556 yung gamit niya. Kasi may variant kasi yung Scarlight na nagki-carry ng 762 saka ng 300 blackout.
Di ba yun yung Scar Heavy? Yung Scar H?
Hindi, may configuration din yung Scar L kasi modular kasi yung Scar L.
Ito, nakita ko dito. Scar L 556 pero kung Scar H 7.62 ang gamit. Diba?
Today I learned.
Diba? TIL. So alam mo pala, lagyan mo na lang weight yung Scar dito sa PUBG. Magiging 7.6 na. Yun lang pala.
Pag naglaro, ibig sabihin pag naglaro ng PUBG kasi mabigat ako maglaro.
Wow.
Binubuhat lang kasi ako nila Dax pag naglalaro.
Hindi talaga. Ako, si Ray rin kailangan natin buhatin eh.
Totoo yun. Grabe si Ray.
Grabe. Bigatin. Pero sa PUBG lang PUBG lang. Wala sa iba. Mahal natin tong Ray natin dito. So, ang galing ng usapan natin, pinag-usapan natin yung laser fix, pinag-usapan natin yung baril. Pero hindi pa natin pinag-usapan yung mga teams dito.
Wala rin kasi masyado nangyayari.
Wala naman, di ba? Usual. Sa Erangel, sa Circle 1, wala na. Magkwentuhan ka na. This is the time na kuha kayo ng noodles, kuha kayo tubig, iwan nyo na lang, nagkikwento-kwento na lang, podcast time. Kasi, alam mo na, kung hindi kami tumatawa dahil sa laro, tatawa kami sa mga sinasabi namin sa isa't isa. And I think, parang, pag dito sa first circle talaga usually yung nangyayari lang na kalokohan is magka-drop yung dalawa para sa kotse, yung isa hindi makakasakay, at iikot-ikutan ng kotse yung tao, either mapapatay o may mangyayari bang kakaiba. So beyond that, drop zone, transit, okay, kita-kits, second, third circle, let's go already. Uy, Wizard Tower para sa S2G, behavior, si Rabbiz, he will be driving on away for now at mukhang ayaw pa muna. Maglaban-laban ang teams natin, Calcido, be positioned here. No, nag-initial Dio, dalawa dito sa S2G, running to the 90s.
Gas! I'm gonna step on the gas!
Tonight! Si Retren nakita mo tumalon yung kotse. So, kesa pala, naging Battle Royale, naging driving simulator na to. Si Mafioso rin, dinadala na. Lowrider yan. So, beyond that, mukhang habol lang sa gitna dito, mga players natin eh.
Oo. I mean, for the most part, yun yung naalala ko yung unang labas ng PUBG sa PC, ano eh. It was mostly a running simulator. Hindi lahat ng tao nagkokotse kasi medyo
Hindi pa
madali-dali
sanay.
pang masabugan ng kotse nun. Tapos kadalasan yung mga tao, they follow the roads. So, talagang ano to, it's an evolution of the game itself. Ewan ko. But,
So, evolution ng tao. First, we learn to walk, then we learn to drive. Ganun lang naman eh.
then we learn to drift.
Yeah, gas. Ay, pero... Yun talaga. Ano na next? Then we learn to fly. Always wanna fly. For
Sana all.
Rivals, malapit lang kay Enigma Galaxy. Poching QR. Sige na, konting tikim lang. Ito, no? Fenerbahce daw. Little unfortunate for Fenerbahce. All the way in last place. Unahan pa nga dito ng Godlike who has found a little bit of footing there. Kita natin daw sa bottom half natin. A little disappointing, syempre. Team Secret, hot or cold. Hasn't been the same kind of performance na nakikita natin sa SEA Leagues. Also, Damwon Gaming, kahit nag-top sila sa eastern side, di gaanong karaming opportunities na nagagawa nila dito sa global stage. And in all honesty, beyond, of course, yung strength dito na Nova Esports, it really feels like Enigma Galaxy, one of the teams that has stepped on up. Galing sa Arabi points sila, galing sa MENA region. This squad has really shown na pwede sila mag-content. Second place only to the defending champions. Pero mahirap pa rin yung agwat. 60 points pa rin. And if you think about it, how many chicken dinners do you really need to get? Usually, kung makakita tayo ng magandang chicken dinner game, di ba, Nomad? It's like 15 points replacement. Tapos, you get around 10 kills, so 25. Pero, expect mo na yung Nova at the very minimum, mga 5 to 10 points per game. Na yun yung tipong tuso na sa kanila. Ang hirap na talaga eh. Ang hirap nung agwat mismo para sa Enigma Galaxy, para sa Navi, para sa NRX, and lalo na sa lahat ng hindi pa nga umaabot ng 130 points as a circle right now, closing on in, at mukhang nasa gitna pa talaga, Pmgc, nandyan lang at baka nga magkagera ngayon.
Pmgc Wars, ang paborito natin na maganap in every single team. They're heading towards Pmgc.
Do it. I dare you.
I like this. Come on, guys.
Sige na, 16 teams come in, 1 comes out. Pmgc. Wala nang isip-isip. Laban kung laban. Laban lang. Pero Damwon, sige, ito na naman yung hillside gameplay natin. So, ito yung usually nakikita ko rin pag circle na around the Pmgc area. All the way on the right-hand side, yung hindi mo dadaanan mismo papunta ng school, may malaking bundok dyan eh. Just like, okay, sige, pwesto tayo dito. And more often than not, din pa nga papupunta yung circle and you have that high ground advantage in the first place. Navi though, manggaling muna dito sa may ruins. And itong Navi squad talaga eh, not about the placements, more so all about the kills instead. And it really feels like for them, itong huling araw na to hasn't been the most consistent on that effort. Pero no first game, syempre, naka 8 kills pa nga sila. But beyond that, Navi right now, pa nila makahanap ng iba pang palag. Team Secret though, at least hiding on the side, tago muna dito sa may ridge. And it's S2G and Fenerbahce, 2 teams from Turkey, just so close to one another yet again.
So close. Yet so far, kasi not a lot of engagement. Still, healthy lahat ng mga teams natin. Like walang, ayan, as I say that, Rebellion will get knocked down. Pero, wait lang, dalawa yan! Dalawa na sa loob ng kotse, ratrak na agad dito, and Damwon Gaming will capitalize on this. That's the first blood, on to Neo, Miss Independent. And Junie, lumaratat dito. Neo will get him tagged down to very, 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 very low HP. But it's not gonna be committing to it. And Forrest, he's a gunner. Iwan nyo na ako. You cannot run, Forrest, run. Crawl, Forrest, crawl na lang talaga as Sung and Junie abandons their teammate.
Ayun lang yan. Because of you, napaalis na yung Damwon Gaming eh. So yung first blood nga, napunta nga sa godlike mismo eh. At linusob lang nila yung Damwon. Nag-chill pa, nagsiset up ng picnic. Gusto pa tingnan yung sides, tingnan yung high ground. Bigla na lang may coaching maingay sa likod nila. At habang nangyari ito, yun na nga, lalinis na si Forrest dyan. 2 down for the side of Damwon Gaming. First blood, second blood, inflicted on the Korean squad. Uy, nagpapagas muna nga dito si Frankie to. Refueling and ready to pounce as the behavior now might be looking for the transit. Pero may kotse dito si Junie. Iiwan naman din last song in the meantime. Gonna be hiding with him as well. FT49 ang hawak-hawak at Pansin natin, itong Damwon Gaming, may pakiramdam na pwede tayo tumago dito, pero delikado pag pumasok mismo ng Pochinki. At yung Navi naman, sila rin, magpapagas. Ano ba? Yung mga kotse nyo, masyado matanda. Ang aso sa gas, boss.
Yep. And kita natin yung replay na to. As Calci, yun yung knockdown niya gamit yung plato. Long distance.
Plato.
My least favorite weapon. Pero effective din kasi.
The thing is, ilang beses na nga ninerf eh. Ang gagaling ng mga, bless you, ang gagaling ng mga pros natin gamitin yung Deplato, yung DP28. At dahil dun, kitang-kita natin na this LMG packing a punch from so far away, so accurate as well, at kontrolado mga teams natin. At pinag-usapan ko sa'yo, Nomad, isipin mo Pochinki, pero dito tayo sa may kanan yan. So that hillside can be very effective. At dahil in-invade kanina ng god like yung Damwon, they can actually hold position there. At pinag-isipan na nga nila kung ganun yung magiging galawan. Pero all the other teams right now, gusto na mauna dyan. NRX, 4 rivals, already going through the grassy fields as much as possible. Dadaan muna lang dito, pero mukhang magkukumpat hit nila ang NRX. And it's Appy! Inaapi! Sinasaktan! At dinadown ngayon ni Frozen dyan. Neo in the meantime with a find on the trigger as well. There we go with the shots right now. Junie trying to go for the prollet yung 4 rivals. Gulat na lang na nakatambay pala dito ang Damwon Gaming kahit saan. Kahit saan ka pumunta, 4 rivals. Delikado ang buhay nyo. Nick Magalas rin. Nakikisaksaw dun sa Wizard Tower. Wala nang spell makakast dito si Aipu. Pulado na kagad dyan. And 4 rivals. This is the worst kind of scenario. Not 1, not 2, but 3 teams pinagtripan ka. Pero yung NRX naman, sabi lang, oy, NGX, ang lapit masyadong acronym nyo. Kami nga ang aaway sa inyo. There's the down already. Can they actually get the confirm? Pemburo though, will need the reza. Yan ay smoke na rin. At yung NRX holding position muna doon sa compound. Dito lang sa may farm areas, labas ng Pochinki.
And they are eyeing out Damwon Gaming. Makikita na yung once smoke dissipate. Pero Jumper, atras ka agad. Nope. I don't want any part of that. Nades being thrown down like mortars. Exploding everywhere. Another nade being cooked out by Frozen as well as his teammate Nihat. Junie gets tagged. M249 by Song not being used right now. Ang hirap ng pwesto kasi the moment they pop up. Naku po, Kobe from downtown. Nihat takes down Junie. And Song with the M249, 150 bullets pero he's not finding anybody to shoot down. Nade's gonna be cooked up by Song. Nade still connecting onto Junie, and Nihat will take him down with that nade. Ito na yung rat with the M249, takes down Frozen. Nihat standing up with the UMP. Is it going to be enough? Sobrang lamang niya dito, pero Apo will find Song. Tuma third party lang siya dito, making the rat happen, pero it's not enough. As Song takes down Frozen, secures that kill. Kudur has to revive Nihat. And if Song nakaramdam siya dito, nakaramdam nga siya. Ito na yung nade. This might be big. Throws the nade. Too short. Gets the tag regardless.
It does damage. I believe sa lapit lang kay Nihat dyan. Bounces there, pero Song, kailangan niya talaga kantahan to mga nades na to para lang tumama. Sabi mo, please lang, pumunta ka sa kalaban namin. Pero ito na Alpha 7 climbing the hillside. At yung Nova out kagad para kay Order. Ayaw na dito sa gulo na to. Biglang dala-dala pa nga yung buggy. So great quick disengage immediately from Nova. Baka ang great position pa dito si Order. At nakita na natin dati nakaklatch nga siya against the squad. Kayang-kaya dito na Nova Esports bumalag. So Alpha 7 naman, respeto muna kalaban nila. But Yekta already finds clutch card there. Godlike versus NRX. Labanan dito na Turkey versus India. But it's Jonathan! Ang tropa Jonathan natin! Dumikit, lumapit at pinatay na lang si Yekta. Saksak kagad ng baril na yan. But there we have M4 in hand. And it's Alpha 7 on the flip side. Moving on away, pero Order now trying to make the clutch happen. Wala pa rin, Mafioso! That's how Mafia works, and now it's how Alpha 7 works. Gets the down already. Guerrilla in the meantime with the fight off the Paraboy. At ito ba, ang blessing in disguise, ang ultimate savior ng lahat ng ibang teams, ang Alpha 7. Kasi kung una pang matanggal dito ang Nova Esports, delikado kagad ang lagay ng defending champions natin. Down na si Order, down na si Paraboy. Goodbye na kay King. At sabi ni Jimmy, out na tayo dyan sa lahat pa ng squads na maaagahan dito ng ibang team. Ito pa, yung Nova Esports.
Oh, no,
Can he do it? Do it for the teams! Do it for everyone else! Hindi nga kaya, Jimmy. Makakatakas muna dyan. At mukhang buhay pa, no? Ayun na, Godlike! Neo, kung ikaw
Oh,
talaga,
no.
matamaan mo to, may platinum record ka. Pero Bache rin, revenge of the bottom team. Jimmy, ano na gagawin natin dyan? Labas muna ng kotse. Pero grabe, nakakatakot na para sa side ng Nova. At kung mag-realize ng mga teams na siya na lang natitira dito sa Nova, tuwa talaga para sa NGX, para sa NRX, para sa Navi, para makahabol dito sa top spot. Pero Puro, hinuli lang si Carillo. Walang pagka-thankful na inuna nila yung Nova Sabi, okay, pahala ka, nakasarapan kita, papatayin ka namin.
And if Jimmy comes out on top of that, despite everything, that speaks volumes.
It's a sign.
Nila. It's a sign na talaga. Pero, as we say that, Navi, Alpha 7 in a bit of a duel. And Alpha 7 is down. Totally. As Pemburu spots out Kitsune. Sila na nga yung nag-takedown sa Alpha 7 sa Nova. Tinake-down pa na Navi. Walang gratefulness. Ano ba yun?
Diba? Walang gratitude for rivals Navi. Gratefulness. That's great.
Great.
So what do you want to be when you grow up, Nomad?
I want to be my idol Dax caster.
Thank you. Andito ka na nga. Nauna ka pa nga sa akin mag-cast eh. Pero NRX! Mukhang nauna na rin sila. -1 na naman. At NRX, ito na yung chance nyo. Hindi pa talaga. Nahuli pa. And really, it feels like for today, dito na sila nahihirapan. First day, sobrang consistent. Second day, still had that kind of edge. But dito sa third day, it's kind of slipping on away compared to the last 2 sessions we've had so far. At grabe para sa NRX, dito pa talaga sa huling araw, it's not about how you start, but how you finish. And NRX will want to finish even better in the new funds. But Pemburu! The tracking here from 4 rivals, hinabol yung bagi ng Navi. And in the end, yung mga humahabol pa sa Nova ang natatanggal dito. Literally, yung Alpha 7 na humabol sa kanila namatay. At yung humahabol sa scoreboard, yung NRX Navi, wala na rin. Ano ba to? Nova! Is everything still gonna go in your favor?
Yung kailangan lang ng Nova dito, they survive up until 9 teams. That's what Jimmy can do.
Ito pa. If they can survive past Nigma Galaxy, alam mo na.
True.
Alam mo na.
So if Nigma Galaxy is down, yun na.
May na-down rin si Clutch God. Nahulog siya for some reason. Pero yung Godlike, lumulusog nga. May kaaway dyan na squad. And seems like the Indian team again playing the hard aggression. Sabi talaga ng Godlike, sige na nga, laban tayo dito. Pero Pemburu, may kita ka pa dyan. Pemburu, tago lang na tago. Laban na dito sa S2G. But that's not the squad you want to do that against. The mechanically kind S2G team deciding to go at him again. At goodbye na lang dito sa 4 rivals. But dito na si Sigat na wala sa Furious Gaming. That's Snickers in going on down. Ikot po na dito pero may nandiyan si Scream nandiyan sa side. At yung Furious Gaming papasok dito sa Perneo. Lumalaban na naman. Trigger though in the meantime. Dadapa, tatalon. Bigla na lang lilipat sa side ngayon. At yung Furious Gaming mga down red. Now it's gonna be 1v1 looks like it. Clutch God here versus the side of Scream. All the crawling on the other side. Neo daw ba si safe pa kaya siya as Furious Gaming gets eliminated here by Godlike. Mukha talaga nung nawala na yung takot ng Godlike. Doon sila pumapalag. Damn, 1 Gaming gonna get eliminated as well.
Oh no!
But is that the perfect molly? Let the bodies hit the 4. Let the flames come on in. At Team Secret, sinusunog na kagad yung chances nila. Fredo na lang ang nakatayo dito sa labas. Goodbye na rin sa kanila. At -1 na naman. Goodbye na rin sa Team Secret. 9 teams remaining here. At sa lahat na nangyari dito, buhay pa rin ang Nova! Buhay pa rin yung Nova!
Buhay pa rin sila. Enigma Galaxy still relatively healthy. 4 members up for Enigma Galaxy pero they are heavily tagged. Yung Stalwart Esports and 628 pwede lang i-contest to. Pero meanwhile, Behavior will keep Stalwart Esports busy. Infinity nandun naman over the horizon as Action will take down Lamborghini with that nade from downtown. Kobe throws another nade. Not gonna be finding it smart just yet. The tracking is real. Takes down Doc. Action looking for the Jackson. Godlike will be eliminated from the fight. That is also Behavior out of the fight, I believe so. And it is 7 teams remaining. Nova is still standing. And 628 will be rushing in towards Infinity. And Infinity still gonna be losing out this fight. They have the advantage there. And Hamadi will steal a kill off of Yu Yang and gets the knockdown. Scry will take down Free. Logan will fall down to the hands of Sonan. Mela will take down 3-3Z. Infinity is still standing strong in this compound. Mela throws a nade. Daoshi will be breaking down the doors down like the walls of Jericho. Pero Mela's gonna be healing up. Daoshi and Suna are gonna be pushing themselves in. Mela gonna be firing through the staircase, but not gonna be finding it smart just yet. He's the only one left standing here. Sa side ng Infinity at tuloy-tuloy lang yung laban dito. And they still have to worry about Name Galaxy. Pakataas ng engagement dito. Circle's gonna hurt. Daoshi still well within the circle. Mela going for the prone. Nade is gonna be cooked up by Daoshi. Will it find its mark? Highly unlikely, pero he's gonna try his chances, and it will. It is gonna connect onto Mela. Definitely. Bang!
Wala, dito mama. Dito mama, nasa corner siya. Malapit
Ayun
lang si
lang.
Bea, pero si Jimmy! Natamaan! Double machine hits the jackpot against Nova! And they will be eliminated here without any kill points whatsoever. Konting placement lang ang makukuha dito ng Nova Esports ngayon. And now, the floor is wide open. Sabi diba, revenge of the bottom team. Sabi nila sa top squad, para na kayo! At ito rin si Yuyang! Use that throwing arm grenade elimination here from the side of 6-8 at mukhang buhay na buhay pa rin ang 5 teams natin, pero kompleto ang 4. 6-8 lang ang may butal ngayon. 4-4-4-2, pero Fenerbahce looking to actually impress here. This might be the performance looking for para lang makatakas sa ating bottom spot natin ngayon. On the flip side now, ito na si Lord mga baril. Hinahabol konti dyan si Sunan. Nigba Galaxy in the meantime inside the smokes. At itong X628 gusto pa rin lumaban kahit si Yuyang at si Sunanan. Pero delikado dyan. Sa lahat na pwede nyo awayin, wag yung S2G. Sila talaga willing na willing makipaggera dyan. And you can see it there. Silas Pew with the nade onto Yuyang. 6-8 gonna go down as Top also gets into the action. And Stalwart Esports is there for the elimination at the very end. S2G now coming closer. Ito yun eh, nagalaban ngayon. Stalwart Esports, S2G, at Nigma Galaxy, and especially yung latter two. At sa habang nangyari ito, Fenerbahce trip lang, doon lang sa compound, at nanunod lang with popcorn in hand. But now it's gonna be all about the flights and all about the throws. S2G right now going after Nigma Galaxy, as Stalwart will also take advantage. At konting pitas lang ang habol nila. Silas Pudo going on in, at si Rip7, wala lang kapake-pake. Linusob yung kotse. Heal muna dyan. Alam ba ni Lord? Alam ba ni Lord to? Nako, Father Almighty, ito sumilip! Alam talaga ng Panginoon natin na si Lord na nandyan lang siya, pinasabog pa nga yung kotse. And that Silas Pew now burning Hammoney down. Isa lang natitira at mukhang magdadasal na tayo kasi Sunday ngayon. Pero it's not Lord's Day as Nigma Galaxy will be eliminated. The opportunist though, dahil Stalwart Esports sila ay nakikisaw-saw. Yung S2G mag-reset. Ay yung Fenerbahce, sabi nila, uy, pwede ba tayo lumabas dito? And timing is everything. S2G now as well as FB going after Stalwart here, Nomad.
Yeah, and Nox gonna be eyeing out what's on your position of Stalwart Esports and gonna be pushing together with Rebellion to at least just get good positionings off. Nade's gonna be connecting onto Pika as well as Cry, but it's not gonna be enough to take them down completely as the nades keep raining, keep pouring. S2G very comfortable here. They don't need to force the issue. Nade's gonna be connecting onto Action. That's gonna be him knocked down. That's one buggy out of the equation as well. Nox slowly pushing in on the flank, throwing in the nade para to keep them at bay. Will the nade connect? It should. It will destroy that buggy at the very least.
It's actually shoving it. S2G with the shot so far. Stalwart though, delikado pa rin. And problema lang yung circle. Kailangan nila lumabas out in the open. As soon as the circle comes on in, lahat sila lulusob. S2G, Stalwart Esports at Fenerbahce. Whoever gets that first pick off, gonna be huge here para sa squad nila. Nox Bomb though, kailangan naman lumabas. Ito na, si Top though! Lulusob! Pupunta din sa side ng Fenerbahce. At sabi ni Stalwart, sige na nga, unahin na natin squad na to. Crouch gameplay, wait na gilly, but sa likod lang! May taga-backstab si Rebellion, nandyan lang. Nox Bomb also trying to apply the pressure. Silas Pudo also trying to take advantage sa S2G. Rebellion not gonna get blown to bits. What a throw from the side of Action. Grabe yung nade na yan. Pero yung Fenerbahce naman, sila yung malalabas. Ito na yung Action though, may tapa na naman. At mukhang yung S2G pa ang makikisaw-saw dito sa dulo. Now it's S2G versus 1. Isa lang nakatayo dito ng side ng Fenerbahce. Maka-reset pa ba ng kaibigan dito sa Antadol? Mukhang sa Rebellion makakatakbo na rin dyan. Nox Bomb might get some help here as well. But this is a perfect opportunity, you know what, for S2G to take that chicken dinner. Isang lusob lang sa kanila na to.
Isang lusob lang, that's all they need. It's a 3v2. They have the man advantage here. But they will get Nox Bomb up and running. Silas needs to start pushing forward. Nades are going to be, well, actually not nades, but smokes are going to be thrown out by Fenerbahce just to give them a little bit more concealment para lang maka-move around sila within this compound. And as long as the circle still remains in the vicinity of Fenerbahce, they're relatively safe. Kasi S2G kailangan mag-push out dito, but the nades are connecting here. From the side of S2G, tagging them heavily, and that next nade might just connect onto Rebellion. It does bring him down to just a fraction of his HP. But he's gonna be healing up. Circle's gonna be closing in. Slowly moving forward and crawling in the deep. Yung ginagawa ng Fenerbahce right now, just crawling within the smokes. They're being smoke criminals. Pero ang lapit na ni Timber, ang lapit na ni Silas. The moment that they pop their heads. Lomi down, but Rebellion's gonna be on the flank, gonna go for the blind spray down, it's gonna be connecting. Silas gonna go for the spray down himself, but Rebellion takes him down. Rebellion is making use of this flank 100%. Noxbomb and Rebellion has to keep on supporting Antodot, who's still trying to find a way to spot out S2G. Now it's down to a 3v1. Mag-isa na lang na nakatayo. Ay, dalawa pa pala nakatayo din sa side ng S2G. That is Silas going down. And maneuvers here from S2G is not going to be enough. Fenerbahce, the bottom performing team, might just get their chicken dinner here. As Timber starts pushing forward, he takes down Rebellion though. Gets spotted out. Timber, who is going down. He's yelling Timber. Kelsey throws the nade, shouts out to Kobe, hoping it connects, but it's not going to be connecting onto Noxbomb. Patience play here from Timber and Kelsey. The same for Antodot. He's not popping up from the rock as well. Blind spray na lang talagang nangyayari dito. Kelsey gonna be throwing out the nade, and that nade might just actually find its mark. It does connect onto Nox. Pero it's still questionable here kung sino man yung mananalo dito. The circle is closing in. The circle is gonna hurt, and Antodot is down! Just down to Noxbomb in a 1v2, and now S2G, they're gonna be changing up the tempo here. It's a 1v1. Noxbomb gumagapang-gapang lang dito.
Prone gameplay.
As well as Timber. Adi, 2v1 pa, 2v1 pa rin.
Dikit.
Kelsey, magkadikit. Yan na. Nakatayo na. Nasa likod na ng puno.
Prone.
Noxbomb gonna go for the spray down. Tracking's not enough, and that is S2G securing that chicken dinner for themselves. And they are pretty happy. All stands, all happy. Good performance from themselves.
Sayang sa Fenerbahce. Binaril na lang yung sahig kesa yung kalaban at dun sa dulo. Nabigyan sila ng chance eh. Nabigyan sila ng time maka-reset. Pero S2G, matakot kayo din sa squad na to. Sa simpleng laban lang. Slay to stay. Slay to stay. Yun talaga, S2G. Kinayang nagpumalag. Kinayang lumusog. Kinayang makisawsaw. At kinayang timing lang talaga ang mga labanan. The tempo was set. 12 eliminations. 1,931 damage and 562 healing. Winner, chicken dinner para sa S2G dito sa port map natin dito sa araw na to. And really, they were just the team to watch out for. Nakakatakot talaga kasi ilang beses natin nakita yung S2G, yung timing nila, yung aggression nila, at sila yung tidal force na hindi mo talaga pwede awayin eh. Bigla ka na lang madadala, bigla ka na lang masusubsob, at you just drown in the face of their adversity.
Yeah, but all things considered, Fenerbahce fought hard. First time na makita natin na gitong kaganda yung performance ng Fenerbahce, and it all boils down to sa pagkapabor ng circle sa kanila for the most part. And if we're gonna be talking about the general match points that we have for the entirety of the tournament, Nova still looking pretty strong, I'm pretty sure. Kasi yung Enigma Galaxy, wala rin naman sila masyado nakuha kills during that map. And it's a question on the last two maps. Will they be able to shut down Nova? Will Enigma Galaxy, NRX, or Navi even catch up? 2 chicken dinners is not even gonna be enough to secure points against Nova. Yun lang yung nakikita ko dito eh. Pero still, we're gonna have to focus our attention on the chicken dinner winners that we have for this game, and that is Slay to Stay, and they did Slay to stay in the top 10 of the fight, Dax.
You know, I'm just still... ano ba? What is up with them today? Second time nila second place dito, and it really just goes to show na sila rin, may rason ba't sila umabot dito sa stage na to, even though they have been on the bottom side. But here we have it right now sa ating ranking set, and it's S2G with 27 points total. Stalwart Esports though, that's 8 killers, naka 18 points pa nga. Fenerbahce though, 17, 6-8 with 10, Godlike with 10. Enigma Galaxy did get 9 thanks to the rankings, but you said it yourself, 1 elim lang nakuha, 6 points for Infinity. Behavior with 5, Fierce Gaming with 4, Alpha 7 there with 4, Down 1 Gaming, Navi with 3 each. Nova only getting 2 actually for Rivals, and the rest dun sa dulo na lang dyan. Pero nakikita natin dito sa MVP, si Action Jackson meets waits everyone else basically and makes them meet their maker. 23 minutes 38 seconds survival time, 792 damage, 164 meters, longest eliminations, 40% team contribution at 4 elims para sa kanila. A little lucky ng stalwart kasi sila yung nakikisaw-saw. But then again, you know, it just bites back at you. Oy, kayo yung nakikisaw-saw ha. Kami na lang ang pagtitripan kayo. Bigla na lang. Andun yung Fenerbahce, andun yung S2G, and especially nung sabi ng stalwart, sige na nga, lusubin natin tong FP na to. It didn't really pan out for them in the first place, but you can still see it.
One more point.
The gap is not as big, but it's still big. 53 pala. 53 points. Ang agwat na Nova sa Enigma Galaxy. And for 2 maps, to try and make that happen, kailangan talaga mawala ng Nova na mabilisan. Navi there in third, Stalwart Esports there, getting fourth just by a point over Infinity and NRX. 6-8 there in 7th, Behavior at 8, S2G Diamond Gaming, Alpha 7, Team Secret 4 rivals, Godlike, Fenerbahce getting ahead of Furious Gaming in the bottom 2 spots. So unfortunate to, isipin mo, nakakuha ka ng isang chicken dinner, pero ikaw pa rin yung nasa bottom spot here for Furious Gaming. Fenerbahce though, the 2 runner-ups today, have helped them out to stay away from that position. But really, it's still that Nova versus Enigma standing. And I think on the side of Nova, it's really just a mixture of elims and placements overall. Enigma Galaxy, more and more sa score lines talaga, more and more the placements, and it helped them out for a good part of that map sa Erang Kill. Pero nung sila na pinagtripan ng S2G at ng Stalwart, bigla na lang sila nahulog lang, natumba, falling apart piece by piece eh.
Yeah, and honestly, if we're gonna be just basing it off of points needed, if you are the top 2 team that we have, the next 2 maps has to be chicken dinner, and you have to exceed expectations in terms of securing the eliminations. Kailangan maka 15 eliminations ka in one map, get 10 on the other. That's the only way that you can keep up with Nova. Even if Nova gets eliminated, ang taas pa rin masyado ng agwat na ang hirap ng masabi kung sino man yung kumakakahabol man. At this point, it's comfortable to say that we're just looking kung sino man yung magiging top 2 natin at the end of the day. Kasi doon na lang talaga malapit yung laban eh.
I mean, thing is, yung top 2, 630,000 naman makakuha nila. Yung number 3, 330. Tapos 4th place, 180,000. So, good money pa rin para sa runner-up spots. Pero huwag pa natin sabihin na tapos na ang lahat. It's looking unlikely, it's looking improbable, and the math does check out. Pero kaya pa rin naman pumalag ng mga iba't ibang squads natin, and who knows, may 2 maps pa naman, anything can happen in PUBG Mobile. And baka naman, may squad talaga, nahabol talaga sa Nova, like we saw there from the side of Alpha 7, nakita sila muntik pang mawala doon in Nova Esports. Beyond that, then it just has to be that hunting game from the other squads. If kayo mismo, like Enigma Galaxy mismo, hanapin kung saan ba nag-drop yung Nova Esports, puntahan na lang sila doon, or just put on the performance to give them the chicken dinner, either or, just to get back onto the action. But still, let's give it to the side of S2G. I'm really impressed by how S2G plays. It feels like them and Navi are some of the most mechanically inclined and mechanically superior teams na basta may gera na simple lang, dun sila papalag. Simple aiming game, they will be winning that more often than not.
Yeah. And you're gonna be hopping into Miramar as well, a map na gusto pa rin ng Nova, pero there are Navi is a team that really enjoys Miramar, has good placements overall. I mean, all things considered compared to Nova. Pero we have to focus on the team in the spotlight here. Slate to Stay Gaming, S2G. It's a good third-party game for themselves for the most parts. Knockout kills, pero knockout din ng chicken dinner from Enigma Galaxy. Kasi earlier on, Enigma Galaxy was the one that was going up against S2G when they were inching closer and closer towards the final part of the circle. But then eventually, S2G, na likuran nila yung Enigma Galaxy. And then moving forward, na take down nila yung Fenerbahce during that final engagements. It's just goes to show kung gaano talaga ka-volatile yung PUBG Mobile in terms of just kung sino man yung magiging chicken dinner. Not because you're mechanically gifted doesn't mean you'll be able to secure the chicken dinner. Sometimes placement is positioning around the map is the key to victory, and hopefully yun yung man-unlock ng mga teams natin, especially the top 2 teams. Top 3 teams. Top 2 and top 3 teams na meron tayo para manakaw nila yung spot sa Nova.
Mahirap lang talaga. Mukhang yung defending champions gusto na i-defend yung throne para sa region. para sa kanilang team mismo. And really, it's such a tough task to ask for, especially nababalik pa tayo ng Erangel mamaya, and we saw it in the stats already that Enigma Galaxy themselves, they don't really get as much points as you'd expect. So Miramar might be their saving grace kung dito pa nga sila papalag as we get into the next map. Really though, looking back into the game itself, parang nagkagulo na lang nung biglang nalaman ng lahat na ay, hindi pala Pmgc. Doon pala tayo sa labas. Tapos doon na lang doon sa farm area, pinagtripan yung mga teams na nag-transit, na naghahabulan na yung mga iba't ibang squads, bigla na lang lulusob yung isang team, kailangan tumakas ng kabila. And from that point on, parang doon na nagbukas ng lahat It all started with the transmit itself. In the farm area, remembering yung 4 rivals, remembering yung Damwon Gaming, remembering yung NRX, and then syempre, yung Alpha 7 versus Nova Esports. Pero alam naman natin, kailangan natin pantayan kung paano gumalaw yung S2G, how did they get that chicken dinner in the first place, at paano sila nakaposisyon para lang lumaban against the likes of Enigma Galaxy, Stalwart Esports, and Fenerbahce at the very end of that. So titignan natin dito sa recap natin na checking it out on Erangel yet again. So, umpisa pa lang, ito yung pansin natin Milta drop, still pretty standard. Pero yung transit talaga, pagkita natin sa circle mismo, them having to mobilize. But the fact is, they came from the eastern side of the map. And in the end, parang dun pa nagpabor yung circle kasi nandun na sila within that general vicinity. You can see it here. They're around the Pmgc area on the south-hand side. At tinitingnan talaga nila kung saan sila pwede pumesto pagpasok dito sa circle
Yeah, and as the circle start progressing, they just maintain their positioning sa loob ng circle para lang mas may chances sila na hindi na natin kailangan maghabol na mag-worry tayo sa mga gatekeepers. Ay na mismo mga magiging gatekeepers. Despite the fact na wala na rin naman sila masyado na gatekeep, nag third party pa nga sila in the process. Pero you can see, well within the circle and just the movement on its own, just maintaining their position, that's more than enough to secure the chicken dinner. Now, when the game started progressing, nakita natin yung paghabol ng mga teams sa Nova kanina pa. And SUG isa sa mga teams na nakilason dun sa mga nanlalason sa Nova. I mean, we've seen the long distance eliminations here from Timber. The beautiful nade utilities, the beautiful nade usage actually from SUG is also something that we have to talk about here as we move closer and closer towards the final circle na mapapanood natin mamaya-maya. Si Silas mag-isa na lang, throws the nade, dapa siya kaagad, and keeping 628 at bay. And that continued on even when they were going up against Fenerbahce as the game progressed. And even when they were up against Enigma Galaxy as well, talagang utilities just to keep them at bay, hindi sila magpo-push out, and if they do decide to push out, mahihirapan sila just like this na nahihirapan na sila sa pwesto nila ng Enigma Galaxy.
Parang tingnan lang ng S2G, mapapatay na nila And the fact of the matter is, na willing sila mag-hard aggressive. Rip 7 din nila yung kotse all the way. Buti na lang kita doon ni Lord. But beyond that, the rest of S2G cleaning up Enigma Galaxy so well. And once we got to the final circle mismo, it was just them deciding on who to go after first. A little difficult kung yung Fenerbahce unahin natin. And the fact that they were in the compound, the fact na familiar talaga sila sa laruan ng FP from the Western League, from probably their own local leagues, they already knew that it was better to go after Stalwart first, especially na lumulusog sila and given the chance to go for the reset. Nanalo lang sila in those duels Antidot going on down, Noxpam trying to go for the 1v2, pero nung sabi ng S2G, sige, gapang muna dyan, konting bait here with Calci, and as soon as they got the intel, they just cleaned up so nicely. Kung sino man yung mag-try sa kanilang bumaril titingnan nila masama, from 4 rivals to sa kaninang clip to FD there at the very end. It really feels like para sa side ng S2G, they just aim at you and you're already dead. And that's how they got the chicken dinner. And that's how I feel like yung reputation nila dito sa PMGC na absolutely na lethal squad
Yeah, and with that, we are going to be going on a short break to the final Miramar map that we have. Hopefully more flexibility for the teams because this is a big map, pero we're judging it off of the couple of days that we have been playing. We're going to be expecting a lot of early engagement as well as the aggression continues here for the PUBG Mobile Global Championship. The aggression to continue on with the championship to get the secure the top spot. I'm Nomad, this is Stax. We're hopping on a short break. We'll be back for more action.
and that's what you absolutely need to do here. And if you give up those positions, someone's going to take it. Damwon coming up on Godlike's position. There is a fair few players behind them. Clutchgod already goes down, though.
Oh, they're trading 1-for-1. Junie spraying around on the swivel, and Godlike fall of the hurdle. Damwon Gaming only have one knock as well. Excellent hold there, excellent position.
Very, I would imagine, typically what happens for Rivals, but maybe it'll change. Yetka goes down, Frozen finds the high ground, and once again, this man clutches it when no one else can. I think feel a little bit more comfortable to start moving down this hillside soon.
Uh-oh, Godlike, they're still fighting. They find one Scry off the back of Action's buggy. And Action on the broadside of this hill. Not really sure what you were trying to get done there. It's such a difficult rotate, sure, but
Nova, though, is no easy task ahead of them.
3 players alive for Nova, and that's a great way to start, but that's given back twice as much as they got. An excellent nade from Kadur to see 2 down and leave Order all alone.
Oh my
Nova,
God!
but it's nades everywhere. One more as well, and Order steps up big for Nova. Just Kadur, the nade man himself, gets a taste of his own medicine, and it's Nova to snatch it back. Next Ruya take a tumble, and Nova put themselves on top. The defending champions stand tall.
King 1000% the thief here of this game. We see Order in the front line doing a little hop in, trying to get that intel, cooking that grenade. Rebo just chilling in the back seat. Order said goodbye with that grenade. Order, once again, back-to-back games, dominating.
The final mapa sa Desierto, Miramar, the final Miramar map that we have here sa PUBG Mobile Global Championships 2021. At kami ang magdadala na aksyon sa napakainit na desierto sa Mexico or South America for that matter. Ako si Noe, kasama ko si Dax. And just when the break started, nakita na natin kung gaano kalaki yung agwat ng Nova sa lahat ng mga teams. We talked about the math. It's looking improbable, pero it's still possible for the teams to catch up. Pero it's a tall mountain to climb, just like the tall mountains that are available here in Miramar.
I mean, that's the thing, diba? It's all sand everywhere. Wala talaga. Wala kang mapupuntan na hindi may buhangin dyan. Pero yung pagsabi mo, parang ano to, final version, nagbibigay ka na draft. But this is it. Miramar final version, for sure. Version 3, .final, .psd.
No more revisions.
No more revision. Tama na po. Ako napalitan to. Pero syempre, hindi natin papalitan yung mga kailangan natin bigyan ng notice. At ito, sa side ng Stalwart Esports, si Action. Number 1 with 792 damage sa S2G. Silos Pew with 714. And Ferabachi naman, Nox Bomb being the bomb himself, 685 damage rin. So, the top 3 squads kanina, mukhang yung mga representatives nila able to take the top spots sa damage rin. And in terms of the kills as well, yun talagang gusto ko bantayan dito para sa mga teams natin. And we're gonna be looking immediately for the throwables. Instead, si Calci, 20 grenades ang tinapon dito. 20, ganun karami. Para sa side ng S2G, dun sa mga conflicts nila, tuloy-tuloy lang yan. Timber also with 16, Noxbam there with 16. Really goes to show gaano ka-importante yung mga utilities at yung mga pagtapon nila mismo para sa mga chain of clashes that we saw from the side of S2G.
Yeah, and I mean, this would significantly bring up the utility usages talaga ng S2G. Kasi for the most part dun sa final engagement, it was just all nades, all smokes just to conceal themselves. Pero it's gonna be a completely different story here kasi Nova, the team that you're seeing right now, and as well as the other teams, well, Nova is still on top of the food chain dito, and they're really looking like a team that's hot on the tracks, securing the first ever back-to-back championship sa PUBG Mobile Global Championship, and proving na yung East Coast is the best coast. Okay, yung nangyayari dito, bias na tayo sa Eastern League, pero still, I mean, you can't can't just deny the fact na ang ganda talaga ng pinapakita ng Nova. Umarangkada sila ng day 2, day 1, not the best performance they had kasi NRX yung nanguna nun. Pero as the story progresses, Nova, it's like the supernova. Ito na yung pinaka quantum break.
Wow.
Para sa kanila to get that back-to-back championship.
Basta the life of these stars. They're shining on bright and they're still absolutely red hot. At yun yung pinakapansin natin sa Nova Esports eh. Pag pinag-usapan natin sa sila, it's just them getting back that championship form at the right time. It's been a while since we've seen Nova this dominant na ganito talaga yung performance nila, pero sa pinaka malaking stage doon nila ginagawa, hindi before pero during the grand finals mismo. And it really proves na, especially in the second day, doon sila pumalag, they had multiple runner-up spots, got that chicken dinner, and now they're just keeping up with a bit more of that consistency and keeping the lead away from everyone else. Pero Miramar talaga, maganda yung mga step up ng iba't ibang teams natin, and one team I want to talk about here, same region as Nova, but a different face, yung 6-8, twice na naka-chicken dinner dito sa Miramar, no?
Way to secure the chicken dinner as well. Kasi the way that 6-8 plays here is that hindi sila pumapasok sa circle natin mismo. They were surfing around the edges just like the Western teams, and that's how they got the chicken dinners. Pero if 6-8 continues on forward, they'll be able to at least make it hard for the other teams to catch up to Nova. Makikita na natin on the left side, they have an average points of 15 dito sa Miramar. Compared to Nova that has 8.4.
Number 5 para sa Nova, number 1 para 6628. And really, they're the team to watch out for here. Kasi ilang beses na lang, sabi mo nga, diba, the edges of the circle, the borders themselves, kontroladong kwadrado ng 628. Alpha 7 though also, one of the clutch teams here, twice rin, if I remember correctly, nakakuha ng chicken dinner against likes of Nico Galaxy and Behavior. 11.8 para sa Navi, Behavior there with 10.2. And just in number 6 is Enigma Galaxy. So all hope is still available. Kaya pa rin naman pumalag dito ng NGX sa Nova Esports. And as we get the drops, this is such a sudden flight path. Valle del Mar all the way to Impala. Kung pupunta ka sa may Campo Militar, Torre Humada, umasa ka na lang talaga, malayo-layo ang transit nyo. Pero ito talaga, asan na papupunta yung circle? Will we get that hard shift? Or will we actually see the teams be embraced by the circle of life and the circle of destiny? Mukhang matawawala na rin yung C-130 dyan on the side as we do get the drops looking to happen again around Los Leones side. Mukhang Team Secret though on the southern coast, Navi gonna be there as well. At sabi na nga, diba? Mukhang ikita natin yung hard shift dito at mukha talaga to the north we go yet again here on Miramar. Last time, makikita natin tong mapa na to dito sa PMGC. So it's time to see who will make it count here, Nomad.
Yeah, and we're gonna be counting sheeps right now. Kasi medyo separated yung mga teams natin. Pero hindi kayo masiseparate sa PUBG Mobile Esports action if you follow and subscribe to our YouTube channel. And you can also win this Scar Light skin in the PMGC Premium Kit, available until the 11th of February with the laser effects. Pew, 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 pew!
Kung hindi ganun yung sound effects talaga, I'm slightly disappointed. Pero malupit. Ang ganda kaya ang skin. Tingnan mo yan. At paano mo makuha? Dito lang sa PMGC. So unahan nyo na. Ito, S2G at Stalwart Esports driving on the way. Sayang, kala ko makikita na nila yung godlike nag-drop lang dyan. Sabi na, ote, eto na sana talaga. Mabidili are a few shots coming on in. May konting gera nga dyan. At godlike! Nakita mo yung kotse. Hindi nila masabing mine na yan. At mukhang lalakbay na lang yung S2G away for quick substitution here. As si Neo, mukhang magre-record na siya ng music and Sam Raj will be on the inside instead of the game. For 3-3C, looking to go for that first down and that first blood. 6-8, eto na naman, Los Leones is their city. And that's 3-3Z with the first kill.
Significantly boosting, and this is why they're the kings of Miramar sa PMGC. Speaking of PMGC and 6-8, you can create your own fantasy team for Miramar, Erangel, and Sanok for this entire tournament. If you can just kindly go to the esports center, you will be able to create your own fantasy team. create the best team in PUBG Mobile Global Championship. Malay mo, yun yung team na bilin ng mga organizers tapos maging general manager kayo bigla. Pero let's look at the young prodigy here, Frozen, with 29 total eliminations throughout the entirety of the tournament with a 34.8% team contribution percentage.
Which is bright, honestly, for NRX, especially if ever there's gonna be some roster changes, if ever there's gonna be the roster still staying on, ito talaga yung young gun na pwede pa mag-grow here for the side of NRX. Pero quick low replay, Nox Bomb, tumakbo ka pa, left, right, wala kang takas, 3-3-C, same place, same kill. Alam ko, nakita ko na yun before eh. Parang pareho lang yung ginawa na 6-8 sa Fenerbahce. And it's happened yet again, I believe. Ewan ko kung deja vu, kung panaginip ko lang or nakita ko talaga within the past 2 days. But I really feel like for 6-8, they just have to watch out for the eastern side of the city. At mukhang makakuha nga sila ng unang pitas dyan. But don't forget guys, Grand Finals Treasure Box, watch live and earn rewards. Only available until January 30. So many goodies, so many PUBG Mobile goodies there. And it really feels like si godlike si Samraj. Samraj, kakapasok mo lang ng laro. Tapos wala ka na kaagad. Yung pinag-sub mo si Neo, ginawa niya. Ginaratot niya nga si Doc doon sa dulo. Pero yung godlike pa yung tinatataran ng bala dito. Si Clutchcat tumalon sa labas kaagad. Don't jump out of moving vehicles, guys. Yun yung problema. And really, pinasok si Samraj. Una pa siya mawawala. Sayang na lang, kawawa naman. Gusto lang niya maglaro dito sa Pmgc, but King already finding Damwon Gaming on the other side. And Order will actually catch out still there. No escape now for Korean team. Will they have to go for the contest? Pero wala pa rin. Kasi si Junie naman, pinagtitipan dito ni Calci. So S2G and Nova Esports going after Damwon Gaming right now. Gonna be so dangerous here for our lone representatives galing sa Korean Peninsula. And in this scenario right now, Circle still in position on the north-hand side. Pero yung pwestuhan dito ni Calci, mahuli na si Forrest. At nakatayo na lang si Fabian. Siya na lang ang natitira dito sa side ng Damwon Gaming. UMP in hand looking to go for the fight. And the SMG is also available on the other side. But Fabian has to run on in, runs into the bullets of Calci. And it's S2G eliminating Damwon Gaming. The hot streak from S2G continues on here on Miramar, and they will get the first squad wipe of the game.
Pero no Order is really near sa S2G. Spots them out, hops on the battle bus, and they will not be going towards S2G. Oh wait, they are. Parallel, they're driving parallel.
Nabatay
S2G.
Yung one hand on the steering wheel, one eye on the opposition. Bantay sarado lang. At sabi ni Nova, tama na yan. Sige, transit na tayo dito. Next compound perhaps. And Nova, they wanted to get a few kills, a few points there from the side of, well, Damwon Gaming. At mukhang nakakuha nga na sila ng 1 point na dito sa game na to. So 200! Naabot na nila Nova. 200 points na ang Nova Esports after everything is said and done. But Calci right now, hindi pa siya tapos. Hindi pa tapos ang Rampage ito ng S2G, trying the best to actually hit Team Secret right now. Pero mga takas muna talaga ang boys natin galing sa MYSG region. Has been a difficult road for Team Secret. Last 2 maps, it's just up to them right now to put on their best performance. At uy, sabi ni Kids, okay to. Mas maganda kung kotse na to. Diba? Isipin mo, palitan mo na yung pickup truck mo, yung pang family car. This is how you feel young and hip again.
Yep. Lowriders with the hydraulics. Napaka-Mexican talaga. South American. That
Mexico is technically in North America though, diba? I mean, it's Central America, but it's part of North America.
Okay, fine. Basta Latin. Latino, Spanish, yan.
I was like, is North America just the US and Canada? Yun lang ba yun sa'yo?
Sige na, okay na.
Okay.
I get educated every day, guys. I get educated every day. Basta Latin.
Tama naman. Cue the bands and Papi Potro. He gets points for the landing. That was a good jump.
X Games.
I haven't seen that in forever. Alam mo yung last ko naalalang X Games mismo, hindi nga totoo eh. Yung alam mo yung Goofy movie number 2.
Oh yes!
Diba? Yun yung pinaka-memorable na X Games talaga sa akin. Hindi yung totoong buhay eh. Uy, tropa. Okay lang, hindi na sagasaan.
Yung huling X Games na panood ko, Takeshi Yasutoko Brothers pa yun sa vert inline yung nag-champion nun. I remember that. How do I remember that?
Oh, if I want to, I still remember the classic. Ano ba 900 from Tony Hawk or something like
Tony
that.
Hawk, yeah.
Yeah, that was OG.
Tapos yung ano pa, yung kay Travis Pastrana, the first motocross backflip ever.
Oh yeah. Our age is showing. Tanda na natin, boss.
Mas matanda si Ray Ray.
Tama lang yan. Mas matanda, especially sa PUBG Mobile.
Sim.
Alam na. Hello, bago lang po kami dito. Yung Navi doon, layo nila 6 to 8. Also moving for the transit. Circle though, gonna be pretty much around the water treatment area. Maraming pangalan yung nakatakip. Pero yun nga, water treatment, Crater Fields on the western side, Power Grid, and San Martin. Landmarks here right now. Napasok pa rin lahat of area if you want to stay on the northwest angle here. Pero wouldn't be too surprised kung gitna pa rin ang magiging circle natin ngayon dito. Nova though, classic gameplay here from Order. They love to play on top of the rooftops, get that position with the high ground, konting vantage point rin para makatulong lang talaga with the angles themselves. And Navi, kanina pa sila nag-drive, ang layo talaga lang pupuntahan nila, parang nag-tanks na lang sila quickly dito bro. Pero para sa Navi, it's all about conflict, and right now they're playing the driving game instead of finding the kills that they would like.
Yeah. Pero, ito quick maths. Enigma Galaxy.
53 points, diba?
2 chicken dinners.
Diba? Kailangan
2 chicken dinners, 15 kills.
Exactly. Tapos Nova no points basically. Tapos may 1 point na sila dito ngayon. Mahirap. Feel ko kung ganito pa rin yung standings pagkatapos ng map na to, Nova na to. Wala nang hahabol. Battle for second na. Yung last map natin.
Yun na lang talaga yung pinaglalaban ng mga teams dito
I'll be real with you. It's a little weird na parang kasi sanay tayo sa ibang games na pakatapos ng lahat, doon mo masabi, okay, sila yung nanalo dito, sila panalo overall. Pero ganun talaga point system, no? Na kahit alam mo na last map na may magka-champion na or whatnot, it still matters It's still for everyone else's sake na kailangan mo pa laruin and everything else. But beyond that, parang pagpasok mo kagad, it's like, oh, may panalo na
Oo, yung tipong manonood ka pa lang, as in ngayon ka pa lang manonood ng tournament, gusto mo malaman sino mananalo, tapos third map pa lang ng last day, tapos alam mo na ito na, okay, sige, di na ako manonood.
I mean, still anything can happen. May may mangyari dito. Pwede rin naman, kahit ganito bago at bigla na lang, Enigma Galaxy decides to kill everyone in the server. Tapos wala pa points Nova, di ba? It can happen. But it's slim.
Or, Furious Gamer Fenerbahce takes down everybody. Gets a chicken dinner. That is...
How many points is that? So if there's 60 other people, plus the 15 you get, 75.
Hindi pa rin. Walang pa rin.
Hindi. Dalawa pa. So 150. Kaya. Mathematically, kaya pa. Okay, grabe ka talaga. Nomad.
Pero ganun kalala yung dapat mangyari.
No, walang gagawin yung ibang teams. Tatayo lang doon. Sabihin nila, okay, sige, patayin mo kami. No problem. Malabo.
I mean, kahit ever since naman yung unang iteration ng PUBG Esports, ganito na talaga yung nangyari. Ang hirap
I mean, yeah, that's the thing. It's just how the format works in the first place. Pero, grabe talaga. It really provides us a reason why to emphasize consistency Yun talaga, guys. You're not defined by, of course, just only your best days, only your worst days. You're defined by every day on what you do and how you take it. So, make sure na you try to live your best life. And dito naman, simple put, how to relate it, the teams looking to live their best performances, map per map, round per round. At sabi nga, diba, circle still within that center area between Crater Fields, water treatment, and Hacienda though. Very interesting enough. So mukhang ridge gameplay naman magiging importante dito. I wonder if there's a mountain actually or a hill these guys can climb properly. And does feel like Navi, nahanap na kagad nila yung mountain na gusto nila gamitin dito for Scream. Papasigaw kagad dito, so low on the HP. Heal muna sa likod lang ng bato na to. Pero speaking of bato, ibang klase bato to from the nade. Scream though, gonna get hit just a little bit. Mukhang yung napasabog nga Furious Gaming. Gabi is trouble here as Navi will be able to get the find on the Scream anyway. away, and that will be -1 here for FG so far. But it's still the buggy going on down Yu Yang though. In the meantime, huli na dito na Infinity. And really, feel ko para sa Infinity at 6 to 8, magiging happy sila patapos ng araw na to kasi hindi na sila magkikita till next year most likely unless talaga those regional competitions na magsama-sama sila. But this gonna be Behavior now facing off against Team Secret. Jonathan, the meantime, huli dyan si Kids dyan. And yun, Godlike nga, -2 na kagad. Clutch God though, gonna be alongside Jonathan here. At si Duck naman, kumakalaban dito kay iShot. Team Secret, they want to go for the fight. Gusto kagad nila makahanap ng laban dito para lang pumalag, para lang makakuha pa ng extra points. Pero sabi ni Duck, okay, ayoko sa'yo dyan. Baback off muna ako dito. Try to take the high ground yet again. And look to see if Team Secret will be out of cover. So, three-way fight between Godlike, Team Secret, at Behavior waiting to happen dito sa edge ng circle na to.
Yep, and Team Secret properly surrounded. Hiwa-hiwalay pa sila. Not gonna be the best engagement that they can ever go for here sa laban natin. Behavior making their push. iShot. Kabang with the nade. Gonna be the martyr for the team. Nade's gonna be exploding pero not gonna be connecting. Overcooked. And he's gonna get knocked down. Cheeky angle there from Rabiz.
That is just a soft-sounding Mini 14 goes pew 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 pew. Ang wala lang, parang so isipin mo mahina lang yung sound pero lakas ng impact. Pero ito na, Tixie. Ano plano natin dyan? Tixie? Uy! Ingat muna. Sasabit.
Knockout!
Ay, kinuha na lang at si Tigger Zin. Sabi niya, okay, you can have the buggy. I can have this hut. Dito na lang ako. Tambay na lang at play safe muna para sa teams natin. But that just happens though. Alpha 7 willing to stay on top of things. And uy, rematch oh! Nakita na natin to before. Behavior versus Alpha 7 on Miramar. But this time, Alpha 7 is the one with the compound advantage. And Behavior, they will have to try to climb this mountain para lang unahan dito ang Alpha 7 ngayon. Pero nauna na nga ang team natin galing the Americas and Mafioso here. Looking on around as well. Navi trying to play the flank circle now. Closing on in very, very soon. At bigla na lang, maiiba na naman yung mga pwestuhan ng teams natin. Especially dito sa north-hand side. Kita natin na Furious Gaming gonna be there. But it's Alpha 7 who will already go for the transit as the circle will be over to their west side. A little bit of movement. Pwede pa naman sila tumambay dyan. Pero delikado na rin kasi yung Behavior. Andyan yung Navi. At kotse kagad oh. Ang bilis ng mga markers from the full circles becomes the steering wheels. Kasi bigla na lang mag-move out yung Batis. At Behavior and Alpha 7 going for the same building right now. Labanan na naman. Here we have it versus the team from Vietnam and the team from the Americas. But it's gonna be Carillo going for the shots. Travis in the fight on the center text already. At mukhang kahit may mga crossfire dito, delikado pa rin. As center text gonna be burning down Rabbis there. Rick with the final out to God though in meantime on the kill field. But it's Mafioso and Carillo cleaning up nicely. Lamborghini. Ano na magiging kotse mo dito? Kasi ikaw na lang ang natitira ngayon na side ng Behavior. Gonna be so dangerous here for DX. Can they actually keep it up? High ground though para sa kanila. Carillo now gonna be able to get the confirm out to Rabbis. At si Lamborghini, stop, drop and roll! Get the flames away! Dahil sa molly na yan. Nakaharang though, di makapush yung Alpha 7 so far. Healing game muna kay Behavior. And it's gonna be a throwable into the funnel. What a bait and switch dito sa Alpha 7. They throw the nade, they make him push, and they get the wipe.
Meanwhile, in other news, Nova pushing in towards Jumper's position right now. Relatively safe, pero FG, Tigger spots them out, takes down Paraboy, knocks him down, and the circle is starting to hurt for Tigger though. That's the only thing. He needs to bounce. Bounce out of there. Jimmy spots out the head of Tigger's in. Pero it's not gonna be enough to knock him down. Ito yung ano yung nangyari, nanakawan siya ng kotse ng Navi. Hindi na siya makakaalis ng matiwasay, kumbaga. He's still fighting. He's still trying to pick this fight against Nova. He gets spotted out there. And Tigger's in actually takes down King. But Paraboy trades him down, and that's the last of the Furious Gaming. As 3-3Z takes down Apo and the rest of the map, all the other teams are making their way onto the high grounds here. And Mela has the high ground though. Spots out the one. You can just look around the map. King falls down. Gets knocked down by the zone as well. Nova still edging out in the competition here. Mela just going to disable a little bit of the vehicles that are surrounding the teams there. But Order has to prepare himself Mafioso, though, gets sprayed down by Order. My goodness. Gigil wants more points.
Nova, finding ways. In and out. Takas galing rin. Pero hindi pa tapos. Yun na. Alpha 7, handa na ba kayo? Kasi yung Nova, dadaan lang kagad dyan. At bigla na lang makakatago dito sa bahay na to si Jimmy. Low on the HP but still high on the survival. Nova Esports trying to stay on the live, playing it relatively safer here. But Order gets blown to bits! Bigla na lang nahuli dyan ng tracking Senna Texa. Hits the fuel rod immediately. And goodbye to one here on the side of Nova yet again. Dalawa na natitira. Mukhang nahihirapan nga ang Nova to close things out for these past few maps. But the problem still is for the other teams. Ang laki pa rin ng agwat dito ng Nova Esports. Melodo, M16 in hand, a few shots here. Their accuracy can be key, 4x scope. And he might want to find action there, pero hindi pa rin. On top of the mountain, and top of things for the side dito sa Infinity. But Yekta with a 2-for-1. Great nade coming on in. Pero pag-bouncing lang kagad dyan. At si Timber na magiging problema dito. At hulog sa kamay ng the Frozen instead. S2G now, they're wriggling on the way, but their chance is falling on apart. Ano nangyari dito sa S2G? Naisip lang dyan. Naglilis na dito. Frozen gonna be going after the rest of S2G. They're looking at House dito with the fate of the century. And he's trying to still survive and fight on back. But S2G now eventually overwhelmed. Yekta with that huge nade to kick things off. At 5 kills para kay Calci before their squad gets eliminated.
Gigil. Gigil na gigil ang mga teams natin na makahabol sa top 2 spot. Even more so for NRX. 2 members remaining for themselves, but they still fought until the very end. As soon as spots out Rith, takes him down. But not gonna be able to secure that for himself. Gonna be spotting out Pemburo as well. That is 4 rival out in just a snap of a finger. What?
Goodbye. See you later.
Kakakita pa lang natin, ganun na kagad yung nangyari. Spray down from Sunan, might get another one on the opposing STE. As Nuzi takes down Jonathan.
Jonathan. Wala na si Jonathan. Wala na yung godlike. Kawawa naman. Sayang. Nakipa naman ako na nag-sub sila, tas yung sub pa yung una nawala. So,
oh my.
Kawawa.
Sobrang malas.
Yun, paano yung experience sa Pmgc? Pinasok ako, tas ako yung unang matay sa squad. May nabaril ka? Hindi naman. Okay. Go next. Tingnan na lang natin kung yun yung mangyayari
next na lang talaga.
May next map naman, tapos may next year rin. Pero 6-2-8, di pa. Stalwart Esports rather. Already getting pressured. Action! Tumalon! Hindi kinaya mabuhay. At ay mapapatumba na dito ng Alpha 7. So Stalwart trying to transit. Wala sila na pala dyan. And top, he's all alone there. An itty-bitty speck over onto the desert here. But Infinity, nangyari dito? Navi finding them instead. And Yekta also going after Sunan. This time 6-8 now. Gonna be the victims here of NRX. But Team Secret, konting pitas lang, konting tingin lang. At ayan na nga si Jumper pa nga para makahuli na dapat. 6-8. They got caught by the circle and now they're caught here by the rest of the teams. Nova though versus NRX. Aggression here from NRX right now, but NGX actually going after Nihat instead. And this will help out the side of Nova here as it's NRX going on down in flames. Lumusap sila para lang mamatay. 5 kills para sila. Ferabachi also going down as well. At neighbors dito ang Alpha 7 at Nova Esports 6-8 gonna be gone at the same time after they get gatekeep. And it's only 6 teams remaining. The top 3 teams though.
Make it 5.
They're all alive, and you said it, make it 5. Stalwart's also gone. Pero yun pa rin, buhay pa NGX, buhay pa Navi. But the problem for them, buhay pa Nova.
Yes, and they will have to pray na yung Alpha 7 mate. Oh, wait. Oh no, Nova, bad spot. Ipit. Nang mag-galaxy, pag naka-away yung nag-galaxy, nandito yung Nova. They're gonna start collapsing, pero they're in a bit of a duel here against Navi, so they're not gonna be expecting a lot of chances here. Team Secret making their push towards Natas Vincer. Smoke's gonna be thrown out. Jumper going up against Mekyu. Nade's gonna be thrown out, not gonna be connecting onto anybody, gonna be forced to run towards his teammate. Alpha 7 making their run on more towards Nova. Paraboy with the flank though on the outside. On the outside. Gonna go for the spray down, gets the first knockdown on the level. Will try to go for the assistance onto Jimmy. Paraboy heavily tagged. Jimmy gonna go for the spray down. Gonna have to run inside. Pero Carillo's gonna be taking him down, and that is Nova out of the equation. Nigma Galaxy and Navi. Top 2 teams, top 3 teams that we have. They're still in the game.
The push though from Alpha 7, so costly for them. 9 kills na para sa Alpha 7. The only squad who can get close to those kill points right now is actually S2G, who are already eliminated with 7 there. Pero grabe, yung tulak naman this time from Alpha 7, it's successful with the hunt against Nova Esports. Pero hindi pa tapos ang labanan. Yung pinaka-importante talaga dito, kung sino man mag-chicken dinner, especially between Nigma Galaxy as well as Navi. But of course, there's a great chance pa rin for Alpha 7. There's still a chance here for Team Secret as well. Tixido, tambay muna sa north-hand side. Circle control ang habol dito na Navi, and they really have a good position actually. Pero oy, Team Secret! The Secret is out! Kita-kita kayo! And Alpha 7, the hunt continues! The hunters finding their prey! But right now, it will be them being feasted on.
Oh,
by
that
Nigma
nade!
Galaxy said that nade will actually go for the connection! Gets a good chunk of Carillo's HP. Send a Texa crawling all the way. Alpha 7 trying to go for the reset. Pero tuloy-tuloy lang ang pagbomba dito! Walang katakas-takas
Revo
para
na
sa
lang!
Alpha 7! And Reva and Carillo, they have to run all the way. Pero on one side, you have NGX. On the other, you have Navi. Pick your poison kasi kayo ay mamamatay. At ayan na nga, Navi ang papatay sa dulo. Pero I think Galaxy na PTO na. The battle on the top 3 spots. And it's Navi versus Nigma. Matic though, looking for the shots yet again. Konting tambay lang dyan. But low na kagad dito Navi. Matic is the one who's standing well. But NGX, nabawasan pa nga sila. It's 3v4 here, Nomad.
It's a 3v4 man advantage here for Natos Vincer. They do have the superior positioning. This is the positioning that they have been known for in their last Miramar chicken dinner win. They might get another one as they take down Radu. Lord takes down Meku as well. Gonna go for the flanks. They're eyeing everything out. Hamadi takes down Meku. Now down to a 3v2. Still gonna be in favor of Natos Vincer. Go for the spray down Kitsune with that MG3. Will take down Hamadi ngayon. Mag-isa na lang si Lord. 3v1. Has to go for a Hail Mary play here as Kitsune starts to make a push. Gets the tag connection, but Lord still manages to make it out alive. But Navi will secure the victory. Gets that chicken dinner for themselves.
Only that, 11 kills para sa Navi. Pero bigyan mo ng ghillie suit si Kitsune. Gagawin niya yung flank of the century. Moving camouflage within the desert sands of Miramar. And it's Navi who baits out Nigma here on the final circle and for the chicken dinner. And this is such a big sign for Navi to take that second spot away from Nigma Galaxy. Pag nag-look back talaga tayo at malalaman natin kids kung sino magiging second place dito. That had to be the clash that defined the runner-up spot. But Navi versus Nigma, really 2 teams that have been pressed on the Western and Eastern League respectively. It's still Navi though, and their fights and their aggression. At kitang-kita talaga the chicken dinner. It goes to Navi. Grabe, may graphic pa dito sa dulo. But it's Navi, Natos Vincer, with the victory on the last Miramar map.
Wow. Sorry, I got speechless there.
Ang ganda ng vision.
Ginalubos yun pero congratulations to Navi regardless. Ang ganda pa rin ng performance na pinakita nila dun sa laban.
Ay, lahat talaga. Full of surprises dito sa PMGC. Maraming bago every day. And Navi though, it's the same kind of story for them to get that chicken dinner yet again. Tatlo na nila to. Ang alam ko sa kanilang records dito sa Grand Finals. And really, Navi, yung pansin talaga natin sa kanila is they're really aggressive. They really know how to go for those clashes. And when they have the proper position, wala lang, sentry tower na lang sila. Walang makakatakas sa paningin nila. They figured out that Nigma Galaxy was going after a different squad. Yung matakas na Alpha 7, sabi nila, uy, peek nga tayo dun. Kuha pa nga tayo sa And they're just so precise in the first place. And then coming into the direct fight against Enigma Galaxy, again, Kitsune, Gilly Gaming. But that's really just because of the covering fire ng rest of the squad, especially si Automatic. He stayed alive, he stayed healthy for so long. At matik yan talaga para sa kanya. It really feels like for Navi na ganun yung magiging galawan time and time again when they get that control. And with 26 points, that's a great sign for them to take away that second spot from Enigma Galaxy. So top 1 nga dito Navi to 26. Alpha 7 though with second, 21, 11 elims. Tied with Navi's on the kill count. Enigma Galaxy only gonna get 6 kills, so 18 points lang sa Team Secret though. And Nova 4th and 5th. 6 to 8 and S2G there with 7. NRX with 6. Stalwart with 4. Infinity 4 rivals there with 3. Kerbache Godlike with 2. Furious Gaming at Behavior maka 1 point lang. At Dawan Gaming, yung nauna talaga ay walang makukuha. Pero really, the 8-point differential between Enigma Galaxy as well as Navi, that might be such a way to gap goals between the two teams. Pero mukhang yung MVP award mapupunta naman kay Hamody dito eh.
Yeah, 883 total damage, 40% team contribution, 3 eliminations. Medyo close quarters yung labanan niya, with 85 being his longest distance kill. Pero it's still going to be a wonderful matchup here for Navi as we look at the scoreboard. Isa lang ang lamang ng Enigma Galaxy against Navi with 164 and 163 respectively. Pero mathematically speaking, Nova,
number 1.
They have secured it. That's it. And it's now battle for the second spot.
43. Kaya yan. Ano ka ba? 28 kills, 7 squads lang. Para makahabol. Kaya yan. Promise. Sabi ko na. Kaya yan. At honestly, yung rank points ngayon, Enigma Galaxy, mas pataas sa Nova eh. Pero tama, NB, NGX, Navi staying in the top 3. NRX there 4th. Stalwart Esports with 5th, 6 to 8, Infinity, Alpha 7. Then on the bottom 8, S2, GT Behavior, Dawan Gaming, Team Secret 4 rivals, Godlike, Herbache at Furious Gaming. Pero grabe 1 point lang agwat ng second at third, 1 point agwat ng fourth and fifth, tas tied pa ang 6 at 7, ganun kadikit ang top 8 natin actually.
Yeah, sobrang dikit. Sobrang dikit ng mga pangyayari. Pero sobrang dikit din ng action dito kasi yung mga teams na we never really expected to perform well are starting to perform well. Pero still, Miramar is Navi's map. Nakita natin yan yesterday na yung Navi sa second Miramar talaga sila, second Miramar of the day, saka sila umiinit because of the positioning. Pero it's we're gonna have to discuss kung paano man nakuha ng Navi yung chicken dinner na yun. I could say na it's relatively the same performance, the same positioning from themselves moving forward as we go into the rundown. The recap of how they position over the map. But still, that was also a lot of utilities being thrown by all of the teams. It was still the battle of nades and the airstrikes from the utilities being thrown downtown compared to ano man nangyari sa Erangel kanina. Diyos ko, hindi na barilan eh.
Nung una sila yung artillery mismo eh. Kung hindi covering fire or basically stealing a kill fire, yung mga nades talaga from afar. And also, pansin talaga natin, they had that northern quadrant of the circle all in their hands. Capable hands, might I say. And not only that, may high ground advantage nga sila dahil sa position nila. And from that point on, Navi, they just basically skirted on the round eh. Kasi hindi sila masyadong nakisama doon sa away mismo nung hindi pa sila in position. And once they realized na okay, ito na yung pwesto natin, sabi nila, okay, dito lang tayo tatampay kasi they have to come to us and we know we can win out that direct combat. They didn't need to have to carve a path of destruction para makapwesto sa circle mismo kasi nandun na sa nila. And they're a team that's smart enough to realize na okay, ito talaga advantage natin, hindi natin bibitawan, especially na alam natin na buhay pa yung pinaka main rivals natin ngayon na Enigma Galaxy that they beat head to head.
Yeah, and man, I'm still being surprised kung gaano man kaganda yung performance ng pinapakita ng teams na despite it already being the second to last map, they're still giving it their all. Binubuhos pa rin nila lahat ng pwede nilang ibuhos para lang makakuha ng chicken dinner because it's still a matter of pride na, oy, we beat you guys. You say that you're the best, pero ba't kami nag-chicken dinner dito? Ganun yun eh. And Navi, na sabi nga nila sa interview earlier this day na they're not focusing on the overall points on how they're performing. They're focusing on their individual gameplays. They're focusing on the map itself, and it showed. Now they're not being affected by the points that they currently have. They just play to win every single point. That's a mindset. That's a champion's mindset there moving forward.
Grabe ka, text mo na Navi ah.
Interview kanina.
Hindi. Kala ko Navi.nomad. Navi.nomad.
Sa ibang beng-beng siguro, pero dito hindi.
Ay, sige. Simple lang, no? Simple lang talaga.
Simple lang.
Kaya lang, simple lang. Pero simple lang naman talaga ginagawa ng Navi dyan. Pero syempre to break it down, titingnan natin yung recap ng kanilang panalo. Chicken Dinner did go in their favor. Great kills as well. Pero dito naman sa Miramar recap natin, makita paano sila gumalaw. And I really feel like just that northern shift, sphere of the map, was what really gave them that victory. Pero sa umpisa, walang north-north. Dito tayo sa south. Muna, compounds, find the vehicles. Labas lang ng Los Leones. Ayaw makidamay sa gulo dyan ng 6-8. Ayaw makirami rin sa drop zone ng Team Secret mismo. And really, it's just their navigation around the map that gave them the relative safety here, Nomad. Para lang mabuhay. Nung nakita natin yung circle nga nalit pa nga sila sa first one At dahil dito, tingnan mo yung ikot nila. All the way to the east. And then all the way to the north. And then, north pa rin. Sige, doon na tayo.
Yep, it's talagang pa-north yung galawan ng Navi dito. And they managed to hold on to the high ground na ulit-ulitin ko, Navi is such a specialist in terms of Miramar's high grounds here na they just basta pag if you're gonna be choosing, if you're gonna be facing off against Navi in Miramar on high grounds, huwag ka na lang maglaro. Huwag na lang. Mas may chance ka pa if Navi is on the low ground and you have the high ground, because Navi, kitang-kita naman natin yung mga long distance engagements nila. They got superior coverage in all angles of wherever they are. Just Q. This is exactly how they get the chicken dinners.
So, masasabi ba, Nomad, it's over PMGC. I have the high ground. Ito yun, Matik.
Yes.
Matik talaga. Revenge of the Navi. And it really feels like they brought balance to the force in one way or the other, or in their forces rather. They were meant to join the chicken dinners, and Kitsune, tuloy-tuloy lang talaga yung flank Ito yung tapang at masakit ng Navi Pag nakuha lang nila konting advantage in a squad versus squad duel, grabe yung push, grabe yung aggression, at grabe talaga yung pagka-chokehold sa kalaban nila. And it was a simple bout against Neva Galaxy. It was mostly picks, bago sa lahat. Pero doon talaga sa dulo, pinakita na nila na kahit sa harapan, sila ay mananalo. So congratulations there to Nativitzer to get that chicken dinner. Also keeping them just literally a finger away, a point away from Neva Galaxy right now. At kayang-kaya pa pupalag para sa ating second place. But guys, second to the last map na yun. We are gonna be going to the final one. Will we be able to crown Nova? Or may burn pang biglang sisingit dyan? We'll find out. I'm Daxo here with Nomad. You're watching Pmgc PH broadcast. Mag-public tayo in just a bit.
I saw the first light, the first steps. Now I see much more. I capture Earth in all its beauty. I see action. I see drama. And I see it in the finest detail. Moments of inspiration and the first steps. I am the 1+9.
Nasa huling game na tayo para sa PUBG Mobile Grand Finals last day. Siyempre, ako si Nene at kasama ko si Dax at kami ang magiging shoutcasters to hear the last map. It's going to be in Erangel at marami talagang surprises ang hinatid sa atin ng mga teams, pero there can only be one big winner for this at Dax. Medyo nakita na natin unti-unti yung silaw kung sino man lang talaga ang magiging champions natin for this PMGC.
No, laki talaga ng agwat na nakikita natin sa taas ng scoreboard. Pero dikit pa rin naman labanan sa top 8 natin. And who knows what will happen? Who knows ano pa pwede mangyari dito talaga sa pagpasok natin ng Erangel Pmgc. And the thing is, when you look at Nova, yes, there is quite a gap against Ningbo Galaxy, against Navi. Pero every gap is still doable. Kaya pa naman habulin yan, especially if we get a monster game, the game of the century really, from our top 2 teams right now, top 3 teams who are really trying to make that championship crown happen. But as it stands right now, in favor of Nova para makuha yung back-to-back. Pero let's get back to the highest damage that we've seen from that last map. At si Hamodi nga dyan, 880 Giants from Ningbo Galaxy. Calcido, 754. At si Mekyu, 584 naman on the side of Navi. Kasi yung Navi naman talaga tagalinis lang until the very end. Sabi na okay, pitas-pitas muna to get those kill points. But at the same time, they were able to just strike when it really mattered. And this is where it mattered for them Yung transit nila, 14,360 meters kay Tixi, 13,592 naman kay Matic, and then kay Rebellion for budget, 30,437. Pero it really goes to show na yung long rotation ng Navi, yun talagang tumunong sa kanila para makuha yung proper position for that chicken dinner
Yung mga ginagawa ng Navi, they could have done that nung pinakaunang araw, nung pangalawang araw. Pero siguro ngayon, nag-all out talaga sila sa mga necessary strategies nila and it was very helpful sa kanilang side. Pero all throughout, alam naman natin na may mga differences talaga. NGX also has been consistent. But as for Rebellion talaga, bumabawi naman kahit paano ang Fenerbahce. Pero I think it's just going to be on the placement itself. Pero here it is. Madedetermine na ba natin kung sino talaga ang mananalo or nagkaroon na kagad tayo ng glimpse and maybe some clues on who's going to be the number 1. But then when you take a look at the scores talaga, napakalaki na yung difference. So maybe may magkakaroon ng changes sa top 2, top 3 to top 16. But all I can say is all of these teams, syempre, ginawa nila yung best nila para maging PUBG Mobile champions, maging part dito sa mismong Grand Finals natin as we're gonna be flying through. Sobrang prepared ng mga teams na to. Nag-fly pa sila papuntang Singapore to actually have this LAN tournament. But as for the other teams, nag-remain lang sila syempre sa kanilang mga bootcamp around their country. And of course, sa mga teams ngayon, sobrang sobrang haba ng naging journey nila. Nanggaling sila sa sarili nilang qualifiers, pumunta ng national stage, tapos pumunta sila ng iba naman, pumunta coming from C Finals, then nagkaroon sila ng East League, then dito na nga sila sa PMGC Grand Finals. So supportahan talaga natin sila and bigay natin yung palakpakan sino man syempre yung magiging champions para dito.
Alam mo, ito ba, yung tunay na distance travel papunta dito sa PMGC. Ang haba ng lakbay from the local stage all the way now dito sa global side. And this is where the 2021 circuit ends. Ito na ang maging huling mapa ng PMGC. And after this one, we'll be crowning one final chicken dinner and we'll be crowning a champion. Sino kaya ang magiging number 1 natin dito sa huling beses natin gagawin ang Erangel? Isa pa, one last dance, one last ride, and one last map for the road. But really, I'm excited to see yung mga labanan ng top 2, top 3 natin, top 4, top 5, to see ano man o giging last placements katapos ng mapa na to. And keep an eye out on the following: Nigma Galaxy, Navi, and of course, mga iba't ibang teams pa na pumapalag dyan for those positions. But, Erangel, one more time, will we get Nova Esports to make that back-to-back history happen? Or meron bang ibang klaseng history na mangyayari dito? But as we get now into our final Erangel map, the odds are in favor of our leaders. 15.1 average points in Erangel for Nova, Stout Esports 12 by the second, NRX, S2G, and Down1 Gaming for the top 5. Pero yung flight path natin, papunta sa northwest side, Subsnov from Mill Base all the way to shooting range, and we already know certain landmarks, especially para sa mga teams within those top spots, mapupuntahan naman nila dito, Ray.
Very careful ang mga teams. Saan ba tayo magdadrop? Dahil kita mo pa rin, just one chicken dinner. From teams seated at top 3, seated from top 3 to 6, may pag-asa sila to get that second place. At mali mo, miraculously, makuha na nila yung
43 points! 43 points! Again, we do the math. That means the chicken dinner na 15 at 7 squads para lang matay. So, kailangan pa isa pa besides that 29 people to kill just to get ahead. And every point Nova gets, mas mahihirapan pa buhay nyo dito. But you mentioned it. Again, you have Nigma and Navi fighting for the second spot. 1 point ng Agwat. NRX and Stalwarts, 1 point rin Agwat between 4th and 5th at 6 to 8 Infinity. Tied sa scoreline sa 6th and 7th. So, kitang-kita natin na ang dikit pa rin ng labanan on the upper half of the scoreboard. And the circle, of course, shifting to the east kasi pa-west ang flight path natin. Kanina, diba, on the south side mga drops, naging north yung circle and malayo-layo ang magigalawan dito ng the Infinity from the side of Mill Base. But this is it! The last map of PMGC 2021. It's Erangel 1 last time.
And talagang ngayon, we have some little bit of stand-in. So, from Takers in, it's going to be Big Milo na maglalaro. Pero ito na nga, Jimmy, IGL ng Nova. As for the guys of, as for you guys, make sure to hit that notification button in PUBG Mobile Esports for more esports update. Dahil after PMGC, we're back to the national leagues, to the PMPL qualies, to the PMPL, and of course, don't forget that we still have this PMGC Scarlight skin. So only in PMGC Premium Crate with a laser effects pew pew pew. It's available from January 17 to February 11. So guys, make sure to watch here in PMGC and get those in-game rewards because we still also have the PMGC League player cards. So guys, kapag may mga favorite kayong player dito, pwede nyo silang makollect. And actually, available din siya sa epics.gg. You can trade them with your friends. May mga rare dyan, guys. So check them out now at epics.gg/PUBGM. And of course, just watch this live stream and you can actually earn your rewards. So this Grand Finals Treasure Box will be available on the in-game lobby in PUBG Mobile. And it will be available until January 30. So collect those tokens, receive those rewards, and get permanent in-game skins. Now that we are back, godlike nga sila yung marami ng mahaba ang history ng India representatives natin. Yung una, won't be able to have those documents nga ang pinaka-nanalo sa kanilang league. Napasa sa second, wala ding kompletong requirements. Napasa sa third, wala ding requirements. At napasa sa fourth place na meron ng requirements finally.
Larong passport, boss. Yun talaga. Pero again, sa godlike naman, before yung tournament mo January, nag-champion na rin. So may rason naman. Ba't sila mababa sa top spot? Pero yun nga, yun talaga minsan. Kaya handaan nyo na palagi ang mga ganun nyo, guys. Especially kung may travel na uli na mas madali. But ito, Navi. Pinadali nila buhay nila para bulin ang Nigma Galaxy. Pero hindi pa tapos ang trabaho. Nova though, walang kasama sa Gatka. Chill lang. And it's a little surprising kasi last map na to, walang lason-lason. Maraming respeto talaga. And here we have a line chart. Ngayon ko lang nakita to bago to. May mountains, may peaks. And you can see it there. Umabot ng 9 kills talaga ang ating player na si Order. It really goes to show for the side of Nova, ganito yung mga galawan nila, ganito talaga yung kaya nila gawin in the first place na ganun kalupit.
Nova
yung
meta.
Nova meta. 2 years strong? Nova meta 2 years strong? Yes.
2 consecutive PMGC. Hello? Alam mo kung nanalo ka na nga ng isang PMGC Grand Finals, pwede ka na mag-retire.
And ito kasi yun, nagpalit sila logo.
Oh.
Alala ko kasi yung old logo sa ibang esports nga, ginagamit pa nila yung dati, yung black and white na parang star. Tapos ngayon, colorful na. Yung logo na yun, nasa taas na. Tapos may rocket ship. Kasi raw, yung to the moon ang magiging performance ng Nova. Na not just 1, but 2 championships ang gusto nila dito.
Tapos ito pa, guys. Alam nyo ba,
Kung sino
na same
sponsor nila.
roster. Sobrang minimal lang ng roster change nila. Isa lang yung player. So, usually, we still have Paraboy Order together with Jimmy talaga na
Jimmy.
sobrang tibay. Tapos, nagpapalit-palit lang yung si King. And they actually train younger individuals to be able to sub out para sa kay King. Ganun ko sakaling nag-underperform nga. Pero, paano mag-underperform yung team na to na nanalo na ng back-to-back? And sobrang rare, to be honest, sa esports scene, na magkaroon ka ng team na back-to-back champion sa SEAM Grand Finals, di ba? Sobrang rare. Parang,
Grabe. Binabati ka agad eh. Binabati ka agad, di pa tapos.
ay, di pa tapos.
Di pa
Pinakita
tapos.
na nga yung score kanina. Kahit i-compute mo lahat, kahit patayin ng isang team lahat.
Di pa tapos. Ano ka ba?
Ay, bawal pa ba? Sorry naman. Sinasabi ko lang. Kasi totoo naman.
Ikaw isang truther. Yun lang yun.
Oo, ganun lang talaga.
Uy,
Truth.
uy, uy. Eto, tingnan mo to. Si Order, ang killer. 46.9%. Grabe si Order ngayon, honestly. Past 3 days, siya talaga pinamainit dito sa Nova when we usually expect this like Paraboy or Jamie to do that work. But then, Enigma Galaxy naman. Si Lord pa rin. I really feel like Lord has been the star player in Enigma Galaxy for so long. Navido, Matic, and Meku, very close to one another and they really light up the scoreboard. At syempre, yung prodigy ng NRX na si Frozen, siya yung pinakakita natin for their squad. So, really, ito yung mga players talaga na nag-perform to their best over these 3 days na pinaghandaan talaga tong Grand Finals na to. At feel ko nga sila yung maglalaban-laban para sa MVP award na may bonus rin. Yun yung maganda sa PMGC. May bonus ng East, may bonus ng West, may bonus rin dito sa Grand Finals. So para sa'yo lang to prize na to, ganun yun eh.
Sa inyo na lang.
Hindi, sa'yo lang. Ikaw lang.
Ay,
One
ganun
lang.
pala yun.
One.
Wow, steady lang.
Ito
Ganun
yung
naman pala.
ito yung tipong hihingi ka ang pau sa lolo mo pero ikaw yung paborito kaya bibigyan ka na isa pa.
Sana all, di ko man nang naranasan yung ampaw sa lola ko. Pero, naranasan nyo.
Naranasan ni Dakshipan. Oy, wait! Ito yun eh! Classic keeping! Mela! Bumalik na naman ang sakit dito ng Infinity. Alam mo, ilang weeks natin nakita to. Ilang weeks natin napanood to noong December. Yung 6-8 at Infinity. Hindi na sila batay pakataas ng tournament, ito to promise. Kasi palagi na lang silang dalawang teams na to. Ilang weeks? 4 no East. Ngayon, isa pang extra weekend. Ganito lang ginagawa ng 6-8 kids sa Infinity. Kinakawawa eh. Anong klaseng safe rotation yan kung hinaharangan yung bridge mismo?
Hindi ko alam. Ewan ko ba? Nang gatekeep. Tropa sila sobra. Kaya pala ganun. Itong godlike, ayan, tropa din natin to eh. Mga tropa natin to. Pero, wala naman silang matotropahan dito dahil ang layo-layo. NRX, nag-play safe pa tong mga to. Ang kukulit nito. Pero alam mo, sayang tong team na to. Kung di sila consistent ngayon, siguro consistent sila. Pwede nila mahabol.
No first day.
No
first day, yung lupit nila. Second day, okay lang. Pero dito sa third day, parang nag-fizzle out yung NRX. Naubusan ng lakas nung umpisa. At huwag natin kalimutan na sila yung Western League champions yun. As Circle now shifting eastern side, Shelter Prison, and it might actually be around the Milta area ang magiging final circuit natin dito. Pero, syempre, bantayan muna natin dyan. Stalwart, able to transit. Infinity, realizing na, okay, doon na tayo sa kabila. Baka umalis na yung Stalwart, okay lang. Magiging safe tayo dito. Si God Dooney, na naiiwan na lang. Mukhang makikisama na siya sa tropa niyang 628 dyan. Kasi God Dooney, kailangan mo tsumaga. At alam na niya, na sabi ng tropa niya, guys, Muna na kayo. Ikot muna ako. May utos si Tay. May utos dito na kailangan ko muna gawin.
Diyan lang kayo ha. Huwag kayo gagalaw. Huwag kayo gagalaw. Sabi ng ST, may sasama lang kami sa hukay dito. Okay. Ngayon na maano na yung circle natin. Yung mga teams natin ngayon, no? Isa pa lang ang napipick off. Kawawa naman si Mela. Ano siya ngayon? Ayun. Nangyari sa kanya. Pero at least, pero yung sumali ka dito tapos pang top 16 ka, mag-uuwi ka na kagad ng 1 million. So, congrats naman sa inyo. Pero congrats din kay Order na sinimulan ngayon. Dahil yung isang taga-NRX is gonna go down. So, Nova is on a move. Ito na ba kagad nyo talaga yung power na gusto ipakita ng Nova or meron pang mga katulad ng NGX na gusto din talagang manalo. Pero ito na nga, Freak is gonna go down. Diamond Gaming. Ito na sila. Sabi na, hello. Bakit ang lalayo ng mata ng mga to? Kita! What?
What? Jimmy? Yan yung lakas ng salamin niya! Yan yung lakas ng salamin! Grabe, gawang order talaga dito para sa side ng Nova. Pero Jimmy, tapo muna dyan. Huwag kayo masyadong eager. Ano na nga, the crown is already by your fingertips. Huwag lang nila bitawan na maaga. At ikaw, Forrest, huwag ka bibitaw. Kailangan mo mabuhay. Hindi mag-galaxy daw. Ito yung sila yung delikado ngayon. Alanganin, minus mo na kaagad. 1 also gonna get down. Gaming, Freak. Ako, tulog ka na kagad. Good night sa'yo. Kita-kits next year kasi wala ka ng buhay dito sa last map natin. So, NGX, their fangs immediately declawed here, Ray. Bigla na lang na since dalawa na sila, hindi na sila makaplay ng hard aggression. And really, it might go down to Navi, the one chasing after Nova instead.
Talaga nga namang nakikita mo yung pag-iinit ng mga teams natin. Pero as for Diamond Gaming side, we still have Yursi Forest. Naghihintay lang sa side ng Diamond Gaming. Kalaban nilang Team Secret. Secret nga ngayon. Oy! Meron palang isa pang sasali. Alam mo kung sino? 4 rivals coming in from MYSG. Pero Diamond Gaming, sila pa ang naipit ngayon. Kaso nga lang si Fredo, so far na para sa kanyang teammates. And Junie is just watching them. Mare-revive pa kaya siya dito. Very careful pa rin yung mga teams dahil ayaw mo na engagement. Pero knowing that Diamond Gaming, naiipit sila between 2 teams, mukhang imposible na nga sa kanila. They'll bail out of this. Pero as the circle's gonna closest, kanina ganito yung circle, kanina bago natin nalaman na panalo na palang KHI Esports. Ito na nga eh. Ganto. Nag-shift din. Ganto. 1 slot lang. Yan ang PMPL MYSG PH. A total of 20 teams na magkakaroon ng round table. Pero, round robin. Pero, biruin mo, isang slot lang. Grabe!
Hindi. MYSG PH. Okay ba?
Ganun. Alam mo yung how to give more opportunities. PMPL MYSG PH.
Yun. Pero wala akong opportunity! Kudor, anyari, Kudor? Ba't namatay yung tropa mo? Tapos biglang yung 4 rivals pa nga! 4 rivals! Ka-region na nga na MIS yung Team Secret. Sabi nila pati yung logo nyo. Di namin kukopya. No problem. Pero tingnan mo. Ang kadikit yung dalawang eyeball sa scoreboard natin. Tinit lang na kote na wala yung gitna. Pero ito na! Nawala na! Ang buhay! Ninihat dyan. Kailangan siya buhatin ngayon. Nila Yekta soon. Or yung Damwon Gaming looking to go for the win yet again. Going for the push. At mga ito yung rally ng Damwon Gaming. Gusto na pumalag. Ito yung mga Eastern League champions natin. But they will be able to get the confirmation. And NRX! You are gone, good sir! Unang tanggal in the slippery slope that has befell on NRX. Napababa performance nila. They will go out with a whimper here, Ray. Pwede na sila unahan sobra ng Stalwart, ng 6-8, ng The Infinity, in that 4th place position that they had also for long. Mukhang mawawala na rin sa kanila unless something happens to the squads below them.
Okay, order. Kaso to, matinik pa rin. Jimmy, the IGL, kaso it's over for you, order. Bawi ka na lang next PMGC Grand
Ito, Ray. Yung Navi naka-confirm, nakita nila na, uy, Nova pala yan! Eto na ba? The ultimate last in gaming, they need to kill Nova they're the ones with the best chance at the monster game. Pero kailangan nila una tanggalin ang any kind of point potential para sa Nova. Pero tago muna si Paraboy. May pet pa siyang porob dyan, no? Uy, tropa yan. Ang nangyari to, Infinity, Team Secret having a bit of a clash as well. Nuzi covering fire though. Bantay sarado ay hindi pala. Infinity, ibang kalaban dito lang sa ilalim nila. Ayun, Team Secret, tagabantay lang dyan. Andyan na rin Alpha 7. But it's eye shots going after God Tuni. So Team Secret does have the angle here for now. And at least eye shots, so natatara ng bala. Gusto nila pakita na hindi sila lalabas dito ng PMGC without having the great games that they showed in the SE region eh.
Talagang itong mga teams natin, bakbakan na lang. Kung bakbakan, di ba for the first time in forever, nasa isang circle silang lahat. Ginawang classic pero mas matindi yung circle. Saan nag-shift sa side ng S2G and Behavior. So, pwedeng mag-climb up sila sa leaderboards if they get the chicken dinner. Pero mukhang sa Logan, it's over for you already. Bawi ka next PMGC, sabi ng Team Secret. Buhay pa ang Team Secret. Nakapag-reset sila. Pero ang ST, ang daming pick-up along the way. Parang kawawa naman yung mga teams. Mag-rotate ka na nga lang. At meron nga magkakabanggat. Uy, sino unang bababa? Pero to, uy talaga to. Dahil it's going to be Diamond Gaming versus the guys of 4 Rivals. At 4 Rivals, nagiginit na nga sila kagad. And paalam, Diamond Gaming, dahil wala na kagad. At paalam na rin tayo sa Stalwart dahil nalikuran lang ni Sebin. Nag-hi siya. Sabi niya, hello guys, nandito pa rin pala kami. And that's just it sa side ng Stalwart Esports.
Oh, pagkastahal dito. Pwede po unahan ng 6-8. Ang NRX at Stalwart ngayon. S2G also proving how strong they can be. Kotek reset lang dyan. Past few games, ang rami nilang kill points ngayon. And it seems like for S2G, they really are slaying to stay. They're really getting those kill points as much as possible. Itong godlike rin. Gusto pumalag. But so far, it's 4 Rivals heading the charts with the kills themselves. 6 kills na para sa 4 Rivals. Team Secret to versus side of Nico Galaxy. Hamon dito. Kailangan ng Harmony pero mukhang nagiging na lang gulo dito. At siya ay madadown. Ralph, ikaw na lang natitira dito. O yan, Ray, hindi yan diso. Si Ralph mapapaback on out. Kagad dyan. Team Secret though. Ay, happy. Nakatulak towards the Wizard Tower. Wala na mga gatekeep sana dito sa eastern side unless pumunta sila dito kumalaban ng 6-8 where Alpha 7 dadaan lang dyan. At si Revo naman, hinulog si Yuyang. 3-3Z going down as well. And what is happening here to the 4th, 5th, and 6th spots? Bigla nilang sinahuli at bigla silang mawawala. 6-8 now will be eliminated here. And Alpha 7 gonna go after those points as they will go for the chase. Navi though, taking the points away and taking the second spot away from Nigba Galaxy right now as 12 teams are remaining. Ito na kagad Nado galing sa side ng Navi. Furious Gaming tries to back on out. But really, Natas Pincere, all's eyes on you. And can you actually do it here sa huling mapa natin?
Magiging go din ba ang Navi dito? Katulad ng ginagawa nila sa kabilang bang-bang or talagang pace lang sila sa second. Wala pang major talaga para sa kanila. But on the other side, NGX, nasa sandwich ngayon si Radolf. Medyo nahihirapan siya. But as for the other teams, Behavior, this is pretty clean for them. Pero kailangan talaga nilang pumunta sa higher ground, relocate with your teammates. Pero Jimmy spots him out. Talagang alam mo naman spray transfer yan. Pero meron pang Nuzi na nagbibigay ng napakalaking distraction. Now that Jimmy was able to say na, uy, magluwag ang ating lower reach dito. You guys can just go in. Pwede nang start para sa Nova. Pumasok sa loob ng bilog. And I love their strats. Pero ito na nga on the other side. Will you love the strat ngayon that Furious Gaming has been giving against Navi? Or yung Navi na nasa high ground? Makakuha nga ba sila ng napakadaming kills? 12 teams na lang kagad. We're on towards the 5th phase ng zone. And Kitsune talaga, kapag siya, never siyang nagdi-disappoint pagdating sa frag, he gets him. Yung mga stand ng hair niya, yan yung kadami ng kills na nakukuha niya each game. And speaking of Papi Potro, tapos na kagad ang kanyang buhay. Marami ding pinapatay ang play zone at the same time.
Diba? Grabe, you had to do him like that, no? Pero Carillo, dinaanan lang si Freda dyan. Next, ikaw rin ba? Pero hindi, Freda now second one, he don't miss, but Mafioso also gonna get down here. Team Secret right now doing a great job against Alpha 7. Jumper peeking over to the right-hand side. After you to find out the S2G at mukhang S2G versus 4 rivals. May labanan rin. Pero si Rainbow sumasagot sa laban ng Team Secret. Eye shots now, gonna get dropped here. May smoke though for the cover. Alpha 7, kaya nila kaya mga reset dito. Cornelio getting closer and closer to Senate Texas. Same case for Reva and Mafioso. Pero si Jumper, hindi pa rin tapos. Hindi pa rin niya tinitigilan yung pagtagtad ng bala sa kalaban. But really, Godlike also getting a bit of the action here. Team Secret, cover muna para sa kanila. At ito rin, Alpha 7 using that vehicle for cover. Have to be careful though, baka sumabog nga lang dyan. And Circle now closing on in. Baka mukhang iwanan na ng tropa. Goodbye na lang sa inyo. But eye shots! Does he get up behind? Yes, he does. He's already gonna be in position, healed up, and ready to go rather. At yung Team Secret naman! Mukhang inaano talaga yung Alpha 7 pero si Ralph finds at least a target on the Alpha 7 side. Senatexa will at least answer back against Jumper, but Team Secret na falling on apart. Sa transit sila, talaga nalugi. Pag gumagalaw, doon sila nahuhuli. Pero yung Alpha 7, mukhang tayo na lang with the low HP. Senatexa and Revo, Marathon Men on the hunt. Kitsune also confirming trigger there. And it's Jumper getting consumed by the play zone alongside Fredo as Team Secret will take casualties. At si iShots na lang na natitira dito. But the shots do come. At goodbye ngayon sa Alpha 7 as Team Secret will work together with Ralph of Nico Galaxy to get the confirmation. Furious Gaming can be gone as well. But Ralph, do you see him right in front of you? Nandito ko lang sa bato na to. And it's a stone throws away. iShots trying to run on out of first place. Right tatang the Scarlet nito. Pero si Ralph low on the HP and S2G will snipe Nigma Galaxy. At hanggang top 3 na lang sila dito, Ray. Navi will take the second spot away from NTX. But the question is it Nova with a back-to-back? It's looking likely as the Infinity gonna get eliminated as well. Wala na rin ang 4 rivals. And I think by this point in time, the map really checks out. It's Nova making history here, folks.
Talagang consistency is key. Gusto mo talagang maglagay ng napakagandang storya para sa inyo. Bakit hindi nyo pa simulan ngayon din? 6 teams na lang natitira. Undermanned kayo, but we still have Navi together with Nova. Mga letter N pala yung starting talaga ng mga mananalo ata dito. Pero to S2G, humahabol sila ngayon. Kaso nga lang, trap outside sila sa zone. Nakapasok pa rin naman kahit papano. Pero saan mag-shift yung bilog? Sa godlike representatives from the Indian scene. Pero mga Navi, bakit napakahilit ang ito ng mga energy drink ang nilagay nila sa kanilang mga sarili? At bakit sobrang alive and kicking sila? Pupush na nga nila kagad si Moe Doku Machine. Pero next sila pupunteriyahin. Ayaw matagal behavior. First pray and pray. He's alive! He got it! Bakit naman gano'n si Matic? Bakit naman gano'n si Kitsune? Pero nga lang madadown siya. Masyado mahirap para i-push to.
No, the nade! What? At Navi! Anyari dyan! It all blows up in their face! And Navi is gone as well! Wala na makakahabol dito sa Nova! They have done it, Ray! History for Nova Esports! Pero hindi pa tapos ang labanan because S2G, kailangan natin pag-usapan sila. 10 kills, weathering the storm of Nats Spencer. And like I've been saying, last few maps, they have been absolutely crazy with the points, with the kills. And it is continuing on right now. Today has been their chicken dinner day. And they are still going with that kind of rampage. Gusto nila nakakuha ng higher position ngayon. And from the points that they have so far, I think they'll be making it to the top 4 at this rate. But so far, godlike also, the Indian reps, buhay pa dito ang India at buhay na buhay si Clutchcon with the Natro. On to Timber here so far. Calci right now gonna be peeking out in the open for si Jonathan. Huli dyan si Rip 7. Smokes right now to protect S2G. Pero isa na nakatayo dito. And godlike, they've got the circle. Ngayon talaga, ito ang hinahanap nila. Hirap sa rotation. Pero ngayon, handang-handa na sila nakapwesto dito. Nova though. Behavior. Nandyan rin. At isipin mo, paano kaya kung Nova pa mag-chicken dinner dito? Chicken dinner plus championship. Yun ba habol nila? Godlike now! Looking to clean up S2G. Calci going down. Timber na lang natita dito, Ray.
Oh, godlike. Sabi nila, mabuhay pa kami. Pero ito nakapara po si Sting. He gets Lamborghini. Sabi nila, mahirap i-recoil lang. Control lang recoil sa kanilang patch sa PL. Pero dito, pagdating sa global version, kayang-kaya namin gamitin itong M4. And speaking of, Paraboy gets them. Eh, tapos na kagad yung T-Heavy na may potential sana man na manalo kahit underman sila. Don't tell me! Don't
Godlike?
tell me!
Godlike?
Godlike?
Godlike! Oh my God!
Oh, 4v Napaka-intense ito, Dax. 4v3 situation.
Orbit, Godlike has the numbers advantage. Hindi naka-down dito sa Nova. And what we do with the special invite? Alam, Passport Gaming! This is Godlike Gaming! And Godlike Esports! Kaya ba nila mapatay dito ang ating champions sa kabila? 1v1 with the greatest ones of them all! The history has been made by Nova! At si Paraboy talaga pugito points! And the plato for the El Clasico! You get the down and out Kingdo. Then it gets close to bugging right now for a bit of cover. But Godlike has the greater position! And Godlike is doing it! India, magingay ka na ba? Si Jimmy na lang nakatira dito sa side ng Nova. Si God Jonathan with the push. And Godlike Esports, many have seen them. Para lang off, sige palag pa kayo dito. They were at the bottom spot nung second day rin. But right now, at the end of Pmgc, they're sitting pretty on top of their mountain, on top of their hill, on top of their shelter. And the only ones that can stop them from getting this chicken dinner are Jimmy and Paraboy. Pero ito nga, 4v2. Papunta na dito, Godlike Ray Ray.
Magiging excited ka ba to get that chicken dinner? Oy!
Ay!
Ano
Nova!
Papatay na lang ba nila yung sarili? Ay, hindi.
Galawang shelter to. Iikutan nila.
Matalino. Pag 2v4 to, tatandaan nyo, isang katubas kasi na Nova, isang squad. Kaya okay lang pala. Pero to, papasok sila. Lilikuran. Ay, hindi sila kailan ng zone.
They crossed each other. Lumipat yung Nova. Lumipat yung Godlike. At ayun na, sabi Nova, tama na to! Godlike has done it! They got the chicken dinner! Godlike Esports of India! At the last map! Mag-iingay sila! Pinaya nga, nakabalik sila ng PUBG Mobile Ray. At dito, sa global stage, sila pa, ang pinakuling naka-chicken dinner. What a story! What a win! And what a team tong Godlike!
Aangat pa sila sa leaderboards. They might take over Team Secret or Diamond Gaming pagdating sa prize distribution. Pero good game, well played pa rin talaga para sa side ng Godlike, a big representative coming in from their own league sa India. And now that they're back, sabi nila sa last game, kami ay magpapasabog. And I'm really happy to see na ganito yung level ng pina-execute nila sa atin. Sobrang nakakatawa after it all. And kita mo naman, kapag nasa global league talaga tayo, syempre makikita tayo ng mga godlike plays from Godlike Esports. Great! Anong
I'm just freaking out. The Godlike! Marami nagsabi ng pagpasok nila, wala lang yan. Pero dito nila pa nakita sa dulo. Sa pinakadulo talaga. Save the best for last. And with 22 points, they lasted longest. S2G though again. 20 points. I keep telling you, Ray Ray, today is S2G's day. Sayang lang, hindi na napakita the first 2 days. Nova though with 15 points. The match checks out and you already know it. Behavior though 13 points. Navi there with 12. Team Secret 4 rivals. Alpha 7. Fenerbahce. And then you got Diamond Gaming, NGX, and the rest of the crew. MVP though, asa na kay Jonathan! Tropa natin yan! Si Jonathan! Alam mo, classmate ko yan. Classmate ko yan. Nung high school siya. Siya yung, siya yung star player ng Slam Dunk.
Akala ko diba ano siya? Si Bruno Mars? Si Bruno Mars yan, no? Di mo ba alam, isa siyang award-winning artist? Yan si Jonathan. Jonathan 10. Yung 10 months na rin nila yan ng girlfriend niya.
Ganun ba? Gusto mo na art? Ayun yung stats niya. 23 minutes, 39 survival, 3 elims, 35 third contribution. Pero yun na ang dulo ng road natin ng PMGC 2021. At alam naman natin, isang team lang ang magkaka-crown na yan. But really, just big props to Godlike Esports dun sa huling yun. Na first day, really couldn't perform against the other teams. Late sa rotations and all of that jazz. Pero dito, sa huling araw, sa lahat ng teams na matatalo nyo pa in a head-to-head, na-navigate nyo yung galawan ng Nova Esports. Sabi ni Nova, ay wala pala sila dito. Sige, tama. Pero wala talaga, Ray Ray. History has been made by Nova. The back-to-back championship has happened. PMGC 2020 PMGC 2021. Nova pa rin on top of everything.
Biruin mo, Nova! What a great journey para sa kanila to be crowned as the champions. Sobrang grabe yung nangyari sa kanila on the last week itself. Pero ngayon that they're back on track here in the post-game PMGC. We're so happy to see them being like this. Tong PL team na to, they're still keeping up, of course, sa meta, kung ano man yung mag-change, they're still up for it. This voice has been contributing ever since 2019 and everything is upon Nova talaga. Although maraming struggles nung dati na nag-join pa sila ng PMGC for the first time, ngayon, this is just one of the history moments na in PMGC Grand Finals, this is the first time na makakakita tayo ng team na nanalo back-to-back, magkasunod, walang problema, sabi ng Nova Esports. Easy for them. Biruin mo, first day pa lang, malalaman mo na may possibility nga ang Nova Esports consistent for the 3 days itself here in Grand Finals. Tinalo pa kahit wala sila sa mismong land event. So nakakatawa talaga yung improvement ng team na to. Pero sino kaya magiging MVP natin mismo? Is it going to be Paraboy or is it going to be si Order?
I think it's Order, honestly. He has put up such a great performance dito sa 3 days natin. Yung clutch talaga niya. Around 1v4, 1v3. He just made it happen. Gave Nova that elusive chicken dinner at dahil lang dun. Parang yun yung pinaka-impact nung second day sa kanila eh. Kaya I'm gonna give it to Order personally. Pero Nova, they've done it here. Isipin mo, Ray, alala mo pa ng Eastern League? 16th lang sila out of 20. Muntik na sila hindi makapasok ng League Finals. And now, look at them. Look at them grow, look at them grow, and look at them become the global champions ng isa pang taon dito sa PUBG Mobile, dito pa sa PMGC. And of course, their 4th placing to sa Eastern League can be adding up to the prize pool total. Yung 1.5 million na nakuha nila dito sa championship mismo. Nako, happy talaga yung Nova na twice in a row sila ang kampiyon ng mundong to. Grabe, isipin mo na ganun ka consistent yung team mo na pagdating talaga on the biggest stage, on the biggest prize pool, kayo pa rin magiging on top of things in commanding fashion na pagpasok natin ng day 3, parang alam na natin Nova na talaga ito
Iba yung first game pa lang, iba na kagad yung performance na hinatid sa atin ng Nova Esports, and they have the heart of the champions. Kita mo naman, ever since the first days, they're pretty sure of how they execute everything. Every time na may isang sitwasyon na sobrang hirap, they use their utilities. They have that high game sense na, every individual player has a big impact on the team and they never miss it. Siguro kapag may mga times na natatalo sila is one factor lang. Wala sa kanilang zone. Pero pag nasa kanilang zone, they make sure they make the most out of it, and even surviving kapag ng mga situation na talagang, okay, we need to mobilize ourselves kahit wala yung zone, paano ba makakapasok yung isa sa atin, ibibigay pa natin lahat ng meds natin sa kanya or hahayaan lang natin siya mag-play safe. Alam mo yun, sobrang ganda din ng mga calls na meron yung Nova Esports with the team itself. So talagang naging consistent yung 4 nilang roster and hindi natin sila nakita na ma-sub out. So talagang may kita mo yung heart ng mga players natin sa Nova to be consistent. Alam mo ba, yung nakita nga natin sa video, promotional video dito, parang sabi, will you be able to keep up the consistency sa side ng Nova Esports? And yep, they were able to keep it up. They are back-to-back winners lang naman. A history maker here in PMGC, and syempre, happy yung organization itself, di ba? Binuhin mo, mag-uwi sila na 76.5 million pesos. Kinonvert ko na, guys, para ganun yung impact. Kasi magaling ako mag-math. Kinalculator ko nga lang ngayon sa Google
Kala ko pinaghirapan mo buong araw para lang masabi sa dulo Pero grabe. Grabe, Nova. Like, ano ba? 2-time, okay na ba yun? 3-time? 4-time? Hello? Nova Dynasty? Nova Everyday All Day? Nova Esports lang? Malakas.
Next problem, PEL. Next problem, Invitationals. Ang hirap ba? Ang hirap maging consistent na ganito, such as a team like them, na every day they're the top one. And as for the other teams, sobrang may kita na natin yung gaano ba nila ginawan lahat ng paraan to be the very best right now in the professional scene, to be the very, very best sa buong mundo ng PUBG Mobile, as we're gonna see that interview nga natin ang Nova Esports. Kung ano nga ba ang naging inspirasyon nila to be the very best here in PUBG.
Hello everyone, this is post-game interview. I'm Karina. It's very glad to see you again. And now the competition of PMGC Grand Final was all over. A champion has emerged, and now let's connect to them. Hello, 大家好。
Hello， 大家好。Hello。
Hello everyone, this is Envy. 好，那接下来其实呢，我们也想简单的来采访一下大家。第一个问题呢，想问一下我们的 FMVP 这次夺冠的感受如何呢？ And the first question, we want to ask the FMVP order. How does it feel to be the champion once again?
就是感觉不到什么压力吧，就是打得比较轻松，就是没别的吧。
He said this is easily and there are no pressure. It's very easily. Okay, thank you. 好，那接下来第二个问题也想问一下我们所有的队员们，之后回去之后大家会一起怎样庆祝呢？ What are you going to do to celebrate it?
先吃个好的，先吃个大餐。
Let's have a showdown together. All right. 好，那第三个问题呢，就是想问一下大家，各位明年的计划是什么？你觉得可不可以在明年继续拿到我们的3连冠呢？ What's your goal for the next year? And do you think you can got the championship title 3 times in a row?
明年的事，明年再说。OK。
Okay, next year since next year talk. 好的，再次感谢。那接下来和我们镜头前的各位观众朋友们说一下拜拜，好不好？
好。Bye bye.
Thank you for your support and thank you for our audience. Thank you. Bye bye.
Grabe talaga. Basic lang, no? Parang ang calm nila. Nag-champion sila, sabi na, alam mo, nakuha na namin dati. Ito rin. Ganyan, no? Ganyan, galing talaga. Refresh ni Ray. Pero it really goes to show na yung expectations ng Nova na meet nila, nagawa nila talaga yung consistency at yung performance na hinahabol nila. And from that point on, they knew they had that one in the bag. And really, this is just a squad that performs to the very best of the world stage, and 222 points rin eh. Grabe talaga Ray tong PMG's performance nila.
Sobrang ganda. I have no words for Nova. Sobrang kalmado ng mga players nila. Parang sabi nila, we're just keeping up with the standard of Nova Esports ourselves, and this is a big surprise para sa lahat ng mga Nova Esports fans and sa mga league nila. So here it is, our MVP. It's going to be Order himself with a total of 46 eliminations, damage at 7.7k, MVP points 2.0, team contribution percentage is 30.3%, and 296 ang longest elimination natin. Pero a total of 46, the total of clutches that he has been giving us. And every game, he at least get at least a 2.0 kills nga. Usually, ganun nakikita natin, 2 to 3 kills. And yung single match, nakakuha siya ng 9 kills. Shows to us that the anti-fragger talaga ng Nova Esports ay something na kailangan katakutan ng mga team.
I mean, kaya nga, diba, doon nagsisimula ang lahat at doon tinatapos ang lahat ni Order. And really goes to show para sa Nova, this is a squad that has been built for greatness, built to stay together, and built to go for more. Pero ito na guys, ang dulo ng ating broadcast dito sa Filipino side. It has been an amazing effort, an amazing run. Sobrang shoutout sa lahat ng talents kasama namin at production sa likod niyan. And of course, for everyone who's been tuning on in. Alam naman natin, baka this year pa, makakuha na tayo ng Filipino rep into the region and more. Baka naman, meron na tayo dito sa PMGC. But from us to you, mukhang ito na ang magiging goodbye at good night namin ngayon. My name is Dax, and I'm here with Ray. Kasama namin kanina si Nomad, and you guys have been watching the PMGC Filipino broadcast. Kita-kits na on the national scene and more. We'll see you guys in